An international civil war. To my sister Arati. With love. Whose courage and stamina in adversity is an example to all of us. The sufferings which civil strife entailed were many and terrible, such as have occurred and always will occur, as the nature of mankind remains the same. Thucydides, History of the Peloponnesian War, 3.82.1. Contents. Preface and Acknowledgements. Chronology. Dramatis Personae. List of abbreviations and terms. Prologue. 1. Origins. 2. Authoritarianism, war, and occupation. 3. The politics of violence, from resistance to civil war. 4. Bloody December, the second round of the Civil War. 5. The pogrom of the left, the prelude to White Terror. 6. Balkan machinations, KKE, CPY, and the Macedonian conundrum. 7. The politics of hate and retribution. 8. From insurgency to civil war. 9. The cauldron of battle, Gramos and Vitzi. Epilogue. Notes. Bibliography. Index. Preface and Acknowledgements. The Greek Civil War was actually 3 civil wars, 3 phases of a conflict that raged across Greece and some of the islands, and engaged countries from around the region and beyond. In all 3 phases, communists and communist-backed insurgents sought to seize control, first of the resistance against the German occupying force, October 1943 to February 1944, then from the restored Greek government of national unity after liberation, December 1944, and finally, in what historians commonly demarcate the Civil War, from 1946 to 1949. But the Greek Civil War was also an international war, as competing interests maneuvered for position in the post-war world. Between 1945 and 1947, Greece was caught in the vacuum of a world in transition. The period just after World War II was a time of change and global realignment. Old empires were in eclipse, and new ones, such as the Soviet Union and the United States, were poised to instigate and dominate world events. The British Empire, which once ruled the waves and controlled 1/5 of the world's surface, was rapidly declining, forced to relinquish large tracts of its colonial possessions in Asia and Africa and under pressure to relinquish the Middle East. The British, however, were not prepared to surrender every jewel in the crown, particularly in the Middle East. In 1945, the Abadan oil refinery in Iran produced more oil than all the Arab states together. 80% of British petroleum supplies relied on the Middle East and was critical to Britain's economic recovery. Furthermore, a significant part of Britain's trade, including petroleum, was carried on ships that depended on the Suez Canal. Greece was an essential part of London's new Middle East strategy, and failure in Greece would have repercussions in Britain's post-war grand strategy in the region. In 1945, as had been the case since the 19th century, Greece was still within the British sphere of influence. London's interest in Greece was part of Britain's post-war policy that aimed at replacing colonial rule in the Middle East by co-opting the newly independent Arab and Muslim states in a reconstituted British sphere of influence based on mutual interests and security. The new Labour Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin, underlined in a policy paper to the Cabinet on August 11, 1945 that we must maintain our position in Greece as part of our Middle East policy, and that unless it is asserted and settled it may have a bad effect in the whole of our Middle East position. 1. The British were prepared to accept assistance from the Americans to secure the Middle East, but not to relinquish military or economic primacy. In another memo to the Cabinet on September 17, 1945, Bevin insisted that Britain should not make any concessions that would assist American commercial penetration into a region which for generations has been an established British market. 2 events, however, undermined British plans to maintain their suzerainty over the Middle East with only a subsidiary role for the United States. The Iran crisis and the Turkish Straits crisis in the spring and summer of 1946, respectively, followed by the outbreak of the Greek Civil War in the same year, made it clear to the British that they lacked the resources to defend the Middle East and Greece, It also convinced President Harry Truman that the United States had to intervene in order to stop Soviet aggression. It is within this context that Greece became an American concern, not so much because of the country's Balkan location, but because of its geographic proximity to the Middle East through the Eastern Mediterranean. The Truman administration decided to intervene in Greece with financial and military assistance in the form of supplies and advisors, partly in response to London's dramatic announcement that the United Kingdom could no longer provide military and economic sustenance to Greece and Turkey, and that Britain's failure to do so would undermine the security of the Middle East. Washington was convinced that Moscow intended to gain control of the Aegean and undermine Turkey and Iran, thus expanding Soviet influence over the emerging post-colonial Arab and Muslim states. In 1946, the communist uprising in Greece was merely a small insurgency. Hostilities quickly spiraled to a full-scale civil war that engulfed northern Greece, parts of the Peloponnese, and some of the Aegean islands. What was, in effect, a Greek domestic crisis quickly escalated into a contest pitting the United States, and, to a lesser degree Britain, against the Soviet Union and its satellites, particularly Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, Albania, and indirectly Romania, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, at least to the perception of American policymakers. The participation of all these states transformed the Greek fratricide from a regional concern into an international civil war, at least by proxy, and helped inaugurate the Cold War. Fig. 1. President Harry S. Truman reviewing the troops on Army Day in Washington, D.C., April 7, 1947. On March 12 he had implemented the Truman Doctrine. Abbey Rowe, photographer. U.S. National Archives and Records Administration. The suggestion for a new history of the Greek Civil War originally came from John Donatic, then at Basic Books, who left the company before a previous edition of this book was published. John became director of Yale University Press, and he encouraged me to undertake an updated version of the original publication, Red Acropolis, Black Terror, The Greek Civil War and the Origins of the Soviet-American Rivalry, 1943–1949, New York, Basic Books, 2004. Although my intent was to provide some updates on the original chapters, a great deal of new material, both primary and secondary, has surfaced, which required significant rewriting and the addition of 5 new chapters. At Yale University Press, I had the good fortune to work with Christopher Rogers, whose patience and understanding brought about the completion of this work. I would also like to thank Erica Hansen for her help in preparing the manuscript. I am very thankful for the work of manuscript editor Noreen O'Connor-Abel. Recent studies on the Greek Civil War are effectively microhistories of the conflict that depend on extensive interviews with victims and participants and, in most cases, the descendants of the victims. The intention of these studies is to offer an alternative to the grand narrative histories. Most new publications on the Greek Civil War are available only in Greek, which is beyond the reach of many individuals in the English-speaking world. These works continue to reflect the polarization in Greek society and highlight the ongoing left-right schism that has dominated the study of the conflict. The monograph of Nikos Morantsidis, Democratikos Stratos Elitas, DSE, 1936–1949, has offered insight into the logistics and most notably the armaments of the Democratic Army of Greece, providing Greek speakers the research available in Charles R. Schrader's English work, The Withered Vine, Logistics and the Communist Insurgency in Greece, 1945–1949.3 Georgios Margaritis 2-volume History, Historia tou Elenikou M. Philiopoulou 1946–1949, remains the most extensive account of the Greek Civil War, but is entirely from the perspective of the left. 4 A spate of new books has been published in Greece, but since they are available only in the Greek language it would not be very useful for the English reader to list them here. The standard works in English are, most notably, Edgar O. Ballance's The Greek Civil War, 1944–1949 and C. M. Woodhouse's The Struggle for Greece, 1941–1949, which remain important sources for the general political and military history of the conflict. The major drawback of both accounts is that the authors had to rely exclusively on second-hand accounts and primarily British sources. 5 Over the past 20 years, however, there has been a range of articles and books in English on the subject of the Greek Civil War which follow, more or less, two trends. Stanley G. Payne's Civil War in Europe, 1905 to 1949, and Philip B. Minahan's Civil War and World War in Europe, Spain, Yugoslavia, and Greece, 1936 to 1949 are examples of an attempt to place the Greek Civil War within the broader context of European history. 6 The second trend includes John Sokka's Britain and the Greek Civil War, 1944 to 1949, British imperialism, public opinion, and the coming of the Cold War, as well as Loring M. Danforth and Ricky Van Boeskoten's Children of the Greek Civil War. Refugees and the Politics of Memory, which, like the microhistories, focus on specific aspects of the conflict. 7. This volume is a narrative political history that includes the major military events of the conflict and is intended to bring the full scope of the war to English-speaking readers. I have included a few interviews for the sake of atmosphere and to offer readers impressions of the Civil War from the perspective of the participants and observers. I will always be grateful to the individuals on both sides of the Atlantic who generously shared their experiences of the war and who were acknowledged in the original edition. Writing is a solitary experience and the final result would have been impossible without the assistance of many individuals who contributed their time, comments, and advice. I am grateful to my doctoral graduate student and research assistant James Horncastle for his exceptional work and help during the course of the research and writing of the final manuscript. James' dissertation, The Pawn That Would Be King, Macedonian Slavs in the Democratic Army of Greece, 1946-49, will add a new chapter to the study of the Greek Civil War and wade into the uncharted waters of the role of Slavophone Macedonians in the Greek fratricide. I am grateful to him and my other students for helping me see the Greek Civil War and other historical conflicts through their young eyes. My colleague Irene Kotsovili provided inspiration, assistance, and essential research to help me place the Civil War within the current Greek cultural context, and offered advice on how to interpret Greek literary and autobiographical texts that have come to the forefront in recent years as part of the debate on the war. Colleen Pescott has been invaluable not only for typing and proofing last-minute changes to the manuscript, but also for her continuing assistance to this and other projects. I am also grateful to the staff of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Center for Hellenic Studies for their organizational support and for keeping the center functioning on the days that I worked on this book. And I thank the Simon Fraser University Publications Fund for support. Special thanks go to the late Michael Ward, a veteran of Britain's Special Operations Executive in Greece, for his generous comments on the original monograph that enabled me to add new and relevant information to this book. I am equally in debt to James Warren, who worked to implement the Marshall Plan in Greece. It is gratifying to have validation from individuals who held key positions in Athens during the course of the Greek Civil War. As always, my agent, Bill Hanna, has been a source of advice and inspiration. I am forever grateful to my wife, Beverly, for her patience, putting up with long periods of silence as I worked on the manuscript, and most of all for her invaluable editing. She is the best part of my life. Tigger, my faithful canine, is the ideal writing companion and quietly waited as I finished each chapter. In completing the book I thought of my parents, who lived through the occupation, the December uprising, and the Greek Civil War. For them, rather than a story of political and military history, the war was a matter of life and death. Chronology 1821. Greek War of Independence against the Ottoman Empire. 1830. Great Britain, France, and Russia recognize Greece as a sovereign state. 1833. Otto of Bavaria is crowned Othoni of Greece. 1844. The new constitution establishes Greece as a constitutional monarchy. 1897. Greek-Ottoman War. Greece is defeated in just 3 weeks of fighting. 1910. In the wake of a coup by military officers, Eleutherios Venizelos wins a landslide victory in the elections and institutes major reforms. 1912. First Balkan War. Greece, Serbia, Montenegro, and Bulgaria defeat the Ottoman Empire. 1913. Second Balkan War. Greece, Serbia, and Montenegro defeat Bulgaria. 1914. Outbreak of World War I. 1916. Venizelos forms a revolutionary government in northern Greece. The beginning of the Great Schism. 1917. Great Britain and France force King Constantine to abdicate in favor of his son Alexander. 1922. Greek-Turkish War. The Greek army is defeated in Asia Minor, Constantine is forced to abdicate for a second time. 1923. Treaty of Lausanne, July 24, establishes the borders of Greece and Turkey. Both countries also agree to a population exchange in which more than 1.5 million Greek Orthodox are forced to relocate to Greece. 1924. Greece becomes a republic. 1924 to 1926. A succession of military coups undermines the new republic. 1935. The Venais List faction in the armed forces attempts a coup and fails. The officer corps is purged of anti-monarchists. 1935. The monarchy is restored after a fraudulent plebiscite, George II returns to Greece. 1936. August 4, Yanis Metaxas, with the support of King George, establishes a dictatorship. 1940. Italy attacks Greece. The Greek army scores a number of impressive victories and pushes the Italians back to Albania. 1941. April 6, the German army, with support from Bulgaria, invades Greece. 1941. King George leaves Greece, and a Greek government in exile is set up in London and Cairo. 1941 to 1944. Greece is occupied by the Axis, Germany, Bulgaria, and Italy. A resistance evolves but is divided between left and right-wing organizations. 1942 to 1943. The Special Operations Executive, SO, establishes the British military mission in Greece to coordinate the Greek guerrilla forces. 1942. The British SO, along with the Greek Popular Liberation Army, ELIS, and the National Democratic Greek League, EDES, destroys the Gorgopatamos viaduct. 1943. April, Yanis rallies, with permission from the Germans, creates the security battalions. 1943. August, a delegation representing the Greek resistance travels to Cairo, but all efforts at a political compromise with the Greek government in exile and the British fail. 1943. September 8, Italy surrenders. 1943. October 12, the first phase of the Greek Civil War begins. 1944. February 29, the Plaka Agreement ends the first phase of civil war. 1944. March, the Political Committee of National Liberation, PEA, established. 1944. 17 to 20 May, the Lebanon Conference and the creation of a government of national unity. 1944. July, the British military mission is joined by the U.S. Office of Strategic Services, OSS, and is renamed the Allied Military Mission. 1944. July 28, a Soviet military mission arrives in Elis territory. 1944. August, National Liberation Front, EAM, agrees to join the Government of National Unity. 1944. September 26, the Caserta Agreement is concluded. 1944. October 9, the Churchill-Stalin Percentage Agreement divides the Balkans into spheres of influence. 1944. October 17, the Greek government returns to liberated Athens. 1944. December 3, demonstrators are fired upon by police in Constitution Square. 1944. December 4 to February 1945, the December Uprising. 1945. 4 to 11 February, the Yalta Conference. 1945. February 12, the Varkisa Agreement ends the December Uprising. 1945 to 1946. Period of White Terror as ultra-right-wing gangs persecute former members of ELAS as well as those in EAM and the Communist Party of Greece, KKE. 1946. 30 to 31 March, Communists attack Litakoro, launching the third round of civil war. 1946. March 31, first post-war Greek general election. 1946. July, Markos Vafiadis organizes communist forces into military units. 1946. Summer, fighting escalates in the countryside. 1946. September 1, plebiscite restores monarchy. 1946. October 28, KKE proclaims establishment of the Democratic Army of Greece, DAG. 1947. March 12, proclamation of the Truman Doctrine. 1948. May, murder of CBS correspondent George Polk. 1948. November 15, Markos Vafiadis is removed and Nikos Zachariadis completes the organization of the Democratic Army of Greece into a conventional force. 1949. July 10, Tito closes Yugoslavia's border to Greek communist refugees. 1949. 5 to 16 August, offensive of the Greek National Army in Gramos and Vitsi. 1949. 24 to 31 August, final offensive in Gramos. 1949. August 26, Albanian communist government disarms and detains Greek insurgents. 1949. October 16, Radio Free Greece, the KKE radio, announces the end of the insurgency. 1952. Greece becomes a member of NATO. 1967 to 1974. A junta of colonels establishes a military dictatorship. 1974. Turkish invasion of Cyprus. 1981. Greece joins the European Community. 1981. October, the Pan-Hellenic Socialist Movement, PASOK, led by Andreas Papandreou, brings to power the first Greek socialist government since the end of the Civil War. 1991. The breakup of Yugoslavia and the re-emergence of the Macedonian issue. 1992. Mass rally in Thessaloniki on the Macedonian name issue. 2001. Greece adopts the euro. 2004. Athens hosts the Summer Olympics. 2007 to 2008. Global financial crisis sends shockwaves through the Eurozone. 2009. Greek sovereign debt crisis begins. 2015. Syriza emerges as the largest party in the Greek parliament. Prologue. The city of Athens was shrouded in a grey pall as November 29, 1922 dawned, a fitting backdrop for a day that would soon be weighed down by drama and history. Despite the cold rain that drizzled from early morning on, approximately 150 men clustered in a field adjacent to the Gaudi military barracks just a few kilometers north of Athens, filled with restless anticipation. They had come to witness the execution of 6 men who had individually and collectively directed the Greek state for 2 years. Now Prime Minister Dimitris Gounaris, Foreign Minister Georgios Baltazis, Minister of the Interior Nikolaos Stratos, Minister of War Nikolaos Theotokis, Minister of the Economy Petros Protopapadakis, and Georgios Hatzianestis, the Commander-in-Chief of the Greek army, were the most despised men in Greece, tried by military court-martial and condemned to death for high treason. 1 Under their stewardship, the Greek army had been defeated in Turkey, terminating any hope of reclaiming the ancient Greek territories in Asia Minor that had for centuries been under the control of the Ottoman Empire. Thousands of years of Greek habitation in what was once ancient Ionia had come to a tragic and abrupt end. 3 officers had been charged in the court-martial: Hatzianestus, Xenophon Strategos, and Admiral Michael Goudas were all condemned to military degradation, but the latter 2 were spared the death penalty. Only Hatzianestus faced the firing squad with the politicians, who had also been found guilty. The execution of the 6, as they came to be known, was, however, an aberration in Greek politics. Although coups and counter-coups were part of the political landscape of Greece, they tended to be relatively bloodless affairs. Before 1922, being on the wrong side of a political conspiracy usually meant the loss of office and influence and the inability to compensate followers with the rewards of government largesse. Even the more extreme measures were usually confined to internal exile or a limited period of imprisonment. And the shift in fortune would usually be temporary, rectified by the next election or coup. While strong emotion and violence often accompanied major shifts of political power, the prospect of death as punishment for political failure represented a finality that few were prepared to countenance. Indeed, most Athenians, including some of the officers who took part in the events that were intended as a national exorcism, assumed or hoped that an external power would intervene to stay the executions, a sentiment that stood in direct contrast to the demonstrations and headlines screaming for blood and retribution during the course of the trial. Even so, few Athenians believed that the executions would take place. Foreign intervention had been an integral part of Greek political life since 1821, and many assumed that the great powers, especially the British, would stop the executions. The expectation of foreign intervention was a recurring theme in the history of Greece. In effect, the modern Greek state was created when the British Navy, along with Russian and French squadrons, destroyed the Ottoman fleet at the Battle of Navarino on 20 October 1827. But the condemned men had sinned against the great idea, a short phrase that encompassed all the hopes and aspirations of generations of dreamers, ambitious politicians, and kings. A vision of a greater Greece that hearkened back to the glories of classical Greece and the grandeur of Byzantium. The great idea had also served as the common bond and a source of identity for Greeks both within and outside Greece. Although the appetite for territorial expansion may have perished on the battlefields of Turkey in 1922, the aftershock of that costly delusion generated a continuum of upheavals that lasted well after 1949. The notion that Greece could someday incorporate all Greeks living within the bounds of the Ottoman Empire as well as the territories that were historically part of the Byzantine Empire was born from the idealism of 19th-century Greek nationalism. Its failure generated a frenzy of blame. In 1922, assigning blame had become the order of the day. Someone had to pay for the Asia Minor catastrophe and atone for the sin of defeat, and the military took on the task of choosing the sacrificial victims. In the second week of September, following their defeat by the Turks, the remnants of the Greek army had retreated to the islands of Lesbos and Chios, where they rebelled against the royalist Greek government. A group of angry officers then took control of the state, supported by ordinary soldiers who, bone-weary and hungry, had little other choice. The government in Athens appeared helpless and overwhelmed by the magnitude of the defeat and the daunting problem of Greek refugees fleeing Turkey. In late September, a few army units had reached Athens and, with almost no resistance, took over the country and proclaimed a provisional government. 2 The Greek military seized Athens quickly, well aware that control of the capital meant control of the state. By establishing a government in Athens, the army was able to secure international recognition for their coup. The principal leaders of the 1922 coup and members of the subsequent revolutionary committee that controlled the country included Colonel Stylianos Gonatas, Colonel Nikolaos Plastiras, and Captain Nikolaos Fikas. For the sake of appearances and under pressure from the British and French, the colonels set up a puppet government led by S. Krokidas. A short while later Krokidas' government was replaced by one headed by Colonel Gonatas, dropping any pretense of civilian rule. Almost immediately upon gaining control of Athens, the army had arrested 6 politicians, a prince, a general, and an admiral. 3 Ultimately, only the general and 5 of the politicians were chosen to pay with their lives for crimes against the state. On September 26, the military issued an ultimatum to the government demanding, among other things, the removal of King Constantine, who agreed to step down and left Greece on September 30. He died in Palermo a year later. George, the eldest son of the monarch, replaced Constantine, but in 1924 he also went into exile when Greece became a republic. The real crimes for which the ministers and military commanders were tried, underlines Michael Llewellyn Smith, the author of the most comprehensive and compelling account of the Greek disaster in Asia Minor, were inefficiency, failure, panic, corruption, and their political views. An additional charge of mental imbalance was laid against Hatzianestus, who, according to several accounts, was under the delusion that his legs were made out of sugar and were so brittle that if he stood up they might break. 4. On November 29, at 11:30 a.m. these once powerful men confronted the end of their lives. For most of them, the journey to the firing squad had begun at the Greek parliament, where the court-martial was held, within the highly charged political atmosphere of Athens, and led to the city's Avarov prison, where they had spent the night waiting anxiously for a decision on life or death by a military court that was interested less in justice than in the politics of retribution. Colonel Katsagianakis, the deputy commander of the gendarmerie, had the onerous task of informing the Six that the decision of the court-martial was death, but the officer could not bring himself to face the condemned. He tried to pass on the responsibility to a subordinate, and when that failed, he even pleaded with a prison inmate, but he, too, declined. Finally, Colonel Katsagianakis worked up sufficient courage to inform the Six that at 11 a.m. they were to be transferred. The authorities in Avarov prison were simply unable to put into words the fact that these men were going to die. 5. The possibility of foreign intervention in the matter gained plausibility as a result of the activities of Commander Gerald Talbot, who had been dispatched to Athens by Lord Curzon, the British Foreign Minister, specifically to try to prevent the executions. Talbot had close ties to Eleftherios Venizelos, the most prominent member of the Greek government and an opponent of King Constantine. Lord Curzon believed that Talbot could use Venizelos' relationship with the colonels, who looked on him as their spiritual leader, to persuade them to commute the death sentences. Talbot arrived in Athens on November 28, too late to stay the executions but just in time to save Prince Andrew, Constantine's son, who had also been held responsible for the Asia Minor defeat. Andrew had commanded the Greek Second Army Corps in the Asia Minor campaign, and during the Battle of Sakarya in 1921 he had refused to execute a direct order to attack the Turkish positions. A military court would find him guilty of insubordination on December 2, and the British believed, as did most of the Greek royalists, that if he were convicted he too would face a firing squad. Since Andrew had ties to the British royal family, Lord Curzon had instructed Talbot to negotiate with the leaders of the coup. After a series of secret meetings, a compromise was reached. Instead of the firing squad, Andrew was condemned to perpetual banishment. The prince, along with his family, departed Athens on board HMS Calypso. 6. Andrew's narrow escape and Talbot's intervention added further credence to the widely held notion that the great powers, and the British in particular, were the ultimate arbiters over Greek affairs. According to the politician and historian Spyros Marxinis, Talbot was in reality an agent of British intelligence, which is depicted in many Greek accounts as the primary mechanism for foreign interference in Greece. 7 When the Americans replaced the British after World War II, however, the CIA supplanted Britain's secret intelligence service as the perceived eminence grise of Greek politics. Despite the conspiracy theories, and the ingrained conviction among the Greeks that foreign intervention was inevitable, in reality no one could have prevented the execution of the Six. At a little past 10:30 on the morning of the 29th, the families of the prisoners were permitted a last farewell. This was only granted at the insistence of the British ambassador, Sir Francis Lindley, a testament to the bitterness and lack of sympathy for the accused among the military revolutionaries. The condemned men were given last rites. A monk was brought into the prison and reluctantly performed the ceremony, protesting that he could not minister to men responsible for the deaths of priests and the destruction of churches. 25 minutes later, the prisoners and their guards were herded into 2 trucks, accompanied by about a dozen officers and gendarmes in automobiles. The procession, led by an ambulance that would later serve as a hearse, then headed to the place of execution. The small convoy sped along Alexandros Avenue, one of the main boulevards in Athens, toward the military barracks of Gaudi at the foot of Mount Hymettus. The street was lined with soldiers, who stood in the rain hoping to get a glimpse of the men who had cheated them of victory, but the trucks were covered. Even if most Athenians nursed a secret desire for the 6 to be spared, the army needed and demanded a human sacrifice. At 11:05, the trucks disgorged their reluctant passengers. The clusters of soldiers and nervous spectators milling about in the chilly November morning formed 3 sides of a rectangle. An army captain collected the prisoners and with his sword pointed each one to his last patch of earth. The first 4 moved quickly to the designated firing zones, but the last one, Dimitris Gounaris, still suffering from typhoid fever, had to be assisted by Protopapadakis. Behind each man, a shallow grave had been prepared to accommodate his body before burial in a proper cemetery. 6 firing squads, 1 for each prisoner, presented arms, but the officer in charge, Colonel Neokosmas Gerolymatos, noticed that one squad had 6 men, 1 more than the others. He ordered one of the soldiers to retire, but the man demanded to keep his place. The spectators whispered that the soldier had to be from Asia Minor and wanted to take a personal revenge. Colonel Gerolymatos proceeded to read the charges and specifications, however, soon his voice failed, as did his courage. After a few vain attempts at preserving his dignity, he collapsed to the dank ground, and Colonel Pepanes, the secretary of the court-martial, finished reading out the document. The officer in charge of the firing squads offered each of the condemned men the traditional option of saying a few last words, followed by the ritual presentation of the blindfold, but the 6 refused both. Once again the command was given to the firing squads to present arms. The privilege of completing the execution was awarded to a veteran of the lost war in Turkey, an amputee. The man, struggling with his crutches, slowly approached the line of soldiers, took his place, and in a clear voice gave the commands to aim and fire. 31 rifles concentrated on the 6, and in a split second, the air seemed to explode. 5 of the 6 collapsed almost immediately. The 6th, Hatzianestis, hesitated and, clutching his throat, spun downward onto the wet earth, gasping for life. 8 Before the officer in charge could administer the coup de grace, the soldier from Asia Minor, who had held his fire, took matters into his own hands. He dropped to one knee, took aim, and shot the field marshal in the head. A light rain fell on the spectators, who stiffly abandoned the field, some only partly conscious that this particular execution had now solidified the political schism that had dogged Greek society since the beginning of the 19th century. Many of the key individuals who later contributed to the events that led to the civil wars of the 1940s had a role, directly or indirectly, in the trial and execution of the 6. Key among them was Colonel Nikolaos Plastiras, the man on the black horse, as his friends and followers liked to call him. Plastiras was typical of the professional Greek officer of that time, of humble origins. He had found success and social mobility through a military career. As one of the primary leaders of the Revolutionary Committee, Plastiras held the greatest responsibility for the execution of the 6. Later he argued that he had condoned it to prevent a larger massacre of royalist officers, politicians, civil servants, and even ordinary civilians. Plastiras was a determined anti-monarchist and had led 2 abortive coups in the 1930s to prevent the restoration of the monarchy. Ironically, they paved the way for the return of George II in 1935 and the establishment of the Metaxas regime a year later. In 1945, Plastiras became prime minister, and under his stewardship Greece descended into the final stage of the civil war that broke out in 1946. Another character in the drama of 1922 was General Theodore Pangalos, an erratic and rabid anti-monarchist member of the Revolutionary Committee. Pangaloes organized a coup in 1925 and ruled Greece as a petty dictator for 6 months. The Pangaloes interregnum was brief and ridiculous, less of a fascist dictatorship and more an opera bouffe. The more outrageous examples of his legislation included the devaluation of the currency by having all the paper notes cut in half, the imposition of a dress code for women that decreed that skirts could not rise above the ankle, and the hanging of 2 civil servants for corruption. With the exception of the last, which for a brief moment shook up the civil service, the rest of his legislation was consigned to comic obscurity. Inflation continued to soar despite Pangalo's intervention, and the result of his foray into fashion was that for at least 6 months, Greek policemen could legitimately stare at women's legs. During the occupation from 1941 to 1944, however, Pangaloes and his associates played a much darker role. Many of his supporters joined the infamous Nazi-controlled security battalions who fought the left-wing resistance. In 1944, under British command, the officers of these Quisling units participated in the December uprising and afterward contributed to the White Terror that forced many on the left to take up arms and organize guerrilla bands. In 1946, these units formed the nucleus of the Communist Democratic Army, which began its own terrorist retaliations. In 1922, George Papandreou was a rising star in the Venais List camp, closely linked with the leaders of the military coup that toppled King Constantine, though he was not a participant. In the fall of 1944, he was brought out of occupied Greece by the British Special Operations Executive, to head a government in exile that included communist and socialist representatives. Less than 2 months after liberation, the government of national unity collapsed, but Papandreou remained prime minister, and under his tenure the British and Greek government forces fought the left-wing resistance during the December uprising. Some of the lesser figures from the events of 1922, such as Colonel Stefanos Sarafis, a junior member of the Revolutionary Committee, played a greater role in the resistance after 1941. During the occupation, Sarafis was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the National Popular Liberation Army, ELIS, the left-wing resistance force controlled by the KKE, Communist Party of Greece, which came close to enabling the Greek communists to take over Greece after liberation. Sarafis was not a communist, he remained a committed Venais with social democratic views. Yet like many officers of his generation he opted to join ELIS in order to fight the Axis as well as to prevent the return of a British-imposed monarchy. There were many others present on that cold November morning who in one fashion or another had a hand in turning the pages of history, initiating a cycle of division, revenge, and retribution. Yet individually none of these men possessed the charisma to attract a mass following and impose his will on events. Many were middle-rank officers who later achieved higher office because circumstances created opportunities for advancement, not because of contributions to a particular movement or party. Allegiance to the monarchy or the Venizilist Republican cause was motivated by loyalty to a specific faction to secure promotion more than to a political ideology. Collectively the officer corps lacked a common ideology and vision for the Greek state, that was left to the KKE. Certainly on that fateful November day, it was unlikely that anyone from the KKE would have been welcome at any official event, let alone permitted to witness the execution. In 1922, before the Asia Minor disaster, the Greek communists could boast about 1,500 members. As a party, the KKE remained on the periphery of the political scene and had been further marginalized by opposing Greek irredentist policies. For the most part, KKE members were in the throes of an ideological bloodletting, consumed by the ebb and flow of events in the Soviet Union and the Communist International. The Communists were concentrated in the poorer districts of Athens and Piraeus and had failed to make an impact on mainstream voters. Their focus was on the small working class in Athens, Piraeus, Thessaloniki, and some of the larger towns. Most KKE activity was confined to penetrating labor organizations, distributing leaflets, and the party newspaper, Rizosbastis, the Radical, or huddling in small coffee shops to debate endlessly the finer points of Marxism. Greece was a country of small farmers, shopkeepers, a limited number of professionals, and artisans, with a modest industrial base employing small numbers of workers. Greek society was not fertile ground for a class struggle that could have swelled the membership of the KKE. All that changed in 1922. The tidal wave of refugees from Asia Minor provided the KKE with its only consistent supporters. A large number of the members of the Central Committee and Politburo, including Nikos Zachariadis, the Secretary General of the KKE from 1931 to 1956, and Markos Vafiadis, the commander of the Greek Communist forces in 1946, came from the working-class neighborhoods of Constantinople, Smyrna, and other large cities of the Ottoman Empire. Later, Greeks from Asia Minor filled the higher ranks of the left-wing resistance and the Democratic Army, but in the 1920s and 1940s the refugees provided the KKE with votes. They elected the first communist deputies to the Greek parliament in the interwar period. During the civil war of 1946-49, the refugee-dominated regions of Western and Central Macedonia and Thrace became the principal bases of operations for the Democratic Army. The harsh life of the refugees in the sprawling shanty towns of Athens and Piraeus became a breeding ground of discontent and political dissent, as well as a source of the malaise that permeated Greek society in the 1920s and 1930s. In 1922 hundreds of thousands had left the shores of Turkey on anything that floated and were dumped on the quays of Greek harbors, while others made the long trek from eastern Thrace. They arrived half-starved, stripped of possessions and dignity, and were consigned to makeshift camps stalked by disease and famine. Thousands were packed into overcrowded churches, and still more overflowed into the streets, finding shelter in doorways and alleys. The helplessness of the refugees was compounded by the Great Depression. Thousands perished, and for the survivors hope was an extravagance few could manage. The Greek authorities had been overwhelmed in 1922 when the refugees first arrived. In 1929 they simply gave up. The limited and modest welfare services of the Greek state could not deal with the more than 1.5 million unexpected new residents in addition to the swelling ranks of the poor and unemployed caused by the collapse of the Greek economy. Throughout this period, the political establishment remained impotent and, instead of confronting these upheavals, turned inward. Since the foundation of the Greek state in the 19th century, irredentist policies had offered a convenient distraction for politicians and the general public from the complex social and economic issues that confronted the new country. The end of the Great Idea exposed the stark realities of a divided society and a fragile financial infrastructure. The military coup of 1922, coming in the wake of defeat in Asia Minor and after such a dramatic sociological upheaval, not only imposed political change but also undermined the notion of legitimate authority. The causes of the three Greek civil wars from 1943 to 1949 are manifold and complex. The process of political fragmentation that marked the years 1922 to 44 was triggered on the morning of November 29, 1922. Both this and the post-war period were dominated by the constitutional issue, which forced the Greek people to align with or against the crown. Moderates were squeezed out and compelled to join either the left, which placed them on the side of the KKE, or the right, which forced them to accept the monarchy and by extension an authoritarian political system. The radicalization of Greek society created a harsh and unforgiving environment in the post-war period that made compromise next to impossible. To some extent, the story of the Greek Civil War revolves around these political realities and the personalities who attempted to impose their will on events, unleashing a cycle of violence that pitted Greeks against Greeks, killed thousands, and condemned the country to poverty for generations. Chapter 1. Origins. Who controls the past, controls the future, who controls the present controls the past. George Orwell. There is no doubt that the Greek Civil War arose out of the inequalities and injustices that originated with the inception of a modern Greece following the War of Independence in 1830. And yet the emergence of the Greek state was as much a result of the ability of the great powers, Britain, Russia, and France, to force the Ottoman Sultan to concede the establishment of modern Greece. The great powers in 1878 granted the Greeks additional territories, which expanded Greece to include Thessaly. In 1912 to 1913, during the Balkan Wars, the Greeks acquired more territory in the north, Macedonia and western Thrace, and, thanks to the British, the island of Crete. Foreign intervention was even enshrined in the Greek constitution by assigning Britain, Russia, and France a protecting role, a privilege they exploited in 1917 to remove King Constantine when the monarch refused to drag Greece into World War I on the side of the Entente. In 1922, then, on that grey November day when the 6 men held responsible for the devastating losses in Asia Minor were lined up in front of the firing squads, it seemed natural that the great powers would step in and spare the Greeks from political murder. For most, the verdict of capital punishment in and of itself had been sufficient to soothe the national conscience, but actually going through with the executions was another matter entirely. The army, or more specifically the officer corps, desperately needed to distance itself from the defeat in Asia Minor. As was the case with the military of the other Balkan states, the army officers saw themselves as the embodiment of the nation and the protectors of the state. Any stigma of defeat or humiliation had to be deflected and consigned to either unscrupulous politicians or to the great powers. Consequently, the Greek military chose scapegoats to explain their part in the 1922 defeat in order to preserve the role of the army as the guardian of Greece. The army's contempt for accountability, however, only perpetuated a cycle of military interventions that frequently destabilized Greek society and guaranteed the army a disproportionate influence in the state. The condemnation of the 6 was simply another step in a self-serving process that enabled the military and the political opponents of the 6 to avoid direct responsibility for the defeat. Although the disaster in Asia Minor was the immediate responsibility of the government in power, almost the entire Greek political and military establishment had played a part. Tragically, the execution served to enshrine the political schism that had plagued Greek society almost from its inception, and later a mutated form of this division would loom over the bloodletting of the civil wars in the 1940s. The political, social, and economic divisions that fractured the Greek nation in 1922 were fundamentally the outcome of geography and history that had become part of the cultural baggage of the new Greek state in 1830. It was difficult to shed 400 years of Ottoman rule that had exalted absolute power and demanded subservience. In effect, the Ottomans stifled political evolution and sustained an intellectual paralysis over most of the Greek communities in the empire. This condition was further compounded by the disparate state of Greek society, which, in turn, fostered regional social, economic, and cultural particularism. Effectively, the Ottoman sultans ruled over a collection of Greek communities clustered in the southern Balkan peninsula, predominant in the Aegean Islands, along the south coast of the Black Sea, and dotting the coast of Asia Minor in Turkey. Life under an alien regime was often harsh, and the fate of individuals and groups depended on capricious sultans and, more often than not, on rapacious pashas. For the most part, the Ottomans were content to allow the Greeks a measure of self-rule, but local Christian notables remained hostage to the whims of the Ottoman administration. Consequently, 4 centuries of Greek political experience and the exercise of limited civic responsibility developed out of the peculiarities of the Ottoman system, which was predisposed to religion as the main catalyst for social and political organization. Under these circumstances, the idea of civil society did not take hold in mainland Greece. Even after Greek independence, the political differences that divided the country, combined with the use of rewarding the party faithful, meant that the government in power lacked legitimacy in the eyes of its opponents. This was not the case, however, with the Greek communities in Asia Minor who, in the absence of population upheavals and poverty that beset the mainland, were able to develop the organizations and institutions of civil society that mirrored those of the West. 1. For the Christian subjects of the empire, the church was the primary mechanism to any degree of civic autonomy and access to the Sultan's court. By the 18th century, a powerful financial Christian, and predominantly Greek, aristocracy, based in the Fanner district of Constantinople, assumed a predominant role in the affairs of the Orthodox Church. Effectively, these men achieved through the Church a significant but limited role in the affairs of the empire. The Phanariots, too, the collective name for this group of Ottoman Orthodox Christians, possessed linguistic and financial expertise as well as the mercantile networks deficient in the Muslim communities of the Ottoman Empire. Over time, the Phanariots secured almost exclusive control over Ottoman banking and trade, as well as establishing a significant role in the diplomatic affairs of the empire. The sultans were grateful for these services, and the Phanariots achieved considerable wealth and influence. Some became patrons of the arts, endowing schools and building churches, but most of them focused on amassing greater fortunes. Wealth not only bought high office, but also could stave off arrest and sometimes execution. Traditionally, Phanariots administered the semi-independent principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia in Romania, which they exploited to recoup the extensive bribes it cost to secure the position in the first place. Significantly, the Phanariot rise to power, comments Christine Filiu, flew in the face of religious dogma and political ideology underpinning Ottoman governance, which forbade Christians a formal share in Ottoman sovereignty. Their political success transcended, and often effaced, their mercantile origins and connected them with Ottoman governance in several ways, as translators, purveyors, tax farmer governors, and diplomats, and through their association with the Ecumenical Patriarchate in Istanbul, itself deeply connected to Ottoman administration. 3. In the provinces and islands of mainland Greece, an equally small group of primates, Christian landlords, tax farmers, and ship owners, formed a powerful oligarchy that set them apart from the landless peasants and poor farmers. Both the Phanariots and primates were an extension of the Ottoman regime and not inclined to oppose a system that ensured their wealth and status. For most of these privileged few, the prospect of a Greek state, as defined by 19th-century nationalism, was an alien and dangerous concept that they outright rejected. Although as a group they opposed revolution and liberalism, some, such as the Ypsilanti family, worked and died in the cause of Greek liberation. In fact, Alexandros Ypsilanti's abortive revolt of February 22 to March 6, 1821 demonstrated the appeal Greek independence had for some Phanariots and its futility in the absence of the intervention of a foreign power. The Ecumenical Patriarch of the Orthodox Church, also a member of the Phanariots, was even less inclined to encourage a movement toward a Hellenic state or any action that threatened the special relationship between the Church and the Sultan. In the words of Gennadios, the first ecumenical patriarch in the Ottoman era, in a pastoral letter, only by obedience and submission to the Church and its protector, the Sultan, will the Orthodox faithful live in security. Anything that went contrary to the Ottoman regime placed the Greek Orthodox community at risk. In this respect, the ecumenical patriarch had condemned the French Revolution, whose ideas threatened to foment rebellion and earn the wrath of the Ottoman authorities. Without a powerful external ally and a substantial military force, there was little that the ideas of the French Revolution could do for the Greeks except bring about Ottoman retribution and at the same time destroy the Greek Orthodox establishment. In 1821, the ecumenical patriarch excommunicated any Greeks who rebelled against the Sultan, and a few months earlier also had issued an anathema on Ypsilanti. In practical terms, the patriarch had little choice, as the rebellion was concentrated in mainland Greece, while the center of Greek Orthodoxy was based in Constantinople in the heart of the Ottoman Empire. The revolutionaries could espouse the glories of an independent Greece, but the fact remained that 3/4 of the Greek world was trapped within the Ottoman Empire and could not participate in the rebellion or join the prospective new state. In addition to these practical considerations and potential liabilities, the Church was fundamentally opposed to the precepts of the French Revolution. During the first 200 years of Ottoman rule, the influence of the West and the ideas emerging out of the Renaissance were perceived as threats to the Orthodox Church as an institution as well as to its dominion over Ottoman Orthodox Christians. Until the Tsars of Russia presented an Orthodox alternative, the Ottoman Empire was the only bulwark against Western intervention and Catholic penetration of the Orthodox world. According to L. S. Stavroyanos, a historian of the Balkans, the Orthodox Church was repelled by the exaltation of reason in place of dogma, the turn to Greek antiquity. In short, Balkan Orthodoxy opposed the West not only because it was heretical but also because it was becoming modern. For to the Church, modernity threatened to unravel the monopoly of Orthodox theocracy over the Balkan Christian communities. 4 centuries of Ottoman rule had reinforced subservience to central authority, a concept strengthened by the legacy of the Byzantine period, while the anti-intellectual and anti-science attitude of Muslim clerics had also permeated the mindset of the Orthodox hierarchy in the Ottoman Empire. 5 As a consequence, the Orthodox Church did not encourage mass learning or develop teaching orders such as the Jesuits and Franciscans. It is doubtful that a dynamic clergy educating the mass of raya, sheep, as the Christians were defined, would have been permitted by the Ottoman authorities or the Muslim establishment. The Patriarchate in Constantinople, consequently, was primarily concerned with survival and maintaining the privileges of the clergy and control over the secular affairs of the Greek and other Balkan societies under its jurisdiction. Under the Ottoman Empire, the intellectual development of Greek society stagnated. Literacy and education in general practically vanished in Greece during the Ottoman period. Most communities were unable to support schools financially and the Church was unable to fill the vacuum. The Patriarchal School in Constantinople, established in the 16th century, was one exception, but it primarily catered to the Phanariot elite and the families of the higher clergy in the Ottoman capital. At the end of the 16th century, the Church began to fund new schools in Greece, but these were isolated examples and did not represent an effort at mass education. Meanwhile, by the 18th century, the courts of the Phanariot princes of Wallachia and Moldavia, as well as their palatial homes in Constantinople, became centers of learning and the arts. In practice, this only benefited a small group of individuals, but the Phanariots also offered employment and protection for the handful of Greek professionals and artists who would otherwise have had to seek work outside the Greek world. Later, some of these professionals, along with a few Phanariots as well as the wealthy Greek merchants of the diaspora, represented part of the odd collection of revolutionaries who championed the creation of a Greek state. After the outbreak of hostilities in 1821, the Peloponnesian primates, the shipowners of the Aegean Islands, and the bandits of mainland Greece and the Peloponnese also joined them. Unlike the Phanariots and primates, the diaspora merchants did not constitute a collective entity and were exposed to the intellectual trends of their adoptive countries. Those in France and Britain were influenced by the liberalism of Western Europe, whereas the Greek merchant communities in Russia were predisposed to the authoritative administration of the czars. Each diaspora group attempted to superimpose its political and constitutional ideas on the Greek independence movement, but in terms of influence was limited to providing money and guns for the 1821 uprising. A few idealists traveled to Greece and participated in the war, but most remained in their adopted countries and used their influence to secure eventual recognition of the fledgling country. In this respect, the role of the European diaspora Greeks in the 19th and early 20th centuries was that of sources of finance and informal ambassadors between Greece and the great powers. 6. In contrast, the primates of the Peloponnese and the mainland had deep roots in Greece but remained distinct from the ordinary peasants and shepherds that made up most of the population. Individually, and as a group, they enjoyed considerable autonomy under the Ottomans and represented the wealthiest landowners in Greece. In addition, they augmented their wealth by engaging in tax farming and controlling the commerce of the region. 7 The Peloponnesian primates, writes John Petropoulos, were very much a social class self-perpetuating, cohesive, and alike in their style of life. 8 Unlike the cosmopolitan Phanariots, the primates were provincial and to a degree reactionary. Although most of them eventually opted to join the movement for Greek independence, they did so reluctantly and only after it became apparent that the Ottomans had lost control of mainland Greece and the Peloponnese. These men understood, however, that the new Greek state was to replace Ottoman absolutism with an indigenous and equally authoritarian regime. Although the Phanariots and the diaspora elites provided the intellectual momentum and financial resources for the Greek War of Independence, They could not agree on the form of government or boundaries of the new state. Their views were influenced by their immediate environment and particular social and economic disposition. The Phanariots and the Greek diaspora merchants were physically and culturally removed from the primarily agricultural and pastoral communities of mainland Greece. The Phanariots, because of their position in the Ottoman Empire and their wealth, constituted a de facto aristocracy with direct participation in the center of an established empire. Cosmopolitan and sophisticated, they had little in common with the landless Greek peasants and shepherds. Most of them preferred a future in which the Ottoman regime would gradually give way to a secular and multicultural empire dominated by an economic elite. Some even believed that after the Muslim element was displaced, it would be only a matter of time before a Christian ruler assumed the Sultanate and the Ottoman Empire would follow in the footsteps of Rome and transform into another Greek Byzantium. The competition between the authoritarianism of Byzantium and the liberalism of classical Greece remained and later mirrored the political and cultural struggles in the modern Greek state in the 20th century. The nostalgia for Byzantium and autocracy later served as an ideological base for dictators, monarchists, and any political faction in modern Greece that opposed liberal democracy. The Metaxas regime of 1936 to 1941 not only defined itself as anti-parliamentarian and anti-communist but also proclaimed it ushered the dawn of a third Christian civilization, implying a hazy succession from classical Greece to Rome and Constantinople. The conservative right-wing governments that followed World War II, and certainly those after the Civil War, preferred the Byzantine to the classical Greek heritage. The junta in 1967 identified with the perceived absolutism of Byzantium and went so far as to ban many of the works of classical antiquity. For over half a millennium, Greek cities, towns, and villages lived under a flexible despotism that permitted a degree of local administration but at the discretion of the Ottoman Sultan and his pashas. The only exception was the bandit groups in the mountains who were a law unto themselves. Although during the War of Independence the bandits represented the foot soldiers of the uprising, only a small number of their leaders played any role in the new Greek state. The most prominent or notorious were pensioned off and most of the others simply resumed their former occupation. This was possible because after 1830 the authority of the Greek government was confined to the cities and towns. Large areas of the countryside and the mountains were beyond the reach of the state. Later in the 20th century these isolated communities would become hostage to guerrilla armies and serve as both the staging areas and battlegrounds of insurgencies opposed to foreign occupation and the political order in Athens. The bandits, however, remained a distinct element and one that could be harnessed to serve the interests of the political factions. The Greek state that emerged after 1830 was dominated by the factionalism left over from the Ottoman period, the lawlessness of the bandits, and the divisions between the indigenous population and influx of refugees that had arrived in the aftermath of liberation. The inhabitants of mainland Greece and the Peloponnese had been startled and disconcerted by the unexpected influx of refugees, along with Greeks of the diaspora, mostly idealists who had fought in the War of Independence, and some Phanariots, who settled in Greece between 1821 and 1830. The indigenous population concentrated around small and essentially isolated communities was suspicious of any newcomers, viewing them as a foreign element. Another factor in the establishment of the Greek state was that the great powers dictated the boundaries and the constitution of the country. The Greeks had to accept a very small state and a foreign monarchy as the price for independence. Both concessions contributed to a national restlessness that fueled irredentist ambitions and created a polarized political environment. A monarchy was thrust upon the Greek nation by the great powers to ensure that the new country adhered to the old regime system in Europe that followed the collapse of Napoleon and the French Revolution. The concept of monarchical rule, however, did not fall on sterile ground, and some of the Greek revolutionary leaders were content to accept an authoritative regime as long as they could form part of the new ruling elite. Others found the institution abhorrent, and once the dust of creating the new state settled, they proceeded to chip away at the powers of the crown, setting in motion a dynamic that engendered almost an ongoing political schism. For almost 150 years, the obsession with the constitution suffocated Greek society, sucking up all creative political energy at the expense of any other issue. In this environment, domestic and national interests gravitated between the king, a small coterie of hangers-on, and clusters of small political blocs. It is indicative of the period, 1830 to 1864, that the Greek political factions that vied for the right to govern the Greek state not only lacked a party structure but even their names linked them directly to the great powers. During the rule of King Otton, the first king of Greece, the political factions were labeled the French, English, and Russian parties, respectively. To some degree, the leaders of these factions identified with or were strong proponents of British, French, or Russian influence in Greece with respect to the fulfillment of the Great Idea. 9. Remarkably, a foreign policy based on the mantra of the Great Idea dominated the discourse and policies of the competing factions. On a pragmatic level, the country's paucity of financial and natural assets left little room for domestic development and modernization and nothing at all for foreign adventures. The Great Idea, in contrast, was flexible, nonpartisan, and sufficiently intangible. As a concept, it fired the imagination of all Greeks regardless of political affiliation and provided a link with the unredeemed communities that had been left in the Ottoman Empire. The only question that remained was how the Great Idea could be implemented, and the sole realistic answer was that the unification of the Greek world could come about only with the help of one of the great powers. The so-called Russian faction was convinced that if the Russian Empire did nothing else it would assist Greek irredentism by simply waging war against the Ottomans. The French faction assumed that France would facilitate the establishment of a Greater Greece, but both groups were adamant in their opposition to Britain. This left the British party at a disadvantage since the British were not only occupying the Ionian Islands, but also insisting on maintaining the integrity of the Ottoman Empire. The English faction nonetheless argued that Greece could not expand without British support, pointing out that the Royal Navy dominated the eastern Mediterranean and could intervene at will for or against Greece. Fundamentally, this argument underscored the crux of the Greek foreign policy dilemma: maritime vulnerability. No matter how the factions positioned their irredentist ambitions, they could not escape the realities of Britain's intervention for or against the future expansion of Greece. Indeed, the creation of the modern Greek state owed a great deal to the involvement and support of the British Empire. Consequently, a rather special relationship developed between the two countries, represented on the one hand by the romanticism of Lord Byron's death at Missolonghi while fighting for Hellenic liberty, and, on the other, by the Royal Navy, which on more than one occasion imposed a British outcome on Greek and, for that matter, Ottoman ambitions. As long as the focus of the Greek state was the Great Idea, foreign policy and the relationship to the great powers played a disproportionate role in the political life of the country. Regardless of the lofty ambitions for a Greater Greece, independence from the Ottoman Empire did little to change the fact that the country was poor in resources and economically unviable. Furthermore, the rugged and mountainous terrain of Greece as well as poor communications concentrated the exercise of political power in Athens. With few exceptions, most of the political leaders lived in the capital or had the resources to maintain a home there and a separate residence in the countryside. Success in government depended upon wealth and establishing a political base in Athens. Consequently, the Greek political establishment, even in the 20th century, was small, self-contained, and fed from a complex system of clientage that revolved around an even smaller group of powerful individuals. Although the new Greek state had adopted European political institutions, the use of patronage, structural corruption, and servile, yet fickle, obedience to authority remained a legacy of the Ottoman Empire. The century of internal struggles produced a strange assortment of characters who emerged from obscurity and came to the forefront of the tragic events of the 1940s. In this context, Nikos Zachariadis, as the head of the Communist Party, KKE, bears a measure of responsibility for the onset of the Civil War. He was not the only one. A parade of politicians, military officers, and resistance leaders from the left and right made their own contributions that collectively pushed the country into the cataclysm of civil war. Zachariadis was born in Adrianople, present-day Edirne, on April 27, 1903 and died on August 1, 1973, in Surgut, Siberia. 10 He hanged himself after having written to the leaders of both the KKE and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, KPCC/CPSU, that he would do so as an ultimate act of political protest in response to his illegal detention in the Soviet Union. Nonetheless, the authorities concealed the true cause of his death and announced that he had suffered a heart attack. The Soviets wanted to suppress any reaction to his suicide from his supporters and swiftly proceeded with the funeral in Tyumen. Maria Novakova, Zacharyadis' first wife with whom he had 2 children, Cyrus and Olga, was the one chosen to write to his family in Greece about the bad news. The letter was sent on August 7, 1973 and made references to the last wishes of the deceased, namely to have a handful of Greek's oil, which he kept all those years among his belongings, thrown into his grave, and for a bouquet of flowers to be placed on his mother's grave every year on the first day of August, on his behalf. His last wishes are indicative of the level of nostalgia that must have both tormented Zacharyadis and sustained him while in exile. 11. In the days prior to his suicide, Zacharyadis wrote to various members of the Communist Party of Greece and its General Secretary, Charalaus Florakis, and to the CPSU, led by Leonid Brezhnev. In these letters, Zacharyadis expressed his intention of taking his own life as a final act of protest if his rights as a political refugee were not finally reinstated, so that he would be able to leave the Soviet Union. 12 He had been desperately seeking to end his exile and to be able to travel to Greece, even amidst the dictatorship, to undergo a trial, if necessary, in order to clear his name. 13 In Greece, only a few individuals knew that Zacharyadis had taken his own life. Among them was his second wife, Rula Kaukaulu, who was part of the KKE leadership and did not believe that Zacharyadis would have committed suicide. After receiving a letter from Zacharyadis soon after his death, she made their only son Sifis swear not to share with anyone that he had killed himself. Sifis Zacharyadis kept his promises, something his father had taught him for 17 years. 14 The truth was published in a local Russian newspaper with information provided by KGB Colonel Petruskin and reprinted in 1990 in the Moscow newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda. The Greek press soon picked up the news and in the process revived public interest in Zacharyadis. It also set in motion his family's efforts for the repatriation of his remains, which arrived in Greece on December 21, 1991, with the burial taking place in the presence of KKE members and Zacharyadis supporters. 15 10 years later, the KKE rehabilitated Zacharyadis. Unfortunately, 40 years after his death, one still cannot access the records kept about him in Greece and Russia. 16. Zacharyadis' tragic end was the culmination of his life under Soviet surveillance. Sifis Zacharyadis recounted that his father lived in a small room, 6 to 7 meters long, and spent hours writing letters and notes to ensure that his case, his plight, and his existence were not forgotten. For an office he used a table, on top of which he usually kept several of the books he had acquired over the years. Until the very end of his life, he tried to keep informed of international developments and read voraciously newspapers he had access to, usually a week or two after their publication date. Furthermore, after his oldest son Cyrus was able to secure a transistor radio for him, Zacharyadis would listen to the news broadcast as often as possible. 17. As a young man, Zacharyadis was restless and sought adventure. He wanted to join the Greek army during World War I, only to be forbidden by his parents. By 1923, he had twice visited the Soviet Union, attracted by its proclaimed lofty ideals and the scale of the social experiment being implemented. He entered the newly established Communist University for Workers of the East, KUTV, and became a member of the Soviet Communist Youth. Zacharyadis remained in Russia until 1925, having lived most of his life in the Ottoman Empire and the Soviet Union. Even when he moved to Greece, he only spent just over a decade as a free man, 9 years in Greek or German incarceration, and 4 years conducting the communist insurgency from the northern mountains of Greece. Although by the end of his life, confined to dreary exile, he longed for Greece, but was it for a chance of political rehabilitation or to return to a country and people he hardly knew? It may be that Gerolymatos was less a Greek and more a Soviet man, a creature fashioned by Stalinist ideals that remained with him until that fateful day when he realized that he could not escape the Soviet system. Meanwhile, in 1923, the KKE was facing a serious challenge from a breakaway communist organization. The archive Marxists included members of the KKE who had ideological objections to how the Greek Communist Party administered and utilized Marxism. The archive Marxists focused on theory and quickly contested the KKE's appeal to the working class. Members of the organization began translating notable theoretical texts, while at the same time criticizing the KKE for not educating the working class in Marxist theory 18, which they sought to remedy with their journal, The Archive of Marxism. 19 Dimitris Yiotopoulos assumed the leadership of the organization and joined the Trotskyite movement, becoming the mortal enemy of the KKE. 20 The main objective of the archive Marxists was to create dedicated and disciplined supporters who, guided by Marxist theoretical texts, would be able to assume control of Greece just as the Bolsheviks did in Russia. 21 When Gerolymatos returned to Greece in the mid-1920s, he was able to galvanize the KKE and counter the inroads achieved by the archive Marxists for the hearts and minds of the Greek workers. Shortly after Gerolymatos arrived in Athens, he was elected to the KKE's Central Committee and the Communist Youth of Greece, OKNE's representative from the Soviet Communist Party. He remained in Greece for 4 years and then returned to the USSR in 1928 to 1929 to continue his studies on communist ideology. It is not clear why he left Greece, but while in Russia he became a member of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. He came back to Athens in 1931 a more fervent communist, with an unshakable faith in Stalin's interpretation of Marxism, and quickly rose to the leadership of the party. His credentials were impeccable, and with his Russian pedigree, the support of the Comintern, and more important that of Stalin, he was elected Secretary General of the KKE in 1934. As head of the KKE, Gerolymatos instilled discipline in the party and quickly imposed his authority over the Greek communists. Furthermore, under his leadership the organization and membership flourished. As a reward for his success in bringing the KKE under the sway of Stalinist discipline, he was admitted to the Comintern. 22 Unfortunately for Gerolymatos, following the 1936 establishment of the Metaxas quasi-dictatorship, he was arrested and imprisoned on the island of Corfu. 23 The Metaxas regime was remarkably enlightened with respect to the segregation of political and criminal offenders, allowing the former some latitude in keeping contact with the outside world and even permitting them to wear ordinary clothes. Under these conditions, Gerolymatos maintained a prolific correspondence and produced several substantial texts. He wrote treatises on the poet Kostas Palamas, 1869–1943, a study on Greece's prevailing economic and political difficulties, a provisional blueprint for the KKE's future course of action, and, finally, interpretations of the history of the KKE. 24 When the Italians invaded Greece, Gerolymatos published several open letters to the Greek people urging them to unite and fight against the fascists, even if they had to do so under the Metaxas regime. 25 At this point, however, Gerolymatos' tragedy of missteps began. In the excitement of the moment when Greeks of all stripes banded with the Metaxas government to fight the common enemy, Gerolymatos overreached himself. In the first open letter to the Greeks, he urged them to fight the Italians. It was the right move and one that placed the KKE alongside the sentiments of mainstream society. Unfortunately, the KKE's call to arms against fascism was contrary to Stalin's rapprochement with Hitler and, by extension, with Italy, Germany's Axis partner. Gerolymatos, not for the first time, had to choose between loyalty to Greece and devotion to Stalin. In a second letter, November 10, 1940, he condemned the Greek struggle as an imperialist war and called for the intervention of the Soviet Union. The Greek communist leader had his appointment with history, but chose to subsume the interests of his country to those of the Soviet Union. In so doing, he cheated himself and the KKE of the miracle of the Greek victory against the Italian Empire and the first victory against the Axis in World War II. 26. The feat of arms that gave the Greek army incredible victories against the Italians provoked Hitler into action, and in April the German army overran Greece. Although the occupation authorities released many Greek communists because of the Russian-German Pact of 1939, Zachariadis was not so fortunate. The Nazi authorities transferred him to the notorious Dachau concentration camp in southern Germany, where he would be confined for the remainder of the war. 27 Once again, Zachariadis missed a historic opportunity. While he was languishing in Dachau, events in Greece passed him by, cheating him of securing a reputation in the resistance. In Zachariadis' absence, the KKE founded EAM, Ethniko Aplutherodiko Metapo National Liberation Front, and a few months later, January 1942, established its military wing, ELIS, Ellenikos Lekos Aplutherodikos Stratos Greek Popular Liberation Army. The former would evolve into a mass-based anti-Axis organization in Greece, expanding well beyond its original communist origins to include an estimated 2 million members. 28 The latter, under the military command of Aris Volohiatis, nom de guerre of then ASIS Claras, undertook military operations against the occupying forces, but from October 1943 until February 1944 waged an armed struggle against the non-left resistance groups. 29. The communist-led EAM-ELIS achieved considerable success not only in fighting the Germans and Italians, but also in bringing about a social evolution, particularly in the mountain villages that served as places of supply and sources of recruits. All these accomplishments, however, occurred without Zachariadis. Joseph Broz, or Tito, Zachariadis' Balkan counterpart, emerged as a major international personality within and outside the Communist International, while the Greek communist leader was consigned to insignificance as an inmate in a German concentration camp. Perhaps this bitter reversal of fortune and lost opportunity to make his mark in wartime drove Zachariadis to seek a new battlefront in 1946. Indeed, after 4 years in Dachau, he was a man in a hurry. He was liberated by the U.S. Army and returned to Greece in the spring of 1945.30. Despite the failure of the KKE to seize power at the time of liberation and the defeat of ELIS in the December uprising, Zachariadis' return to Greece was a significant morale booster for the KKE membership. The party had expanded and many of the new members were attracted to the KKE less by ideological affinity than by the exigencies of the occupation. The reliability of the wartime recruits was questionable, while the finger-pointing within the KKE leadership over who was responsible for the defeat of EAM-ELIS in December further exacerbated the fissures that had developed in the party since 1944. Zachariadis was not tainted by defeat, and as Moscow's man he was in a position to purge and guide the KKE back in an orthodox Marxist direction. In 1945, Zachariadis had little faith in guerrilla warfare as it had been waged in the Greek mountains during the occupation, but he believed in the Marxist notion of a workers' uprising in the cities. Initially, however, Zachariadis proceeded with caution, trying to gauge the situation not only in Greece generally, but also the post-war dynamics of the KKE and the Greek left. To the surprise of many hardliners, he approved of the Varkiza Accord that had ended the December uprising and had underscored the defeat of the left. 31 Zachariadis then took the first steps in regaining control of the party by denouncing the well-known ELIS chief, Aris Volohiatis, who had publicly rejected the peace accord. 32 The exact reason for Zachariadis' actions is unclear. Perhaps this was a signal to the government that the KKE were abiding by the treaty, or he needed to buy time to reorganize the party and reaffirm his authority as well as eclipse any potential challenger to his leadership. 33 Increasingly, however, he began to sound ambiguous about the possibility of returning to an armed struggle. 34 The defining moment for Zachariadis and the future of the KKE, and the left in general, came at the end of March 1946. The government called for a national election under international supervision, which posed a dilemma for Zachariadis. If the KKE participated in the election it faced two possibilities: first, despite the presence of international observers, its members, particularly those outside the main urban areas, would face intimidation and not vote. Second, even if all went well, the communist vote would not be enough to give the KKE strong representation in the new parliament. Either outcome could have marginalized the KKE, and coming so close to achieving power, only to suddenly lose it, was not acceptable to Gerolymatos. According to some KKE estimates, if they had fielded candidates and encouraged their supporters to vote, they could have secured about a third of all the parliament seats. 35 Despite strong indications from Stalin to adopt a gradual approach and to participate in the political process, Gerolymatos ignored his Soviet patron and opted for military confrontation. 36 Unknown to Gerolymatos and the KKE leadership, the Soviet Union had abandoned the Greek communists. At the Yalta Conference in February 1945, Stalin had reassured Churchill that he would stand by their agreement, made in Moscow in 1944, not to interfere with British policy in Greece. Unfortunately, neither Gerolymatos, nor anyone else in the KKE, had any idea of the arrangements made between Stalin and Churchill. Accordingly, in February 1946, the Central Committee announced that the supporters of the left should not register in the electoral lists and should abstain from the March elections. 37 The Greeks went to the polls on March 31 and elected a government that did not represent a sizable segment of the population both in the cities and in the countryside. By all accounts, however, the election was, albeit with some incidents, as fair as it could have been under the circumstances. In June, Gerolymatos had also denounced the plebiscite bill, which was to decide the fate of the monarchy, as fraudulent, and ordered that the KKE and the left were not to take part when the referendum was held on September 1. As a result, in September 1946, a legitimate referendum restored the monarchy and George II returned to his palace. Within 6 months, the political status quo ante was re-established. Gerolymatos had miscalculated and in so doing marginalized the KKE and the left and in the process created the conditions for civil war. It is impossible to speculate on the future of Greece if the communists and the left had taken part in the election and the plebiscite. Perhaps the country would have eventually evolved into a liberal democracy. At the very least, Gerolymatos' legacy would not have been civil war and complete defeat. By abstaining from the election and launching an insurgency, the KKE abandoned its role as a legitimate opposition and almost overnight was transformed into an outlaw organization. The communist bloc eventually provided arms and supplies to the KKE, but denied them official recognition, thus guaranteeing that both the Provisional Communist Government in the mountains, in reality based in Yugoslavia, and the Democratic Army of Greece, DAG, remained an insurgency for the duration of hostilities rather than an acknowledged belligerent. The absence of recognition from any government robbed the KKE of legitimacy, and permitted the government in Athens to label the DAG forces as bandits. The DAG, despite these liabilities and an erratic supply situation, achieved remarkable tactical victories, confounding the Greek army as well as its British advisors. The KKE guerrilla war was the first post-World War II insurgency that challenged the limits of a conventional military. In March 1947, the Truman Doctrine brought the United States into the affairs of Greece and elevated the Civil War from a domestic fratricide into an international concern in which the combatants became the proxies of the United States and its allies against those of the Soviet bloc. The Americans poured massive supplies of war material and economic aid into Greece, but in the end the war was not so much won by the Greek army and its backers as lost by the communists. In 1949, Gerolymatos staked everything by committing his forces to conventional battles and faced defeat by a reorganized and well-disciplined Greek army. The remnants of the DAG escaped to Albania and some even into Yugoslavia, despite the Stalin-Tito split and Gerolymatos' decision to remain loyal to the Soviet leader, which put them beyond the reach of their pursuers. Gerolymatos also escaped and initially found refuge in Romania, where KKE and DAG survivors were accommodated temporarily, before settling in the USSR. During the period of de-Stalinization and the Khrushchev thaw, he was deposed as the KKE's General Secretary. 38 You must have heard my news, he wrote to Alexis Parnas, an already politically excommunicated comrade, I was expelled from the party after 36 years. That way we are both in the same denominator. Let it be. The wheel will turn, and the poor man will rejoice. 39 But he did not. Gerolymatos was sent into a protracted forced exile until his eventual suicide in the summer of 1973. The Greek communist leader, like many of his counterparts in the Balkans, Europe, Russia, and China, viewed the world through the prism of ideology set by Stalin. It was a harsh creed that permitted no compromise, and even the hint of disloyalty invited immediate retribution. Mistakes, failure, or being caught in the wrong place on the shifting communist spectrum meant catastrophic defeat resulting in confinement at least for most communist leaders and possibly execution. The death of Stalin and the rise of Khrushchev spelled the end of many of the Soviet dictator's followers. Men such as Gerolymatos understood this dynamic, and as long as death was not the result, they could anticipate that circumstances would change. They had mimicked Stalin's style of leadership and imposed the Soviet interpretation of communism and history in their respective parties. Gerolymatos did not have the luxury of condemning his opponents in Greece to death or to a gulag, but he did have the power to excommunicate those he deemed schismatic from his and Stalin's version of the communist faith. By the 1930s, Gerolymatos had fashioned the KKE into a Stalinist communist party purged of any cadres who had views contrary to his and those of the Moscow leadership. The decade was also ripe with opportunities for the Greek communists to find a foothold in the Greek body politic. The Great Depression, the impact of the Asia Minor refugees, and the failure of the traditional political establishment to deal with the ongoing economic crisis, along with a succession of coups and counter-coups, created opportunities for the KKE to move from the fringe to mainstream politics. Chapter 2. Authoritarianism, War, and Occupation. He who establishes a dictatorship and does not kill Brutus, or he who founds a republic and does not kill the sons of Brutus, will only reign a short time. Machiavelli, Discourses on Livy. The dynamics of Greek politics in the 1920s and 1930s were shaped by the tumultuous events that had buffeted Greek society in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The course of Greek irredentism, launched successfully by Eleftherios Venizelos in the Balkan Wars of 1912-13, culminating with the Asia Minor disaster during the summer of 1922, came to an abrupt end. In the decades to come, notions of a greater Greece surfaced occasionally but were confined to the incorporation of Cyprus. The rest of the decade was marked by military coups, the abolition of the monarchy, the establishment of a short-lived republic from 1924 to 1935, followed by monarchy, then by Metaxas authoritarian regime. 2. The collapse of Greek financial institutions and the mass unemployment resulting from the Great Depression, as well as problems created by the influx of over 1 million refugees from Asia Minor, greatly undermined the credibility of the Republic and hastened its demise. On November 3, 1935, after another attempted military coup, a fraudulent plebiscite led to the restoration of the monarchy. The return of King George II was less the result of increased popularity for the crown than a symptom of national malaise, brought about by the 1929 stock market crash and the subsequent international financial collapse, the never-ending political intrigues on the part of the major parties, but most of all the intervention of the military. Fig. 2. Eleftherios Venizelos, Greece's most prominent politician, whose followers overthrew the monarchy. Library of Congress. Individual members of the armed forces have played significant roles in Greek politics from the inception of the modern Greek state. Nevertheless, until 1922, the army had refrained from assuming power directly, and had only occasionally attempted to influence the political leadership. 3. A major factor that impeded such ambitions was the factionalism and system of clientage that permeated the officer corps. Indeed, the officer corps simply mirrored the divisions within Greek society, each faction looking to a different political leader or the monarchy for professional favors. 4. In 1915, Greek officers were, for the first time, compelled to choose sides over participation in World War I, the choices being either neutrality, as advocated by King Constantine, or alignment with the Entente, espoused by Venizelos. 5 In so doing, the officer corps lost its cohesion as a corporate body. The ensuing fracture created in the army, and throughout the country, became permanent with the military coup of 1922 and the blood feud after the execution of the 6.6. The revolution of 1922 not only forced the abolition of the monarchy, but also heralded a new era of direct intervention by the army in the making and unmaking of governments. Each coup, whether successful or not, was followed by a purge of the armed forces. In 1922, the royalists were drummed out of the military, but in the succeeding coups of 1933 and 1935, the axe fell mostly on Republican officers so that by 1940, almost all anti-monarchists had been forced into retirement. 7 As a result, control of the armed forces reverted to royalist officers, who, in conjunction with some members of the Populist Party, began to clamor for the restitution of the monarchy. In 1932, the Populists, the traditional party of the royalists, had disavowed their allegiance to the crown, but as George Daphnis observed, their rejection was superficial, and 3 years later, in 1935, they reasserted their support for George II. 8 As indicated above, after the populist victory at the polls and immediately following the March 1935 coup attempt, tremendous pressure was placed on Panagiotis Tsaldaris, the populist premier, to bring about an immediate restoration of the monarchy. Tsaldaris had promised a referendum on the issue of the monarchy, but following the landslide victory in the 1935 general election, many in his party, and primarily senior army officers, demanded that he abolish the republic and invite George II to return to Greece. 9 Tsaldaris refused, and his government was promptly overthrown by the military. He was replaced by General George Kondalis, one of the conspirators and a former Republican who, upon assuming office, declared the end of the Republic and set a referendum on the return of the monarchy for November 3, 1935. The results of the plebiscite were outlandish even to the most credulous supporters of the monarchy. Out of 1,492,992 votes cast, only 34,454 opposed the return of George II. 10 The restoration of the monarchy, according to John S. Kaliopoulos, brought in a new and decisive factor, the king, who held the undisputed loyalty of the military. 11 Other factors, however, emerged that not only secured the position of the monarchy, but also brought Greece closer to the totalitarian regimes of Germany and Italy. The reinstatement of George II did not heal the fissures of Greek society, and the elections of 1936 showed this clearly by producing a parliament divided almost evenly between the liberals and populists, along with 15 communist deputies. Since the bitter divisions between the Venizelists and monarchists made it impossible for the major parties to cooperate and form a coalition government, the other practical option was for one of the major parties to work with the communists. In 1936, the Greek Communist Party was on the fringe of the political scene, and although they did not enjoy widespread support, with the 15 seats they had won they were in a position to hold the balance of power in Parliament. 12 Both major parties initiated talks with the Communists, and the Liberals actually managed to reach an agreement with them, but these efforts at political compromise were unsuccessful. When news of a possible Liberal KKE coalition leaked out, Alexander Papagos, the Minister of Army Affairs, with the support of the chiefs of the Air Force, Navy, and Gendarmerie, informed the king that the armed forces would not countenance a government that included communists. 13. In the period preceding and following the election, Greece was undergoing labor unrest accompanied by strikes and violence, which occasionally led to serious casualties. 14 On May 8, 1936, a strike in Thessaloniki by 6,000 tobacco workers broke down in violence, which prompted railway and tram workers to strike in sympathy. The government was then forced to deploy army units to support the gendarmerie and issued a decree mobilizing the railwaymen and tram workers. These measures were ineffective, and the number of strikers reached 25,000. On May 9 the gendarmerie clashed with demonstrators around Government House, and in the ensuing battles 12 died and 200 protesters were wounded. In the absence of a majority government or coalition, a caretaker government, headed by Konstantinos Demirtas, administered the country. Unfortunately, Demirtas died in April and Yanis Metaxas, the deputy premier and the leader of a small right-wing party, succeeded him as head of the government. The death of Demirtas had been preceded by the demise of a number of other prominent political figures including Kondalis, Venizelos, Tsaldaris, and Alexandros Papanastasiou, which at this critical juncture deprived the country of some of its most influential and experienced leaders. The coincidence between the deaths of these individuals and the labor unrest sweeping over Greece provided an opportunity for Metaxas, with the support of the king, to gain control of the state. The Workers' Federation had declared a 24-hour general strike for August 5, and on August 4, Metaxas persuaded the king to suspend certain articles of the constitution and declare martial law in order to avert a communist revolution. 15 After August 4, 1936, King George II gave Metaxas the authority to rule by decree, thus establishing, in effect, a royalist dictatorship that lasted until the king reinstated the constitution in February 1942. Unlike the totalitarian regimes of Germany and Italy, the Metaxas regime was not based on a political party nor did it seek to secure a mass following. Although supported by the military, it was not given power by the army and did not develop a fascist or Nazi ideology, beyond some vague references to the establishment of a third Greek civilization. 16 It had some of the trappings of a dictatorship, and Metaxas has often been labeled a dictator, but his power rested on the sufferance of the king. Metaxas is better defined as a strongman and the head of an authoritative regime, one whose conservative credentials were akin to those of the governments that had preceded it. 17. According to Metaxas, the regime established on August 4, 1936 was an anti-communist Greek state that was totalitarian with an agricultural and labor basis and therefore anti-plutocratic. It did not depend on a political party, but rather constituted the whole of Greek people, excluding the communists and reactionary old political parties and factions. 18. The dictatorship, in essence, was a royalist dictatorship that functioned through Metaxas, and a small but devoted group of lieutenants propped up by the armed forces. The military depended on the monarchy for their rank and to keep their Venais list counterparts out of the armed forces. In addition, an efficient security service quickly weeded out any opposition to the regime. Unlike Hitler and Mussolini, Metaxas did not make a conscious attempt to distance himself from the military in order to avoid the appearance of relying on the army for support, because the officer corps remained loyal to the king, and his authority was maintained entirely at the king's discretion. 19. The leaders of the major parties failed to mount an effective opposition or attempt to undermine the dictatorship and, for the most part, they did not pose a serious threat to the regime. Their activities were confined to written protests or efforts to convince the king that they could provide an alternative to Metaxas. 20 There were exceptions, most notably Panagiotis Kanellopoulos, but the non-communist resistance effort came from Venais list officers purged after the 1930s coup attempts. With the exception of a single abortive rebellion in 1938, the efforts of these ex-officers were restricted to plotting future coups and printing illegal pamphlets. 21. For Metaxas, the communists constituted the most serious danger, and immediately upon assuming power, he outlawed the KKE. 22 Konstantin Maniadakis, the Minister of Security, established a wide network of informants. Through communist renegades and police agents he was able to infiltrate and ultimately dominate the local communist organizations. A month after the declaration of martial law, the authorities apprehended the General Secretary of the KKE, Nikos Zachariadis. By April 1938, all members of the Politburo had been arrested with the exception of George Scientos. 23 Hundreds were arrested, imprisoned, or sent to internal exile on remote islands, while thousands more were coerced into signing declarations of repentance in order to avoid incarceration. 24 Just before the Italian invasion in October 1940, a proud minister of propaganda, Theologos Nikolaoutas, claimed that 57,000 had signed declarations. Remarkably, these figures exceeded the total membership of the Communist Party, which did not surpass 14,000, and must be attributed to the excessive zeal of the police, who often seized individuals assumed to have communist sympathies. 25 Eventually many of those unjustly arrested or condemned to prison drifted to the KKE. The tactics used by Maniadakis quickly undermined the communists, with most of their leadership in prison, while the few who managed to escape were forced to live a clandestine existence that later proved invaluable during the occupation. 26 In addition to the use of informants and infiltration of police agents into communist organizations, Maniadakis created a fake KKE Central Committee as a counterweight to the existing Central Committee, which, along with the numerous declarations of repentance, came close to destroying the Greek Communist Party. Throughout this period, the police, the gendarmerie, and the security service were the principal forces used not only to combat the communists but also to be the main prop of the Metaxas regime. Unlike the police forces, the army remained exclusively loyal to the king despite Metaxas' efforts to secure the loyalty of the officer corps. 27. Aside from the persistence and audacity of its loyal cadres, the continued survival of the Communist Party is partially attributable to Zacharyadis' policy of decentralizing some of the KKE underground into independent self-contained cells. 28 Although many of these units were penetrated by the Metaxas security services, enough survived to provide a core for the party's reorganization after 1941. 29 Another important, albeit inadvertent, contribution was made by the Metaxas regime's policy of keeping arrested communists together in special political prisons and islands of exile. The imprisoned communists transformed their incarceration into useful activity by conducting classes on Marxism and training the less experienced cadres in clandestine work. 30 To some extent, these factors explain how the KKE, although seemingly at the point of extinction during the Metaxas period, was capable by autumn of 1941 to begin organizing a wide and effective underground. 31. Despite the vigilant efforts of the dictatorship's security services, some opposition remained and communist cells and groups of Venais list officers continued to work underground. Their survival and re-emergence during the occupation would play a pivotal role in the resistance. Each year, however, the Metaxas regime tightened its grip on the country and made it progressively more difficult for anyone to organize effective opposition. The general population continued to remain indifferent to Metaxas even though the strongmen instituted a number of reforms which, if they did not inspire popularity for the government, assured it benign toleration. In the face of public apathy toward Metaxas and the king, some individuals in the underground became willing recruits for the British intelligence services. It is impossible to discern their motives except that the increased presence of the British intelligence services after 1939 raised the spectre of possible British intervention, a situation that had historical precedents in Anglo-Greek relations. For most of the 1920s and 1930s, Great Britain, the foreign protagonist in Greek affairs, had little interest in the small Balkan country. The Greek debacle in Turkey was a major setback to British ambitions in the Near East, and after 1923, the British had to reconsider their policy toward Greece, Turkey, and the Balkans. On October 14, 1922, the Chiefs of Staff of the Military Services in a memorandum to the Foreign Office recommended closer ties between Britain and Turkey, rather than with Greece. The Chiefs of Staff also warned that an aggressive attitude toward Turkey could endanger the allegiance of Britain's Muslim subjects, who regarded Turkey as the champion of their faith. The Chiefs of Staff also suggested that friendly relations with Turkey would allow Britain to maintain control over the Bosphorus and Dardanelles Straits with minimal forces. 32. Within this new geopolitical context, Greece ceased to be a factor in British policy and strategy in the eastern Mediterranean. The British government regarded the internal political situation in Greece with indifference and for the most part lost all interest in the country. According to Sir Robert Vansittart, those who helped Greece into a mess, the Greek invasion of Asia Minor, did nothing to help her out. 33. After the Chanak crisis in 1922, Britain had little enthusiasm for foreign adventures, and the prime ministers who followed Lloyd George were more concerned with domestic and imperial matters. When they looked to Europe at all, comments C. M. Woodhouse, Greece fell within their blind spot. The Near East was insensibly superseded by the Middle East, which meant the Arab states and the problem of carrying out the Balfour Declaration on Palestine. 34. During the next 16 years, 1923 to 39, British-Greek relations remained dormant except for the occasional disturbance by the Greek population of Cyprus. Despite the flare-up of Greek nationalism in Cyprus and demonstrations of anti-British feeling, politicians in Athens were content to maintain the status quo in Cyprus and avoided doing anything that might have antagonized the British. 35 The Greeks felt that it was imperative to maintain good relations with Great Britain, not only because of her military influence in the Mediterranean, but also because London was one of the main sources of foreign loans. The service of these debts, which amounted, in some years, to one-third of Greece's budget, became due in the years when the depression was at its height. At the same time, Britain's slower recovery from the depression tended to work against client states, such as Greece, who were forced to seek other trading opportunities. Germany clearly provided such an opportunity due to its more rapid recovery in the mid-30s. Between 1932 and 1935, Greek exports to Germany rose from 14.5% to 29%. Concurrently, Greek imports from Germany doubled to 18.7% from 9.7%. After 1935, German imports superseded goods from Great Britain and reflected the growing influence of Germany in Greece. During the same period, Greek exports to Britain fell from 23.4% to 12.8%, while imports rose slightly, from 13.6% to 15.5%. Trade with the United States fared better. Although imports fell from 15.3% to 6.2%, Greek exports to America went from 14.4% to 17.1%. 36. The growing trade dependency of Greece on Germany increased during this period by the system of payment the Germans implemented in the 1930s. Exports to Germany from Greece were not paid for in currency but settled through a clearing account in Berlin and could only be liquidated by making purchases in Germany. 37 German influence upon the Greek economy peaked on September 24, 1937, when a trade agreement was signed between the two states that attempted to regulate their economic relations. Under the terms of the economic treaty, official representatives from both countries were to meet once a year in order to establish a fixed rate of imports and exports between the two, thus bringing Greek-German trade under joint control. 38. In 1935, the Abyssinian crisis, during which Italy invaded Ethiopia, forced the British to reconsider the strategic relevance of Greece, and once again raised British interest in Greek affairs. For example, it was while British attention was focused on Ethiopia that General Condolis, with the support of the chiefs of the armed services, staged his coup in order to restore the Greek king to his throne. Ultimately, the British response to the events in Greece was the final blow to Greek parliamentary democracy. Kaliopoulos writes, the British government was faced with a serious dilemma. They wished to stay out of the internal affairs of Greece, yet they needed the cooperation of the Greek government in the present international crisis, and in a possible emergency in the Mediterranean. He adds, recognition of the new regime, however, was tantamount to recognizing a restoration of the monarchy by force. But from now on the Abyssinian crisis acted as a catalyst in the formulation of British policy towards Greece and Greek affairs. Hitherto, the British government had followed events and issues in Greece as an interested spectator. Thereafter, the British government became a participant in Greek affairs. 39. On October 15, 1935, the Foreign Office instructed the British ambassador in Athens to establish contact with the government of Condolis and personally assure him of British support. Accordingly, the ambassador was told by the Foreign Office, "We think that the present political situation, in which we might at any time require the goodwill and friendly cooperation of the Greek government, renders it desirable that you should enter into personal relations with General Condolis and other ministers, whether there be official recognition of the new regime or not. As for official recognition, the sooner it can be safely effected the better from the point of view of British interests. Delay merely on technical grounds is, in view of the international situation, to be deprecated. 40. King George II, unlike his father Constantine, was pro-British in both sentiment and action. From 1924 until his restoration in 1935, he lived in London while enjoying the life of an English gentleman and made several useful contacts with influential British politicians and senior civil servants. 41 He was greatly admired and trusted by members of the Foreign Office, who, in turn, were sympathetic to the exiled monarch. Sir Robert Vansittart, the permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, for example, described George II as a companionable man, who preferred his affections in Britain to rickety eminence in Greece. 42 Before George II left London, he met with the Foreign Secretary, Sir Samuel Hoare, who informed him that while the British government could neither endorse nor discourage the restoration, Great Britain would not delay recognition and would wish to see the new regime established as securely as possible. 43. The Foreign Office, in effect, wanted to secure Greek support in case of a military confrontation in the Mediterranean, and a pro-British monarch was added insurance. 44 After the end of the Abyssinian crisis, British policy focused on restoring good relations with Italy while placating Greece, Yugoslavia, and Turkey with assurances of military support. On June 18, 1936, the British Foreign Secretary, Anthony Eden, declared in the House of Commons that Great Britain would continue its assurances to the small Mediterranean states, as outlined under Article 16 of the League of Nations, after it lifted sanctions against Italy. 45 The Foreign Office also considered going a step further and turning the declaration of British support into a military pact with Greece and Turkey. The issue of military assistance for Greece, however, troubled the British Chiefs of Staff, and a lengthy analysis concluded that a military understanding with Greece would burden Britain with the liabilities of a weak ally and offer little in return. The report suggested that Greece was difficult to defend and went on to underline that Britain risked becoming involved in local Balkan disputes, whereas an alliance with Turkey would offer valuable military advantages in a war against either Italy or the Soviet Union. The Chiefs of Staff recommended that the best method of securing the Mediterranean was the restoration of Britain's former friendly relations with Italy. 46. The report of the Joint Planning Subcommittee influenced British policy toward Greece until the outbreak of World War II. It minimized the value of an Anglo-Greek alliance and underlined its liabilities for British security interests. 47 The report stated, "The Greeks are poor fighters and the military problem of protecting their country against Italy in war would be a very difficult one. Greece lies so close to Italian airdromes that a heavy scale of air attack could be directed by Italy against any military bases established in that country. We should also be committed to the maintenance of Greek sea communications, which would be a commitment, in some respects, greater than maintaining our own, as for us there are routes alternative to the Mediterranean." 48. After the end of the Abyssinian crisis, several new factors influenced the course of Anglo-Greek relations. The British government once again was reluctant to establish an alliance with Greece or with any of the Balkan states. At the same time, Greek foreign policy reflected the dichotomy of power represented by the king and Metaxas. The Metaxas regime appeared to steer a neutral policy while attempting to court a British alliance to counter the encroachments of Italy. According to Kaliopoulos, the long tradition of Anglo-Greek cooperation and friendship made the Greek government take for granted British support in all circumstances, and this prompted it to follow, despite the serious and repeated warnings of the Greek Chiefs of Staff, a policy which depended to a great extent on Britain. 49 This interpretation, however, reflects the wishes of King George II and not necessarily the policy of Metaxas. The reaction of the British government to the royalist dictatorship was mixed, and for the most part the British reconciled themselves to the new order. The appraisal of Sir Sidney Waterlow, the British ambassador in Athens, of the Greek political situation in August 1936 played down the abolition of parliamentary democracy and stressed that the king was in control of the situation. The dictatorship, he argued to the Foreign Office, was advantageous to British interests. 50 Metaxas, for his part, went out of his way to assure the British that he would maintain the traditional Anglo-Greek friendship. he informed Waterloo in December 1936 that Greece was irrevocably and unreservedly devoted to the British connection. 51 These professions of friendship reflect typical polite diplomatic exchanges and are not indicative of enthusiastic British support for the new order, nor do they suggest that Metaxas wished to abandon Greek neutrality in exchange for an alliance with Great Britain. In the same vein, Metaxas, in the aftermath of the Czechoslovakian crisis during which Germany annexed the Sudetenland, attempted to placate the German ambassador in order to preserve Greek neutrality. During the course of a meeting with the German foreign minister, Prince Zeuerbach, in early October 1938, Metaxas admitted that the king would oppose a pro-German policy and that any movement in that direction would lead to the downfall of his government. At the same time, Metaxas told Urbach that if Greece sided with Great Britain, the Veneists would use this opportunity to take control of the state. In his dispatch to the German Foreign Ministry, Urbach pointed out that during the Sudeten crisis Greek public opinion was overwhelmingly in favor of Britain and France, but he stated that the Metaxas government was not affected by the attitude of the general population. He also added that the Greek government saw its salvation rather in collaboration of the European great powers, and from this standpoint welcomed with sincere joy and satisfaction the happy solution of the European crisis through the Munich Agreement 52. As he indicated to the German ambassador, Metaxas had to tread very carefully with respect to Greek foreign policy, since he required the goodwill of the king, and the monarch insisted upon close ties with Britain. Metaxas had to maintain at least a veneer of pro-British sentiment. He feared that the British did not like the dictatorship and that they harbored strong misgivings about his past affiliations with Germany as well as his loyalty to King Constantine, who had attempted to keep Greece from joining the Entente during World War I. On March 12, 1939, Metaxas wrote in his diary that he suspected that the British would try to remove him, and as late as April 1940 he was still suspicious of British intrigues against him. 53. Metaxas' suspicions were not without foundation. Waterloo, originally a supporter of the dictatorship, had by 1938 changed his views. His dispatches included warnings that the dictatorship might soon be violently overthrown and recommended that the British government withhold any assistance to the Metaxas regime since this aid might cause an anti-British reaction. 54 Waterloo also attempted to use his influence with the king to convince him to drop Metaxas, but he met with no success. 55 In 1938, Metaxas met with Waterloo and proposed an Anglo-Greek alliance, and when this was rejected, Metaxas confided in his diary that the refusal left him free to pursue his own policy, essentially one of neutrality. 56 His distrust of British commitment to the Balkan states was reinforced when Britain accepted the Italian invasion of Albania in April 1939 without much protest. For their part, the British issued a mild reprimand to the Italians. In contrast, the Greek government began preparations to meet a possible Italian invasion of Greece. Meanwhile, Mussolini had assured the British that Italy did not have any hostile intentions against Greece, and Lord Halifax persuaded the Italian dictator to repeat these assurances to the Greek government. 57 Greek officials, however, remained skeptical and looked to Britain for support, but the British government was not prepared to give any guarantees to Greece except in close consultation with Italy. However, after Mussolini's statement on April 10, 1939 reaffirming Italy's intention to respect the territorial integrity of Greece, Britain and France issued their guarantees to Greece and Romania on April 13, 1939. 58 The assurances of Britain and France to Poland represented a watershed in British foreign policy regarding further German expansion. The guarantees to Greece and Romania, although implemented in such a manner as to avoid a break with Italy, fell within the new policy of containment invoked by Great Britain in the spring of 1939. 59. After the outbreak of war following Germany's invasion of Poland in September 1939, the Foreign Office requested from the Committee of Imperial Defense, CID, a strategic analysis of Greece. The CID was to determine what possible support Britain could provide the Metaxas government should circumstance brings the Greeks into the conflict. According to the Chiefs of Staff, it will be to our advantage for Greece to remain neutral as long as possible, even if Italy declares war against us. As a belligerent she will undoubtedly prove to be a liability and will tend to absorb Allied resources which could be used elsewhere. It has already, however, become apparent that the use of Ceuta Bay for our patrols engaged in interrupting German seaborne trade would be an advantage. If Turkey comes in on our side, this need would be obviated since contraband control could be more effectively exercised from the Bosporus. If Turkey, however, remains neutral or even becomes hostile, the use of a Greek harbor may become necessary. In this event, Greece might submit to force majeure while remaining neutral in the best interests of the Allied cause. 60. Metaxas, however, was determined to keep Greece out of the war at all costs. He confided in his diary that the interests of Greece, as far as the major powers were concerned, received a very low priority. The only option for his country was to become self-sufficient and maintain its neutrality. 61. At the same time, the British policy of keeping Greece neutral enabled Metaxas to avoid a possible showdown with the king should the latter press for Greece to enter the war on the side of Great Britain. Despite Metaxas' repeated displays of friendship toward Britain and his strictly formal relationship with Germany, the British always had doubts about the Greek dictator. They accepted the situation, however, because they could do little else under the circumstances and because they could count on the pro-British attitude of King George II. On October 28, 1940, Mussolini issued an ultimatum to the Greek government, which, if accepted, would have reduced Greece to the status of an Italian satellite. The immediate and uncompromising refusal of Metaxas to accept the Italian demands led to war. The Greek dictator's strong stand against Italy alleviated any doubts that the Foreign Office had over Metaxas' potential Axis sympathies, at least as far as Italy was concerned. There was still the question of Germany, and the British were particularly sensitive to the possibility that Metaxas could turn there for mediation and support. Germany, however, did not take sides in the matter. The surprising victories of the Greek army over the Italians in Greece and Albania reinforced the British policy of support for Metaxas, despite pressure from the Foreign Office to encourage the Greek government to release political prisoners and cooperate with the opponents of the regime. 62 Metaxas ordered the release of a large number of political prisoners incarcerated on remote islands and even recommissioned Veneis list officers, albeit lower-ranking ones, back in the army. Although the Foreign Office was satisfied with Metaxas' aggressive response to the Italian invasion, the SO2, later part of the Special Operations Executive or SO, was not convinced that the Greek dictator would be equally steadfast in the face of a German attack. According to SO officers in Athens, the Metaxas regime was honeycombed with too many pro-German sympathizers. Even if the Greek dictator did stand up to a German invasion, so too doubted if, in the inevitable occupation of Greece, Metaxas could head a credible government in exile. 63. In December 1940, a meeting was held between the British Foreign Office and representatives of the SO to discuss the situation in Greece. The SO representative indicated that the SO already had an agent in Athens with the object of promoting a united front. 64. He was attempting to secure the return of the exiled politicians, encourage the Veneis lists to support Metaxas, and make it known to the Greek government the undesirability of having two pro-German ministers in the government. The Foreign Office had serious doubts about the use of such activity, and the SO had to ensure that its representative would not undertake any action in such matters without the express approval of the British Embassy in Athens. 65. In fact, the newly created SO had very little contact with the intelligence services, ministries, or individuals close to the Metaxas government. Its raison d'etre was to prepare for sabotage and resistance, in Winston Churchill's often quoted phrase, to set Europe ablaze. Its role in Greece was to organize a network of agents to conduct such activity in anticipation of a possible Axis occupation. Despite the assurances given to the Foreign Office by their London counterparts, SO officers in Athens began to make contact with Veneis lists, communists, and other opponents of the Metaxas regime because, as will be illustrated below, the SO believed that such groups were capable of the type of underground work required to pursue its objectives in an occupied country. As a result, after the occupation of Greece, the SO's contact was mainly with Veneis lists and communists who opposed the Greek monarchy, which effectively was the Greek government in exile. In contrast, the Foreign Office and the British government were committed to the Greek king, and the traditional British intelligence services, such as the Secret Intelligence Service, SIS, had contacts in Greece with monarchists and with individuals who had been a part of or were in sympathy with the Metaxas regime. The continued success of the Greek armies against the Italians in Albania, after the initial victories of the Italian army, and the appearance of British forces, even of token strength, on the Greek mainland and Crete made a German invasion a distinct possibility. As early as November 4, 1940, Hitler had decided that some kind of intervention in the Balkans was necessary to rescue his only major ally from a humiliating defeat. On November 12 Hitler directed the commander-in-chief of the German army to make preparations for the occupation of the Greek mainland north of the Aegean should it become necessary to attack British air bases in Greece. 66. Although he had not yet decided on the outright occupation of Greece, Hitler was contemplating the seizure of bases for the German Air Force in order to dominate the eastern Mediterranean. His main concern, according to Directive 20, was to frustrate British designs against the Romanian Ploiești oil fields, Germany's main source of petroleum, and for this reason he ordered the planning for the invasion and occupation of northern Greece alone. Nevertheless, if necessary, he was prepared to overrun the entire Greek mainland. 67. After the Italian attack against Greece, the Greek government was less reticent about receiving British military aid, but still wanted such support kept secret, for the Metaxas regime did not wish to antagonize Germany. 68 In addition to formal contacts between Greek and British military representatives, Military Intelligence Research, MIR, and Section D, the forerunners of the SO, had begun preparations for the organization of clandestine networks in anticipation of a German occupation of Greece. Agents of MIR and Section D managed to procure substantial quantities of small arms, ammunition, grenades, and incendiary bombs and hide them in the British consulate in Athens. In addition, sabotage kits were manufactured out of 4-gallon gasoline cans. They included explosives, a saboteur's handbook translated into Greek currency equivalent to £100, 2 pistols with ammunition, and a few knuckle dusters. During this period, the British Secret Services managed to train 300 to 400 potential saboteurs. 69 MIR worked closely with the Greek General Staff, but Section D activities were kept secret from the Greek authorities, since these efforts involved the organization of underground cells staffed by Greek subjects hostile to the government as well as to the monarchy. 70 The SIS had a station in Athens and managed to develop a good working relationship with the Greek security police. The Greeks, for their part, supplied the British Secret Service with considerable information on German activities in the country. After the Italian attack, the MI6 station also anticipated a German occupation and made plans for evacuation and clandestine networks. 71. According to post-war accounts, the eventual employment of communists and republicans by the SO can be attributed to their willingness and ability to function underground. In contrast, those loyal to the Greek government and to the king were not interested in these activities because they were content with the political situation in Greece. Some even believed in an ultimate Axis victory or sympathized with the regimes of Germany and Italy. C. M. Woodhouse, who played a pivotal role as head of the SO's mission in Greece and became one of the principal historians of that period, claims that the right wing and the monarchists were slower than their opponents in deciding to resist the occupation, and were therefore of little use to the Allies until it was too late. 72. Nicholas Hammond, a member of Section D and later of the SO, states that the rationale for using communists and republicans as agents prior to Greece's entry into the war was that the Greek king and the government, headed by General Metaxas, who had been trained as an officer in Germany, would side with Germany, which had cleverly remained neutral and was disregarding the war of its ally Italy with Greece. 73 According to Richard Clogg, many senior Veneis list officers became willing agents of the SO in the fall and winter of 1940-41 because the Metaxas regime had refused them permission to fight the Italians. Clogg writes that these men were almost by definition pro-British. With British contacts going back to 1916, This group of officers was eager to contribute to the war effort but had been condemned by Metaxas' vindictiveness to kicking their heels in Athens. 74. On the other hand, the report on SO activities in Greece and the islands of the Aegean Sea, composed by Colonel Julian Dalbay on June 27, 1945,75 clearly states the premise for SO dealings with left-wing organizations: subversive activities must be based on a political concept. Effective sabotage and/or guerrilla sic can only thrive if a revolutionary atmosphere has been created previously through political organizations. 76. This report was written after the war and with the benefit of hindsight. Dalbay further states, the fact that resistance movements and eventually guerrilla warfare had to be built on left-wing political elements was well known to all concerned, and accepted in the SO directives of the Chief of Staff for 1943 and by the Prime Minister in his directives on our policy to Greece. 77. Initially, British strategy toward resistance in occupied Europe was to form secret armies inspired by revolutionary zeal that would rise up when the British or an allied army invaded the European continent. Although the concept of secret armies was not implemented, it continued to influence SO policy toward resistance throughout the war. 78. Given this context, it is not surprising that Section D in 1940, and later the SO, turned to the more radical elements in Greece for their recruits. Equally relevant is that for many Greek nationals, being employed by the secret service of a foreign power while Greece was neutral could be construed as an act of treason. At least this would have been the case up until the German attack against Greece. The Communists and many Republicans did not consider the monarchy and the Metaxas regime as the lawful representatives of the Greek state, and welcomed support from the British secret services to organize an underground that eventually they could use to achieve their own political ends. In 1941, Section D had established contacts with several individuals and groups and had organized 2 clandestine cells in Greece, one of conservative Republicans under Alexander Zanas in the north, and another of more liberal Republicans and left-wing individuals under Colonel E. Bakirges in Athens. 79. Section D, through Eli Papadimitriou, a bitter opponent of Metaxas who maintained close contacts with Republican circles, established the Bakirges cell. Papadimitriou introduced Ian Piri and Pawson to Bakirges and shortly after secured for the SO the services of Odysseus, one of the most successful agents of the British intelligence service. 80. Papadimitriou became an important conduit between these groups and Section D, which was able to recruit additional key figures in the resistance such as Gerolymatos Koutsigianopoulos, Dimitris Bardopoulos, and Ilias Digenes as well as others. 81. In the early period, Papadimitriou was also the main contact between the SO and Greek communists. 82. However, neither group had much of an opportunity to get organized before the German invasion forced the British to withdraw from Greece. 83. On January 29, 1941, Metaxas died from an infection, leaving King George II with the option to restore the constitution, but the Greek monarch could not bring himself to dismantle the authoritarian state. Instead, he appointed Alexandros Karizis, the governor of the National Bank of Greece, as Metaxas' replacement. Sir Michael Pollaert, Waterlou's successor, urged the king to take provisional control of the government rather than appoint a nonentity figurehead, because he feared that the death of Metaxas would cause internal dissent. Metaxas, Pollaert commented, was unfortunately irreplaceable. 84. The king, however, was reluctant to take such a step. Karizis became president of the council. The de facto head of government and control of the army was left to the commander-in-chief, General Alexander Papagos. The Greek general was an Anglophile and even before the death of Metaxas had made his pro-Allied views known to the British military attaché in Athens, who reported that Papagos definitely considered himself and Greece as being our allies in all except word. 85. The continued defeats of the Italians in Albania, North Africa, Ethiopia, and the Eastern Mediterranean as well as the presence of British forces in Greece, however, convinced Hitler to intervene in Greece. On March 22, 1941, Hitler ordered Operation Marita, which included the occupation of the entire Greek mainland as well as all the islands. 86 The only changes to Hitler's plans came as a result of the coup in Yugoslavia on the evening of 26 to 27 March, which caused the resignation of the regent, Prince Paul, and the fear that Yugoslavia would withdraw from the tripartite pact with Germany. This situation required the transfer of additional forces to participate in attacking Yugoslavia as well as Greece. The Yugoslav coup expanded Hitler's strategic options with respect to Operation Marita by simplifying the logistical and transportation difficulties anticipated by the German High Command for the invasion of Greece. The Yugoslavs had inherited from the Habsburg Empire the railroad system that connected Austria, Hungary, Romania, and Greece, which made the campaign much easier than if they had to rely on Bulgaria's rail network. Thus, it offered the German army a direct approach to Macedonia. 87. On April 6, 1941, the German army launched its offensive and quickly overwhelmed the Yugoslav forces, reaching the Greek frontier within days and not the weeks anticipated by General Papagos. Meanwhile, the deployment of the Greek army and the British Expeditionary Force, BEF, was, according to Martin van Creveld, suicidal. 88 Papagos had divided his limited forces by keeping 4 divisions along the Metaxas line, which protected eastern Macedonia and Thrace, but allocated only 3 divisions to join the BEF and defend the Aliacaman line 100 miles to the rear. The British had assumed, from their discussions with Papagos on February 21, 1941, that Papagos would abandon the Metaxas line and use those forces to reinforce the Aliacaman line. When the first elements of the BEF arrived in Greece on March 5, however, Papagos refused to withdraw any divisions to the Aliacaman line because he feared the political repercussions of abandoning Macedonia and Thrace to Bulgaria. Instead, he recommended that the British commit their forces piecemeal to reinforce the Macedonian frontier. This suggestion proved unacceptable to the British, and a compromise was reached that left the BEF defending the Aliacaman line with the support of 3 Greek divisions. 89 These dispositions effectively created 3 defensive positions, the Aliacaman line, the Metaxas line, and the Albanian front, which depended for their security on the Yugoslavs holding their ground against superior German manpower and equipment. Papagos' plan was not what the British had agreed to when General Sir Archibald Wavell had discussed with the Greek general the role that the BEF would play in the defense of Greece, but was rather the result of misinterpreting Yugoslav intentions and political expediency. This turn of events was particularly disheartening for the British, especially since the decision to send troops to Greece was made over the objections of the Chiefs of Staff and the Middle East Commander-in-Chief. 90 Initially, Churchill was also reluctant to commit military forces to support Greece but quickly changed his mind. Aid to Greece was motivated less by military considerations than by Churchill's enthusiasm to support a gallant ally, but also because it would receive favorable American reaction. 91 In addition, there was the faint hope that it might result in a significant setback for the Germans. There was also the fear that if Britain did not support Greece it would have grave repercussions for relations with Yugoslavia and Turkey. 92 The Chiefs of Staff finally agreed to send help to Greece, but they cautioned that if British forces were to have any effect they had to be dispatched as soon as possible. The strategy of holding the Aliacaman line with the Greek forces withdrawn from Thrace and Macedonia, they concluded, would have been the only chance of success. 93 The military situation, however, deteriorated within weeks and was followed by the near collapse of the Greek government. By April 9, the Germans routed the Yugoslav army and captured the Metaxas line. Once they achieved this objective, they were able to turn the left flank of the Aliacaman line and advance into central Greece, while a detached force outflanked the Greek position in Albania. The Greek forces in Albania held their ground despite an Italian attempt to mount an offensive to coincide with the German attack, but the Italian army ultimately failed to achieve a breakthrough. The British, in contrast, did not have the opportunity to offer serious resistance since each defensive position proved futile, thanks in part to German superiority in equipment and air power. Once their position on the Aliacaman line was outflanked, they fell back from one position to another until the Royal Navy rescued them. 94 The commander of the First Greek Army in Albania, General George Tsolakoglu, realizing that his forces were cut off, decided on his own initiative to surrender to the Germans rather than give the Italians a victory they did not deserve. 95 Chrysis took his life on April 18, 1941, and the king appointed a new premier, Emanuel Tsidouros. On April 21, General Papagos recommended that the British begin evacuating their forces from Greece. 96 On April 23, the remnants of the BEF, the king, and his government were evacuated to Crete. The island, however, proved a temporary respite and, once again, the Royal Navy had to rescue the British forces, the king, and his ministers and take them to Egypt. From this point on, the Greek government was a government in exile under circumstances that would undermine its credibility with the general population of occupied Greece. Ultimately, in the hectic weeks before the collapse, George II lost another opportunity to establish a national government that might have enjoyed the confidence of his people through the dark years of occupation. Instead, with the exception of Tsidouros, the monarch surrounded himself by a camarilla of ex-Metaxas ministers and some Venaists who hardly qualified as true representatives of the Greek people. Meanwhile, some members of the Greek political and military leadership that remained in occupied Greece collaborated with the Axis powers, as was the case with Tsolakoglu, but most of the traditional political elite remained on the sidelines following the lead of Papagos. 97 The government in exile contained few outstanding personalities: Emanuel Tsidouros, who had been governor of the National Bank of Greece until Metaxas removed him, and Sakalariou, who had managed to evacuate part of the Greek fleet to Alexandria. 98 Although the Foreign Office suggested that the Greek king and his government remain in Cairo, at least until the Battle of Crete was over, it reconsidered after the Egyptian government refused to allow the Greek government to stay in Egypt. Eventually, the Foreign Office decided that it was more convenient to have the Greek monarch in England, thus London became the base of the exiled government, as was the case with all the other exiled governments. London, however, offered one serious drawback: it isolated the king from almost any contact with other Greeks, who continued to make their way to the Middle East throughout the occupation and could have given him a realistic picture of the transformation of the political situation in the country. The Greek government in exile attempted, at least superficially, to distance itself from the Metaxas regime, but it was reluctant to grapple with the problem of constitutional reform. The king and Tsidouros did not consider the constitutional issue critical or immediate. The primary preoccupation of the government was the war. According to Tsidouros, only after liberation should the king and the government introduce constitutional changes. 99 The policy of the Greek government was mainly concerned with the organization of the Greek forces in the Middle East, followed by putting forth to the British and, later, the Allies, the Greek claims to northern Epirus, the Dodecanes, and Cyprus. The premier also argued for an adjustment of the frontiers with Bulgaria as well as with Yugoslavia and massive Greek immigration to the Italian colonies of North Africa. In addition, if Turkey were to follow a hostile policy toward Britain, Greece should demand the accession of Eastern Thrace and insist that Istanbul become a free city with Greece participating in its administration. 100 Much as he tried, Tsidouros could not bypass the problem of the constitution, and to avoid the appearance of bowing to British pressure he encouraged George II to terminate officially the August 4 dictatorship. The king issued a decree ending the Metaxas regime in October. 4 months later, in February 1942, he signed a new constitutional act revoking Metaxas legislation of August 4, 1936 and re-establishing the Constitution of 1911.101. It is not evident from the extant sources whether this move was the result of British pressure, an attempt to placate the resurgent Republican sentiments of the Greek political parties, or simply a response to the fact that, as Tsidouros had pointed out on January 25, 1942, the death of Metaxas had ended the dictatorship. At least this was a delicate way of distancing the king from his actions on 4 August 1936. 102 The lack of popular support for the Greek monarchy in Greece left the king in a position of weakness when dealing in matters of Greek foreign policy and territorial claims. The problem for the Greek government in exile was complicated further by the fact that all Greek political leaders, with a few exceptions, had turned their attention to the constitutional question of monarchy or republic, while Greek territorial interests took second place. On March 30, 1942, the leaders of the pre-war political parties, with the exception of Kanellopoulos and Tsaldaris, signed an agreement stating that the constitutional problem would be addressed after the war by a referendum. With this agreement, the political leaders, with some exceptions, moved to the sidelines and obsessed over who should govern Greece in the post-occupation period and in what manner. 103 This not only affected questions of foreign policy, but also created a political vacuum in occupied Greece that enabled the communists to dominate the resistance movement. Indeed, the first approach by the KKE to the Greek Republican factions to form a common front with the aim of organizing resistance was met with rejection. Certainly working with the communists to fight the Axis occupation was not appealing, but the Greek political establishment was equally uninterested in organizing its own resistance movement. The leaders of these parties and political factions went as far as to suggest that it might even be preferable to exploit the anti-monarchist line of the Tsolakoglu regime, which the puppet government was advocating through the Axis-controlled press. 104. The leading figures of the Greek pre-war political parties concentrated on the constitutional issue and did not consider the establishment of resistance organizations as either premature or as an unnecessary hardship for the Greek people, who had done more than enough for the Allies in the campaigns of 1940 to 41.105. To a great extent, they, and those now living in exile, preferred to challenge the right of the king and his government to represent the Greek nation. Under these conditions, it was extremely difficult for the Greek government in exile to pursue a policy of reclaiming Greek territory. Even more difficult was the prospect of organizing a resistance movement, which, because of the political climate in Greece, would be beyond their control and in due course manipulated to oppose the return of the monarchy. The first major problem for the Greek government in exile, however, was not opposition but the growing famine in Greece, a result of the Allied blockade of occupied Greece, undertaken as a strategy to deprive the German army of food and supplies. The impact of this tactic had severe repercussions upon the populace, so the king and Sideros had to persuade the British to lift the blockade, if only temporarily. 106 The crisis placed the Greek government in exile on the horns of a dilemma. Sideros understood the utility of the strategy of blockade as a tactic of war and as a means of defeating the enemy. 107 The question, however, was one of degree. Depriving the occupation forces of external food supplies was one thing, while imposing a full-scale famine was entirely another. Sideros bombarded the British government with appeals and memoranda desperately pleading for the lifting of the blockade, but the interests of the Greek government in exile had very little impact on the British. 108 The British government did authorize the shipment of grain from Turkey, but the amounts were negligible and the grain had almost no effect on the food crisis that expanded considerably by the time winter arrived. 109 According to Ilias Venizais, in the winter of 1941, the British ambassador had assured the Greek premier, Gerolymatos, that in the event of the occupation of Greece, the British would permit the importation of 30,000 tons of grain per month. After the collapse of Greece, however, the British failed to honor this agreement, if indeed it had been made in the first place. 110. Concurrent with the problem of the blockade was the attempt by the Greek government in exile to implement a foreign policy based on a post-war political alliance with Britain that would be instrumental in addressing Greek territorial demands. On September 29, 1941, Sideros proposed to Alexander Cadogan, the permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, a Greek-British alliance and offered the British naval and air bases in Greece. Cadogan responded favorably to the Greek proposal but assumed that such an agreement would also involve Greek territorial claims. 111 For this reason Edward Warner, the head of the Southern Department, was reluctant to endorse an alliance that included any post-war territorial revisions in the Balkans and the Eastern Aegean. He proposed instead a military alliance along the same lines as that concluded with the government of Norway, and suggested that the question of British bases and Greek territorial claims could be discussed later, without making any formal commitments. Others shared Warner's view in the Foreign Office, fearing that Xyderos aimed to establish, with British support, a Greater Greece that would dominate the eastern Mediterranean. P. Dixon, also of the Southern Department, not only agreed with Warner's concerns about the implications of a post-war alliance with the Greek government, but also suggested that Turkey was far better suited than Greece to play a pivotal role in the Near East. 112 As far as the issue of bases was concerned, the Foreign Office was inclined toward a policy that would lead to a post-war Balkan alliance, which could also have included British and even American military bases. To this end, the Greek and Yugoslav governments were encouraged by the British to conclude an alliance on January 15, 1941, which aimed at forming a Balkan Union. 113 On November 25, 1941, Eden met with Xyderos and proposed an Anglo-Greek military alliance. He pointed out that any territorial and political agreements would be considered only after the end of the war. Xyderos had little choice but to accept Eden's offer, and after receiving the king's agreement, a military alliance was concluded on March 9, 1942, which also gave the British operational control of the Greek forces for the duration of the war. 114. Another matter of considerable interest to the British government was the disposition of the Greek merchant marine fleet. The use of the Greek ships was a vital concern for the British, since more than 80% of the Greek merchant marine operated from London and was chartered to the Ministry of War Transport. Some of the Greek owners wished to transfer their operations to New York, and the Greek Minister of Marine planned to open an office in the United States. The Ministry of War Transport, however, was opposed to this move and was anxious to keep control of the Greek merchant fleet in London. 115 According to Prokopi Papastratis, the Greek government in exile failed to exploit the situation because they needed the wholehearted support of the British government and could not risk alienating Churchill or the Foreign Office. 116 It is unlikely, however, that relocating the Greek merchant marine fleet to New York would have afforded the Greek government in exile any leverage over the British, especially after the United States became a belligerent in December 1941. Regardless, the Greek government in exile had to grapple with these and other critical issues throughout the war, but always within the context of an alliance with Britain. The British government supported the exiled king and his government in the expectation that he would be welcome back in Greece after the end of hostilities. Only then, the British assumed, could demands for constitutional change be addressed in an orderly manner and through free elections. British policy, according to Sir Llewellyn Woodward, the official historian of British foreign policy during World War II, could not have been based on any other assumption, but such a policy of moderation and common sense assumed a higher level of political education and restraint than was the case in the predominantly peasant countries of Yugoslavia and Greece. 117 The British historian also overlooks the impact of the famine, Axis reprisals, and the emergence of resistance that ultimately altered the political dynamic in Greece. Equally significant was that the Quisling occupation governments had all been affiliated with Metaxas and the monarchy. Later, the presence of so missions that worked closely with the left-wing resistance also gave the impression that the British supported the opponents of the monarchy. Prior to the war, neither Yugoslavia nor Greece had popular or democratic governments, and during the occupation, the left-wing underground in both states gained control of the resistance, leaving the British little choice except to cooperate, as military necessity dictated, with the communist-led resistance organizations. Woodward attempts to explain the difference between British policy toward Greece and that toward Yugoslavia by suggesting that had the Greek resistance produced a leader such as Tito, the British government might have followed a similar path in both countries. 118 He modifies his comments by adding that had Belgrade been as accessible as Athens, British policy toward Yugoslavia might also have been quite different. British policy in Greece between the beginning of the Axis occupation and liberation was characterized by two uncompromising principles. First, the Greek king and his government were the legitimate representatives of the Hellenic state, and second, that Britain would neither sanction nor impose any political change during the war. Within these guidelines, British policy was adapted and stretched to accommodate the Greek resistance groups in order to encourage them to play a useful military part in the overall efforts of the Middle Eastern theater of operations that included the Mediterranean. In his first book, Apple of Discord, Woodhouse defines British policy toward Greece as taking shape in an ad hoc manner and excludes the notion that the British government maintained any fixed policy. There was no such thing as HMG's policy towards Greece, in the sense of a fixed set of objectives laid down in advance. British foreign policy has never been something that is laid down in advance, to be achieved regardless of what may happen between its formulation and its execution. It is rather an emergent character which can gradually be detected amongst the welter of ad hoc discussion. 119. As far as the British government's support of the Greek monarchy was concerned, Woodhouse explains this was a commitment to the person of King George II. On the motives for Britain's loyalty to the Greek king, Woodhouse writes that they sprang hardly at all from the consideration that the restoration of the king would ensure the friendship of Greece towards England, because as a matter of plain fact almost any Greek government that was not communist would be friendly to England. They sprung almost entirely from gratitude and loyalty to the man who had stood with us when everything seemed lost. 120. A better question surely is whether the British had any other alternative. The king and the Greek government in exile were the internationally accepted representatives of the Greek state. Consequently, British denial of the legality of the Greek government could have given some credibility to the puppet regime in Athens. During the course of the occupation from 1941 to 1944, British policy alternatives in Greece fell between military expediency, using resistance groups to hamper and inflict damage to the Axis forces in Greece and thus indirectly to support the war effort in North Africa, and a political agenda that strove to keep post-war Greece within the British sphere of influence. To ensure the latter, the Foreign Office remained loyal to the King of Greece. In addition, Churchill felt a sense of gratitude to George II for his allegiance to Great Britain in 1941-121, but he was less eager to maintain the Greek monarchy than to preserve an orderly transition from occupation to liberation. In a statement to Rex Leeper, the British ambassador to the Greek government, Churchill outlined his policy regarding the Greek monarchy: the king is the servant of his people. He makes no claim to rule them. He submits himself freely to the judgment of the people as soon as normal conditions are restored. He places himself and his royal house entirely at the disposition of the Greek nation. Once the German invader has been driven out, Greece can be a republic or a monarchy, entirely as the people wish. 122. The underlying factor influencing British foreign policy was that the Greek monarchy represented legitimacy. From the beginning of the German occupation of Europe, Churchill had resolved that during the war Great Britain would resist any changes that altered the political establishments of the occupied states. 123 He was resolute in this policy and only gave way in the face of new realities, as was the case in Yugoslavia, France, and Poland, where possible. Churchill remained steadfast to the concept of legitimate authority. Within these parameters, however, the British government had to pursue a military strategy that in some theaters of operations required the cooperation of resistance groups with paramilitary organizations such as the SO. In these circumstances, it was necessary to ignore temporarily the overall guidelines of British policy in order to satisfy military expediency. Accordingly, throughout the war, the perceived usefulness of resistance organizations to military strategy had to compete with the policy objectives set by the Foreign Office. During the first phase of the war, 1939 to 1942, when victory seemed distant, the Foreign Office did not press its concerns over the potential friction between short-term military objectives and long-term political considerations. The Foreign Office, comments Gladwin-Jebb, tended to view the SO as a joke and then as a menace, whereas the staff of the SO considered the Foreign Office as a collection of timorous officials unaware of the supreme necessity of getting on with the war. 124. British policy toward maintaining the war in occupied Europe was to be carried out by guerrilla forces inspired by revolutionary fervor and not the secret armies of patriots originally envisaged by the British Chiefs of Staff. Although the British government did not adopt the secret armies strategy, it was incorporated into the idea of guerrilla forces as armies of resistance organizations and was part of the mandate of the SO. The very concept of revolutionary upheaval, however, was anathema to the Greek government in exile as well as to the political establishment in Greece. Ultimately, the Greek government in exile had to accept responsibility for the consequences of the occupation of Greece. For George II and Pseudoros, instigating an organized resistance movement held the prospect of considerable reprisals and the devastation of the country, but to what end? In 1941 to 1942, the British were not in a position to attempt an invasion of the Greek mainland, they were barely holding their ground in North Africa. Ultimately, the brutality of the occupation forces and the ensuing misery that descended upon the population proved the primary catalyst for resistance. Meanwhile, once the king and his government left Greece, they no longer had first-hand knowledge of its circumstances and lacked the ability to influence events in the occupied country. In the first days of the occupation, the German army behaved with almost extreme courtesy toward the general public. German soldiers paid for anything they bought and were particularly well-mannered in encounters with Greek officers. Hitler, on the recommendation of Field Marshal List and Reich Plenipotentiary Gunther Altenburg, had ordered the immediate release of all Greek officers and those of other ranks who had been taken as prisoners of war. 125 In fact, during the German invasion of Greece, Hitler had instructed the Wehrmacht to treat all captured Greek officers with military courtesy and permit them to retain their personal swords. The hastily formed government of Tsolakoglu, a creature of the Axis, attempted to be as accommodating as possible and believed that Hitler could be prevailed upon to keep the Italians out of Greece. One of Altenburg's first reports from Greece was to pass on a message of thanks from the Greek government, supported by telegrams from medical and professional associations, with the request that Hitler take Greece under his protection. 126 Symbolic gestures made by the Germans such as maintaining the Greek flag on public buildings and the honor guard at the tomb of the unknown soldier made a positive impression during the first weeks of the occupation. As Fleischer has pointed out, however, it is extremely difficult to determine the attitude of the general public toward the Germans. According to the Nazi press, the Wehrmacht was greeted with flowers and overwhelming enthusiasm, while the Greek underground press contends that from the beginning the population displayed its disgust and outright hatred toward the Nazis. 127 Between these two extremes, Fleischer writes, it is almost impossible to gauge the sentiments of the average Greek. The onset of the German occupation found a population that was war-weary and numb, one that felt Greece had fulfilled its duty to the Allied cause. 128 Between the entry of the German troops in Athens and the end of the Battle of Crete, most people, with the exception of opportunists and some old supporters of King Constantine, maintained an attitude of passive resignation toward the Germans. 129 However, after the Battle of Crete and the entry of the Italians into Greece as part of the occupation forces, the public attitude quickly turned to loathing. The early gestures of the Wehrmacht aimed at softening Greek attitudes toward the new order, however, were negated by acts of symbolic oppression which, coupled with the presence of the despised Italians, quickly convinced most people that the Germans were not likely to treat them with any measure of respect and honor. 130 From simple irritants such as the way the Germans indulged themselves in numerous baths and wasted water to wash their automobiles despite a chronic water shortage, to more disturbing incidents such as confiscating automobiles, villas, and any other valuable possessions, quickly changed people's opinions. 131 The Germans confiscated numerous houses and apartments in Athens as well as in other parts of Greece. Usually, they simply gave the unfortunate owners a receipt from the Wehrmacht. In some cases, they requisitioned part of a house and relegated the occupants to a few small rooms. The new German occupants also took possession of all the furniture, but occasionally they either paid a small sum or allowed the owners to take with them some of their belongings. 132 German arrogance and insensitivity was also reflected by the double standard in restaurants, which permitted German soldiers to have access to meat, beer, and other commodities denied the Greeks. In addition to the imposition of a curfew, Greek households were forced to keep their shutters closed day and night despite the oppressive heat of the summer. 133 Furthermore, The Wehrmacht in Greece purchased everything with freshly printed occupation currency that almost at once became worthless. At the peak of the famine that gripped Athens in the winter of 1941 to 1942, German soldiers were permitted to send food to their families in Germany, while the occupation authorities requisitioned foodstuffs in quantities that exceeded their needs and sold the surplus at prohibitive prices. 134 The German authorities took over most transportation and all communication networks, as well as imposing a strict press censorship. The former was particularly significant, since not only did it inconvenience the general public, but the confiscation of private transport also made it almost impossible to supply Athens with foodstuffs from the islands and the countryside. 135. The Greeks showed where their sympathies lay through their attitude toward British prisoners of war. Whenever the Germans transported these prisoners in the streets of Athens, people cheered the British and gave them cigarettes and food. From a population that now faced extreme deprivation of all such items, these were not merely symbolic gestures. Attitudes on both sides hardened considerably during the Battle of Crete, and then at the end of May 1941 two young men scaled up the Acropolis and took down the German flag. 136. This nonviolent and symbolic act caused the Germans to overreact. On May 31, 1941, the German authorities issued a proclamation that clearly exposed the oppressive and brutal nature of the occupation, although it attempted to shift responsibility for the new policies onto the Greek population. According to this decree, the harsh policies that the Germans adopted resulted from the recent attitudes and reactions of the Athenians toward the occupation forces. From that point on, a curfew was set for 10 p.m. The taking down of the German flag and similar acts of symbolic and sporadic resistance in the first months of the occupation were benign and mostly ineffective. The response of the occupation authorities, however, escalated in severity and acted as a catalyst for more organized and violent acts of defiance that within a year led to the creation of guerrilla bands in the Greek mountains. By the end of the summer of 1941, the combination of the encroaching famine and the increasing brutality of the occupation forces resulting essentially from minor and insignificant acts of defiance provided additional incentives for the Greeks to commit acts of violence against the Germans and Italians. On June 19, 1942, Archbishop Damaskinos, the head of the Orthodox Church in Greece, met with Altenburg, the Reich plenipotentiary, to protest the execution of hostages by the German authorities. The Greek cleric pointed out to Altenburg that it was unjust to kill innocent individuals in order to exact reprisals for acts of sabotage committed by unknown parties. The Greek people, Damaskinos added, expected better treatment from the Germans. They believed that Germany would protect Greece from the Italians and were prepared to accept a German occupation. After the executions and other acts of reprisals, the Greek people, including the Germanophiles, considered the German occupation forces as despised enemies. 137. Throughout the occupation, the Archbishop and other senior as well as ordinary priests undertook to save as many members of the Greek Jewish community as possible. The Orthodox Church issued Jews baptismal certificates and worked with the chief of the Athens police, who gave them identity cards that indicated their religion was Greek Orthodox. Parish priests and bishops throughout the country not only gave Jews refuge but also hid their sacred texts and objects in churches. When the Germans announced that Greek men would be conscripted as laborers and sent to Germany, Archbishop Damaskinos informed Altenburg that he would have all the church bells ring to signal a mass uprising. The Greek archbishop was the only senior cleric in occupied Europe to prevent the Germans from using Greeks as slave labor and the only one to officially condemn the persecution of the Jews. 138. Despite the burgeoning and progressively violent opposition to the Axis, the Greek government in exile was reluctant to instigate organized resistance and remained on the sidelines until it was forced to react to events. According to the British ambassador to the Greek government in exile, Palarit, Sideros, and the king were more anxious to consolidate their power against the encroachments from the Veneizalist and anti-monarchist exiles than to help form a resistance. 139. In 1940, the former commander of the Greek forces in Crete, General Christos Kitsios, returned to Athens and advised Greek officers that it was the monarch's wish that they should avoid getting involved with politics and should make sure that The younger officers did likewise. 140 John Hondros interprets involvement with politics to mean that the king and his government were against the idea of resistance. 141 Edmund Myers, who led the first British sabotage mission in Greece, writes, there were indications that the majority of influential royalist officers had been ordered by the Greek government in exile to remain in Athens, to have nothing to do with the republican resistance movements and to await the return of the royalist government. 142 Ultimately, the Greek government in exile was not so much opposed to attacking the enemy within Greece as to the concept of mass resistance, which meant that the Greek population would have had to sustain terrible reprisals, since in 1941-42 there was little hope of an Allied landing in Greece. During the first year of the occupation, the defeat of the Axis was a very remote possibility. Essentially, the Greek government in exile and their supporters in Greece had to accept, at the very least, a long occupation period and possibly a German victory. Both outcomes would have dire consequences for Greece. A mass resistance, in any case, was beyond the control of the Greek government in exile. It also had the potential to devastate the country. Britain lacked the resources to support the Greek army in 1941, let alone arm and supply a large resistance organization in Greece. Although the situation changed in late 1942, the king and his ministers had to assume that their priorities were to keep the country intact so that if and when the Allies won the war, they could return and re-establish the former political and social status quo. 143. Ironically, the puppet governments of occupied Greece adopted a similar policy. From Tzolakoglu, the first quisling prime minister, to Yanis Rallis, the head of the last occupation government, the main objectives of these regimes were to prevent the disintegration of the country and maintain the pre-war social and political fabric of Greece. 144 Tzolakoglu was convinced that the Germans were winning the war and Greece had to make the most out of a bad situation. The second puppet prime minister, Konstantin Logothitopoulos, had expectations of a profitable career, while Rallis claimed that his motives were to keep Greece under control in the wake of the anticipated German withdrawal and hand over the country to the Greek government in exile, thus preventing chaos and a possible communist takeover. All the puppet regimes as well as the Greek government in exile assumed that the officer corps would be instrumental in accomplishing these ends. The obvious leaders of a Greek government-sponsored resistance were the veterans of the Albanian campaign, but the officers who had led the victorious Greek armies against the Italians also bided their time and were slow to react to events as a body. The professional officers of the Greek armed forces who had served during the campaigns of 1940 to 1941 formed a distinct group and, to a degree, identified with the established social and political order. 145 Another group included the purged officers from the 1930s who had remained loyal to the cause of Venizelos and continued to oppose the monarchy. 146 At the beginning of the occupation, there were approximately 4,391 professional and 8,700 reserve officers. 147 The initial reaction of most of these officers to the occupation, as far as it can be determined, was one of resignation. At first, some Greek officers participated individually in several small underground organizations formed in the autumn and winter of 1941 to 1942. Later many officers joined or helped to establish various resistance groups, while others escaped from Greece to fight with the forces of the Greek government in exile. One major difficulty for the officers was that the Greek government and the king, through envoys from the Middle East, continued to discourage the military from participating in resistance organizations. At the same time, a large percentage of the senior officers believed that opposition to the Axis was futile. They assumed that Germany, because of its superior weapons and forces, would win the war. At any rate, this was the perception until the defeat of the German Sixth Army at the Battle of Stalingrad in December 1942. 148 Another obstacle was that no one in Athens was authorized to speak on behalf of the Greek government in exile and to maintain contact with the officer corps. The initial policy of the Greek government in exile was to encourage its followers, particularly those in the officer corps, to focus on espionage and sabotage as a means of continuing the struggle in occupied Greece. Another consideration, which had important consequences for the future, had to do with access to and control of information concerning the situation in Greece by the British and Greek authorities in the Middle East. In the first year of the occupation, information about Greece came essentially from Allied soldiers who had avoided capture and had made their way to the Middle East. Another source was Greek politicians, businessmen, professionals, and military officers who left Greece because they were wanted by the occupation authorities or decided to join the forces raised by the Greek government in exile. Finally, the clandestine groups organized by CIS and SO provided an abundance of intelligence on the political conditions in Greece, especially on the resistance groups, but that information was heavily censored before it was passed on to the Greek authorities in the Middle East and in London. The Tsolakoglu regime also attempted to control or at least keep the officer corps neutral by maintaining a Ministry of Defense, despite the fact that the occupation authorities did not permit the existence of armed forces. Greek generals, many of whom were heroes of the Albanian campaign and exercised considerable influence over the senior and, to a lesser extent, the younger officers, headed the ministry. For the most part, these officers either were royalists or had been followers of the Metaxas regime. Regardless of these efforts, hundreds of Greek officers made the perilous journey to the Middle East to join the armed forces of the Greek government in exile. The tendency of the Ministry of Defense of the Greek government in exile was to employ officers who had royalist and conservative credentials. In some cases, reformed Venais list officers were readmitted into the Greek army, but despite their newfound allegiance to the monarchy, their presence caused considerable resentment amongst the royalist officers and eventually was a contributing factor to several mutinies in the Middle East. 149. During the occupation, the officer corps continued to maintain its two broad divisions, royalists and Venais lists, which had the effect of marginalizing the institution in the covert and guerrilla war against the Axis in Greece. Furthermore, many of the younger and middle-rank officers either found their way to the Middle East or joined the resistance groups that started to develop in early 1942. Both trends disrupted the control that senior officers exercised over their junior colleagues and weakened the cohesiveness of the officer corps. Indeed, the monarchist-republican rivalry was re-established in the Greek armed forces in the Middle East, but in Greece the old schism underwent a metamorphosis that galvanized the country into pro- and anti-left coalitions that quickly took on the labels of communist and nationalist, respectively. The occupation presented the Greeks with a new reality that made the pre-war political schism almost irrelevant. Men and women had to choose between fighting the Axis, collaborating, or remaining passive. To fight they had to choose between the forces of the left and those of the anti-monarchists. Chapter 3. The Politics of Violence. From Resistance to Civil War. So now what will become of us, without barbarians? Those men were one sort of resolution. Constantine P. Cavafy. For Greeks today, occupation, resistance, and civil war invoke a parade of images, some magnificent, others outrageous, most cataloging a painful period in their recent history. The Athenians define the occupation as the period of darkness. Most remember the first day, April 27, 1941, a glorious Sunday. In the capital, the bone-white marble of the Parthenon, the centerpiece of ancient and modern Athens, basked under a cloudless blue sky. That morning, the Germans in a solemn ceremony raised the red and black swastika above the Acropolis. At 11 a.m., the German commandant of Athens ordered the Greek Evzone, a soldier from the unit that traditionally guards the unknown soldier and takes part in all official ceremonies, to lower the Greek flag as a special tribute to Hitler. The Evzone, dressed in the traditional kilt of the revolutionary soldiers of 1821, refused the command, and, as the Germans watched in astonishment, he threw himself over the wall, plummeting to his death 500 feet below on the foothills of the Acropolis rather than lower the Greek flag. 1 Although there is no hard evidence that this act took place, it is a tragic yet beautiful image that lives in the imagination of Athenians. 3 days later, on a moonlit evening, two young men, Manolis Glezos and Apostolos Santos, scaled the Acropolis and climbed over the barbed wire enclosing the Parthenon. They were determined to bring down the swastika and thus, for a brief moment, leave the Parthenon free from the stain of the Third Reich's flag. At a few minutes past midnight, the young men reached their objective and with some difficulty managed to pull down the swastika. The Athenians were jubilant. Word spread quickly, as enough people had noticed the absence of the swastika from the Acropolis and passed the news. The Germans' response was disproportionate to the deed and a hallmark of their administration of Greece. They imposed a 10 p.m. curfew to punish the Athenians and declared the Acropolis off-limits to all Greeks. 2. During the first month of occupation, the issue of flags on the Acropolis almost became an obsession with the Axis forces. A few days after they arrived in Athens on the heels of the German army, the Italians raised an immense Italian flag on the Acropolis, dwarfing the swastika. By noon, the wind had shredded the Italian flag, which was promptly replaced by a much smaller one. A few days later, the Italian authorities raised yet another flag, this one merely 3 times as large as the swastika. The Germans responded by replacing their flag with one significantly larger than the Italian flag. 24 hours later, the wind tore the swastika to pieces. The Germans then raised a newer, smaller version but one still larger than that of their Italian allies. The comic relief of the Battle of the Flags soon gave way to a harsher reality. The Germans seized all Greek hospitals, which were still overcrowded with the wounded of the Albanian War. The Greek soldiers, many with amputated limbs, were forced to leave, regardless of their condition. Some lucky few had a means of transportation, but most had to go on foot. For several days, Athens was awash with thousands of wounded soldiers making their way home. Shortly after, a new creature appeared in the capital: the pro-Nazi and pro-fascist Greek. The collaborators emerged almost immediately. A motley collection of businessmen, husbands of German spouses, petty criminals, members of the extreme Greek right and, sadly, some of the senior commanders of the Greek army. General George Tsolakoglu, a corps commander on the Albanian front, agreed to form a government under Axis tutelage and served as the first in a succession of puppets to dance to the tune of the occupation authorities. Other collaborators assumed more humble tasks, such as being translators for the unspeakable horrors of Gestapo and SS interrogations, while the lowest form of Axis lackeys served as double agents and informants. During the occupation, they strutted about like peacocks in their leather coats, impervious to the suffering around them and protected by their German-issued identification cards. Civil war was the price that the Greeks had to pay for organized resistance against the Axis, but the war also reflected the divisions in Greek society. While the causes reach back to the inception of the Greek state in 1831, it was the occupation and resistance that spawned the culture of violence that made civil war almost inevitable. The forces that spiraled the country into fratricide during and after the occupation, however, resulted from the convergence of several factors, each of which played havoc with Greek society. First, the demobilization of the Greek armed forces by the German occupiers provided a large pool of trained men for guerrilla war. Second, the British strategy of instigating mass resistance, sabotage, and subversion prompted the newly established SO to sponsor clandestine Republican and left-wing networks in Greek cities and towns as well as guerrilla bands in the mountains. In sharp contrast, the British Secret Intelligence Service and the Foreign Office continued to support the royalist cause in Greece, thereby backing the sworn enemies of the major resistance organizations that were the SO's preferred allies. At first, the exigencies of war overshadowed the divergence in British policy toward Greece. Over the course of the occupation, however, this division contributed to the right-left polarization of the Greek resistance and, by extension, Greek society. Finally, the famine in 1941 brutalized the urban population and shattered any illusions that the Greeks may have had about their security and survival under Axis rule. The failure of the Axis to prevent, or even try to address in any significant way, the disastrous effects of the famine fueled resentment and swelled the ranks of the resistance organizations. The vast majority of the Greek population during the late summer of 1941 was still recovering from the shock of defeat and the anxiety and fear of living under foreign occupation. Greek society was in a state of turmoil, and nearly the entire country was on the move. Anxious people yearned for the security of familial surroundings and sought comfort in old neighborhoods or found a way out of the cities. The fortunate ones could return to ancestral villages and islands to weather the storm, but a great many, especially parents, spouses, and children of soldiers, had to stay put, waiting with apprehension for the return of the men who had fought in the war. The postal network between Albania and Greece was practically non-existent, and the few pre-war telephone and telegraph lines had disintegrated in the course of the fighting. The tens of thousands of demobilized soldiers, the future resistance fighters, were slowly making the arduous trek home and had no ready means of communicating with their families. Long columns of bone-weary men, some wounded, all gone, snaked their way through the few mountain roads in southern Albania as they headed back toward the Greek frontier. For almost a year, they had fought with grim determination, relentlessly hounding the Italian army out of Greece and forcing it back into Albania. In the winter of 1940-41, the fighting was bitter and was waged under the harsh mountain conditions of northern Greece and southern Albania. Greek soldiers suffered from frostbite and unattended wounds, were tormented by lice, worn down with fatigue, and handicapped by dwindling critical supplies. When they ran out of ammunition, they mounted bayonet charges in blizzards and fought hand to hand, but all to no avail. In the spring, a German army of mechanized and armored divisions poured over the northwestern frontier to rescue Hitler's vanquished ally. It was over in less than 3 weeks. The Greek soldiers in Albania were outflanked, the British Expeditionary Force had to retreat in the face of the German onslaught, and, for the second time in the war, had to be rescued by the Royal Navy. Mussolini, with the false bravado of a cheat, insisted on a final Italian offensive in Albania to take advantage of the German victory, only to face yet another failure. The Greek lines held because the Greek army refused to concede defeat to a vanquished foe. In the early summer of 1941, the heroes of the Albanian campaign were simply anxious to go home and protect their families from the uncertainty of occupation. The Germans, in a rare gesture of compassion, did not intern the Greek army. The soldiers were simply given indefinite leave and sent home. The dispersal of thousands of hungry men, however, further aggravated the critical shortage of food supplies and accelerated the progress of mass starvation. The famine remains the darkest legacy of the occupation and was the incubator of hatred that inspired mass resistance against the Axis. Starvation pervaded every city and town in Greece, felling its victims at an alarming rate. Thousands succumbed to the debilitating effects of malnutrition or died from the onset of disease triggered by the famine. More than 100,000 died of starvation and associated diseases in Athens alone, and thousands more in other cities and towns. For many, survival hinged on the drudgery of waiting in long lines to collect a bowl of watery soup delivered daily by the Greek Red Cross. People sought every means possible to survive. They sold whatever they had of value to purchase a loaf of bread, a couple of eggs, or any form of vegetable. Cats and dogs became a rare delicacy, and when these were not available, rodents had to suffice. Every morning vans collected the famine's victims and headed to the outskirts of Athens, disgorging their grisly cargo into open pits that served as makeshift graves. Soon, a lack of fuel curtailed these grim convoys, and the backlog of decaying bodies posed a new hazard for the beleaguered Athenians. For many survivors, images of emaciated children standing vigil over a dead parent and small piles of corpses stacked by street corners haunt their memories of the famine. Mass starvation was inevitable. The Germans had descended like locusts upon Greece, consuming or conscripting everything of value and paying for it with useless occupation currency. The Nazis awarded Macedonia and Thrace to their Bulgarian allies, who promptly seized the wheat fields and denied any supplies to Greece, exacerbating the critical food shortage. The Axis also mined Greek waters and appropriated most of the fishing fleet, allowing only a handful of boats to supply the mainland. In addition, the confiscation of all locomotives and rolling stock, trucks, cars, motorcycles, bicycles, horses, donkeys, and mules by the Axis severed the connection between the countryside and the cities for the duration of the occupation. Before the war, the small mountain towns and villages in the hinterland constituted distinct societies, self-contained and remote from the political and social changes that buffeted the rest of Greece. For centuries, the only common denominator between the villages and cities was language and religion, with trade serving as the primary mode of communication. The villagers and farmers supplied the urban centers with basic staples of olive oil, dairy products, beans, wheat, and so on, in exchange for essential products, such as tools, plows, knives, shoes, fabrics, and glass, as well as a few luxuries. Nonetheless, centralized authority was the primary feature of the Greek state, and power radiated from the city of Athens and dominated the villages. However, the famine and the guerrilla forces in the mountains served to reverse their roles, and Greek political authority shifted to the villages. The famine also dissolved civil society in Greece and discredited the authority of the state. Whatever limited influence over events the first occupation government may have had, the famine had exposed the effectiveness of the first German-sponsored quislings as a cruel joke, nothing more than a collection of ex-soldiers and politicians addicted to the exaggerated pomp of petty bureaucracy. The writ of the regime had only limited efficacy in larger towns and cities, and even there it simply adjudicated trivial matters of state or cases of petty crime. Issues of organized crime such as the black market, homicide, and other serious offenses came under the jurisdiction of the Axis-controlled law enforcement. Under these circumstances, the police and gendarmerie too often were identified with the instruments of the occupation, and, regardless of their contribution to the resistance, both officers and men were eventually tainted with the stain of collaboration. This was often the mantra of the communists, who considered all law enforcement as traitors. In the countryside, and particularly in the mountain regions, the presence of the Axis was limited to towns near strategic passes, bridges, and viaducts that serviced major communication networks. The remaining villages along the naked mountain ranges of the rugged Greek hinterland provided the ideal setting for the organization of guerrilla bands. The mountains of Greece historically nursed the forces of armed insurrection. Indeed, the tradition of Hellenic and Christian warriors descending from snow-covered peaks to vanquish the Turks was part of the cultural identity of the modern Greek state. The embryonic guerrilla bands that took to the mountains in the spring and summer of 1942 were aware of the power of history, even more so of mythology, and they attempted to link themselves with the glories of the past. The Greek partisans or Androuts adopted the dress and style of the bandit freedom fighters who had fought in the War of Independence. It was common for some of these men to fashion themselves with thick beards, hair in long ponytails, occasionally sporting the traditional woolen kilt and stockings. The appeal to history was less for the benefit of city folk and more as a means of forging a bond with the simple villagers and shepherds that could be exploited for provisions and recruits to sustain the guerrillas in the field. 3. Nevertheless, during the first year of occupation, opposition to the Axis was spontaneous and disorganized. The early resistance consisted of minor acts of defiance such as writing graffiti on public buildings, puncturing the tires of Axis military vehicles, and cheering Allied soldiers led to captivity by the Germans. When some of these Allied troops managed to escape, they found refuge in the homes of people willing to risk at minimum imprisonment in a concentration camp. In time, hiding and assisting the escape of British troops served as the initiation for many into the hazardous world of clandestine work. Dozens of small networks sprouted overnight to facilitate the transportation of these men to Turkey and Egypt. The resistors' lack of skill in intelligence tradecraft, however, resulted in arrests as well as the instant reprisals by the occupation authorities, and quickly deflated the enthusiasm of these early resistance groups. Those who survived did so because they found employment and rudimentary training with either the British intelligence services, left-wing or Republican resistance groups, or, in some extreme cases, even the Axis authorities. Nonetheless, the covert groups in the cities, more so than the partisan bands in the mountains, attracted a strange assortment of individuals from the fringes of society. Left-wing radicals liberated from the grip of the Metaxas security apparatus, disenchanted army officers, smugglers, communist renegades, police informants, displaced persons, prostitutes, thieves, and bandits gravitated to clandestine warfare like moths to light. Some were compelled by adventure, others by patriotism, but most joined because hiding from the authorities had become as much a way of life as a means of survival. A somewhat similar situation prevailed among the ranks of the British intelligence services for the duration of the war. Espionage, sabotage, and subversion were the domain of the gifted amateur, romantic eccentric, reckless volunteer, and the downright scoundrel. After World War I, the traditional disdain for espionage, along with misgivings about its value, led to deep budget cuts, which had left the British intelligence community with few active agents, let alone networks, in Europe. The SO had managed to organize a few clandestine groups in Athens and Thessaloniki and equipped one of them with a radio transmitter before the debacle in Greece, but it could not establish contact until much later in the fall of 1941. For the other British intelligence services fared even worse. The Secret Intelligence Service, as well as the Military Intelligence Directorate, MID, also organized clandestine groups and equipped them with radio sets, but within a week of the occupation the Germans arrested all the operators because these British services had divulged the names of the agents to the Greek government. 5 Information about Greece came from the trickle of British and Greek soldiers, as well as civilians, who succeeded in reaching the Middle East, although often any information gathered was not reliable and almost always dated, and from the handful of agents who managed to travel back and forth between Greece and Cairo. The principal so operative and key link with the Republican and left-wing groups in Athens and Thessaloniki was Gerolymatos Alexatos, appropriately codenamed Odysseus, because of his native cunning and appetite for danger. 6 Alexatos was an enigmatic character hovering on the edge of society, a lifelong resident of the murky eastern Mediterranean underworld, and had been recruited by Elipe Potamitriou. In 1940, he volunteered to work for the British and graduated from the SO's makeshift training school that operated out of a semi-ruined Venetian castle on the island of Crete. For the fledgling SO Intelligence Directorate in Cairo, Odysseus was a godsend. As an accomplished smuggler, he was familiar with the back alleys of the eastern Mediterranean, small islands with natural harbors and deserted coastlines endowed with secret coves that provided surreptitious transit in and out of Greece. 7. It is somewhat of a mystery why this middle-aged smuggler decided to risk his life for the Greek resistance. But he did manage to combine espionage with smuggling and, on occasion, was caught sneaking precious gems past the customs officials in the Middle East. Equally baffling is why this barely literate man sympathized with the left, which played no small part in convincing the SO that only radical Republican groups and the communists had the desire and aptitude to organize resistance. After the war, he vanished into obscurity. In 1955, Michael Ward, a former member of the Greek section of the SO in Cairo, saw Odysseus walking ahead of him on a street in Piraeus. Ward fondly recounts, "Walking up behind him I tapped him on the back, saying 'Odysseus, my friend,' when he jerked his head over his shoulder, took one suspicious look at me and beat a hasty retreat round the nearest corner. One thing was certain, he was up to his old tricks." 8. In the first months of the occupation, when the SO had no contacts or agents in Greece, Alexatos laid out the secret routes between Turkey and the Greek islands that later enabled the SO, as well as other British intelligence agencies, to smuggle people and weapons in and out of Greece. By November 1941, Odysseus had managed to bring to Athens the radio codes for the transmitter of the Prometheus cell, the only underground group that had survived the Axis invasion and the primary liaison between the SO and the Greek resistance. For the next 2 years, Odysseus served as courier, saboteur, guerrilla fighter, and, perhaps, the most important link between the SO and the KKE. Certainly he was the SO's main source in Greece, and his reports influenced the opinion of the British intelligence organization in Cairo to support the left. 9 Odysseus contributed to the impression created at SO Cairo that the left was more active and committed to resistance. But it was the sophisticated and radical Elipe Potamitriou whose voice lent considerable weight in favor of the leftist semi-literate smuggler. 10 In part, thanks to him, As early as February 1942 the So Greek desk had become convinced that the royalist cause in Greece was as good as lost, and that when the country was liberated we should find republican sentiment too strong to be imposed upon. We did however differ somewhat in our estimate as to what type of republicans we should find rampant when liberation came. 11. According to one historian, the information from Greece convinced the So Greek experts in Cairo that preparation for resistance or acts of resistance were the work of the left, of Venai's lists, or of communists. 12. To some extent, the information collected and passed on was selective and occasionally colored by the bias of the individual So officer. It can also be argued that an equal number of reports from Greece warned of the danger posed by EAM and described the organization as one opposed to accepting the government in exile and the monarchy. In contrast to the experience of the So with Greek agents who opposed the Greek monarchy and the government in exile, the few operatives of the Secret Intelligence Service, SIS, either sympathized with King George II or were not concerned about the constitutional issue. As was the case with the So, potential Greek agents made contact with the SIS on their own initiative or by chance encounters. Others, such as Greek loyalists, had access to representatives of the British Foreign Office, namely consuls and ambassadors, and these officials led them to the SIS. In the late summer of 1941, the British were desperate, the war was not going well, the Germans had overrun Europe, the Americans were committed to neutrality, and the campaign in North Africa was heading for another defeat. Covert action was one of the few methods available to slow down the German Afrika Korps by cutting off its supplies from Greece. Few British political or military officials in London and in the Middle East had much faith in clandestine operations, yet they could not afford to ignore any means of striking at the enemy. In this atmosphere of desperation and doubt, the So undertook in Greece, almost from scratch, the complex business of espionage, sabotage, and guerrilla warfare. By so doing, the organizers of the So contributed to the radicalization of Greek society because circumstances ultimately left the British little choice but to work with individuals and groups opposed to the established order. This was partly the result of the So's reliance on only a handful of agents for information concerning the Greek resistance and partly the tragic outcome of the first major covert mission in Greece. The first skewed So policy in favor of the left, the second, by fatally damaging the moderate elements in the Greek underground, practically ensured that left-wing organizations would dominate the resistance movement. The precise details of this event still remain convoluted and partly shrouded in secrecy. In large part it is the tragic story of Junior Officer John Atkinson, one of the many soldiers captured after the British withdrawal from Greece in April. 13. He managed to escape the Germans, however, with the help of Alexander Zanas, the head of the Greek Red Cross and one of the leaders of the nascent resistance movement. 14. For months, Atkinson shared an apartment with a Greek family, who also had to provide a room for an Italian colonel. Despite serious obstacles, Atkinson left Athens and reached Alexandria, possibly in early October 1941. He volunteered his services to the So, which turned him down, but he eventually went to work for Section N of MI9, the British service responsible for assisting the escape of prisoners of war. 15. By early fall, Atkinson returned to Greece and was operating a secret cell on the island of Antiparos for the purpose of establishing escape routes to the Middle East for Allied soldiers and civilians. 16. In late October or early November 1941, the British agent met Zanas in Athens and through him acquired intimate knowledge of the clandestine networks that initially were set up to help escaped British soldiers but that by now had expanded to espionage and sabotage activities. 17. As a member of Athenian society, Zanas was able to use his influence and position to support these groups, as well as to recruit other prominent individuals to work against the occupation forces. 18. During their discussion, however, Zanas noticed that Atkinson was keeping notes of everything discussed, including the names of those involved with clandestine activities. 19. When Zanas objected, Atkinson promised that he would later destroy his papers. 20. Atkinson, with Zanas' help, set up an escape route that ran from Athens to Antiparos via the small island of Anabasis and then by submarine to Egypt. 21. Indeed, shortly after this meeting, 22 British and 5 Greeks were able to leave Greece using that route. In addition to organizing escape routes, Atkinson ventured into espionage and sabotage work. His first breakthrough came when he acquired the services of an Italian sergeant, Gerolymatos, a member of the Italian garrison on the nearby island of Paros. Licari was able to give Atkinson and his group advance warning of Italian or German search parties coming to Anti-Paros, as well as to provide information on the Paros garrison. 22 With the assistance of Xanas, as well as that of local fishermen, who were all anxious to play some role in the struggle against the occupation forces, Atkinson was able to establish an intelligence network that provided information about Axis naval movements in and out of the Cyclades Islands. 23 Early success, according to one account, encouraged Atkinson to extend his activities to sabotage, and he undertook to destroy 2 German tankers anchored at the island of Milos. 24 In November 1941, with help from a local fishing boat captain, Georgios Enifandes, and 2 of his men, Atkinson sailed to Milos and planted explosive charges against the hulls of the tankers. In the early hours of the morning, the explosives went off, sinking both ships. 25 The sabotage of the German ships increased Atkinson's prestige with the islanders and encouraged more volunteers to help with information and escape work, but the increasing level of activity also attracted the attention of the Italian garrison at Paros. In early January 1942, Licari, Atkinson's Italian accomplice, warned him to leave the island as soon as possible, but for some reason the British officer delayed his departure. 26 On January 6, the Italians surrounded the whitewashed house that served as the base for the clandestine group, and within minutes, the barking of automatic weapons shattered the tranquility of the island. As the Italians burst through the front door, Atkinson shot the first man, who managed to toss a grenade before collapsing on the floor. Fragments from the grenade struck Atkinson, ripping through both his legs. A few minutes later, the entire group was captured. 27 To make matters worse, the Italians found Atkinson's code book, a list of current and potential agents indicated by their initials, a 17-page report on possible contacts in Athens prepared by the Greek embassy in Cairo, cash totaling $10,000 and £500, Atkinson's notes from the meeting with Xanas, and a diary of his activities in Greece. 28 Atkinson was in a terrible physical state and one of his legs had to be amputated. Although the Italians treated the British officer well, he suffered considerably when they moved him from Anti-Paros to Athens. The other members of his party were less fortunate. One man was beaten every day and another tortured by being subjected to long periods of starvation. Perhaps due to depression caused by the loss of his leg, or the loss of blood and the pain of recovery, Atkinson's morale was undermined, and after only a short time he broke down and confessed. The Italians, according to some accounts, did not torture him. Atkinson just gave up and provided his captors with names, organizations, and a list of all his collaborators. 29 In addition, some of the other British soldiers arrested with Atkinson betrayed the individuals at Anti-Paros who had helped hide them. 30 Atkinson's disclosures dealt a crippling blow to the burgeoning Athenian resistance groups and to those who had been involved with his network in the Cyclades. 31 The Italians arrested at least 50 individuals, including some of the most prominent Athenians involved with the underground, who had given Atkinson refuge in the course of his first escape. 32 Atkinson's confession spared no one, including himself. Initially, the Italians were not inclined to execute the British spy, but their German allies demanded the death penalty for Atkinson and for all the members of the Anti-Paros group. On February 24, 1942, at the crack of dawn, the hapless British officer joined the other 4 marked for execution in front of a firing squad. He had to be carried on a stretcher and then tied to a chair because his injuries made it impossible for him to stand up. Atkinson asked and received permission to say a few last words and, looking up from his chair, in broken Greek he pleaded, "Please forgive me so that God can also grant me forgiveness." 33 The arrests and subsequent trials astonished the Athenians almost as much as the fact that those apprehended were involved with espionage. 34 This event represented the first major success of Italian counterintelligence and a significant setback for the Athenian underground, particularly for those groups made up of individuals loyal to the Greek government in exile or, at any rate, those opposed to revolutionary change. Some who styled themselves Republican members of these organizations represented the more conservative wing of the Greek Liberal Party, but they would have accepted a constitutional arrangement that included the Greek king. In their absence, control of the Athenian underground passed to less well-known individuals and fanatical opponents of the monarchy as well as to the left. In the critical period of 1941 to 1942, when the resistance was being organized, the absence of moderates such as Panagiotis Kanellopoulos, one of the few pre-war politicians willing to participate in a resistance movement and also prepared to accept the Greek government in exile, left the initiative to the Greek communists and the more radical Republicans. 35 Kanellopoulos' name was in the papers found with Atkinson, and the Greek politician was forced to flee to the Middle East. Although a royalist, Kanellopoulos had opposed the Metaxas regime and was in the process of creating a large resistance group that could have served as a counterweight to the left-wing organizations established by the KKE. After his departure, the group fell apart because there was no one with his stature to fill the void. He arrived in the Middle East as a refugee and not as the head of a major resistance organization. Under these circumstances, when he joined the Greek government in exile as vice premier, he quickly became marginalized. Thus far, with the exception of Kanellopoulos, the response of the traditional Greek political leaders to the occupation had been at best passive and in some cases outright defeatist. The leaders of the liberal and populist parties, as well as of the factions that existed within these organizations, viewed the prospect of resistance as premature and did not entirely trust the former Republican officers to lead such an endeavor. 36 The smaller parties either believed in an ultimate Axis victory or preferred to follow the lead of the Communists in the creation of the EAM. The Greek government in exile, however, did make one attempt at coordinating the underground organizations and resistance groups, but it ended in failure. The effort collapsed partly from the carelessness of the officer in charge of the operation, but also from the policy of the SO to establish and maintain exclusive control over the Greek resistance. The Greek government in exile established contact, mainly through SIS, with a group of Greek officers known as the Committee of Six Colonels, who were planning to organize resistance and sabotage activity in Greece. The Six Colonels, led by General Panagiotis Spiliotopoulos, the former head of the gendarmerie, had links with most of the senior Greek officers who had fought in the Albanian campaign as well as with Kanellopoulos, now serving as a minister in the government in exile. 37 In the spring of 1942, the colonels, through the efforts of Psellos, a close associate of Kanellopoulos, had obtained a radio transmitter and attempted communication with the Greek government in exile. 38 Kanellopoulos believed that the six colonels, with adequate support, could instigate sabotage and guerrilla warfare in Greece and proposed the creation of an action committee based in Athens to be led by these officers. At about this time, July 1942, the SO was planning a sabotage mission to block the Isthmus of Corinth as well as destroy a bridge in Lamia. Although it was not common practice to notify the Greek government in exile of their plans regarding operations in Greece, the SO on this occasion required the use of a senior Greek officer and approached Kanellopoulos. 39 Kanellopoulos not only agreed to loan the SO a Greek officer, Colonel Yanis Tsigans, but also saw this as an opportunity to set up an organization and coordinate the resistance under the direct control of the Greek government in exile. The SO in Cairo accepted Kanellopoulos' proposal and agreed that the Tsigans mission, in addition to the sabotage operations, would also get in touch with the colonels in order to set them up as the coordinating committee for the resistance. 40 This was a major breakthrough for Kanellopoulos in his goal of developing the resistance, as he had serious reservations over the isolation of the Greek government in exile with respect to events in Greece. He confided in his diary that the British intelligence services controlled all access to the underground groups in Greece and were basing their estimates of the situation there exclusively on reports from biased Greek and British agents. 41 The Greek government, consequently, could not ascertain the political developments in the country independently or have any say over the resistance. 42 He believed that by cooperating with the SO, he could achieve a relationship of trust between the Greek government and the British intelligence services and thereby could secure some influence with the Greek resistance organizations. 43 3 months later Gerolymatos' efforts had borne fruit, as an Anglo-Greek committee was set up to oversee and direct all intelligence and guerrilla warfare operations in Greece, with the exception of EAMLS. For a short period, the committee was kept informed about most intelligence and resistance activity in Greece, including the establishment of a British military mission in the Greek mountains in the fall of 1942. But after the resignation of Gerolymatos from the Greek government, the effectiveness of the committee diminished and it became simply a propaganda outlet for the SO. The SO mission to Greece, however, proceeded. The team codenamed Midas 614, assembled by the Cairo SO, included Colonel Tzigans, who was placed in charge of the operation along with 11 other officers and enlisted men trained for sabotage and espionage. The mission was subdivided into several groups, each assigned a specific task. One team was to block the Isthmus of Corinth, another to destroy a bridge near Lamia, and a third to bring supplies to an alleged resistance group in the southern Peloponnesus called Philiki Aterius Stratou Eleftherosios, PESE, which the SO mistakenly believed had over 3,000 members. A fourth team was to organize the transport of Allied troops who had evaded capture, while the rest of the mission, among them Tzigans, was to go to Athens and assist in the organization of a center to coordinate all resistance activity, provide information on the food crisis and on the Axis intelligence and counterintelligence services, and undertake sabotage and subversive operations. 44. Although all the members of the team were Greek, they represented different intelligence agencies stationed in the Middle East that included the SO, CIS, MI5, and the Hellenic Intelligence Service. 45 Midas 614 left Alexandria aboard the submarine Proteus and reached Mani on the southeastern Peloponnesus on August 1, 1942. There they hid in a cave for 10 days while one member of the team, Panagiotis Ragakos, attempted to make contact with the PESE only to discover that the resistance group did not exist. His efforts to find the phantom organization, as well as to secure a means of transportation to Athens, alerted the Italian authorities. The group managed to leave the region just ahead of the Italian security forces. On August 12, Tzigans divided his team into two sections and each made its way to Piraeus by separate boats. From the harbor, they reached Athens individually or in groups of 2 or 3. 46 Tzigans had decided to trust the owner of the boat and left behind one of the radio transmitters and most of the explosives. All the members of Midas found accommodation in the homes of family or friends, but they had to keep changing locations to avoid detection by the occupation authorities. The situation began to unravel almost from their arrival in Athens. The boat on which Tzigans had left a good portion of their supplies was seized by the Italians, and to make matters worse the second group, along with the only other radio, failed to make contact. 8 days later, however, another boat arrived with the rest of the Midas team. Tzigans began to initiate contact with his old associates and slowly set up groups to gather intelligence on the Axis forces in Greece. Nevertheless, his main preoccupation was to organize a center to coordinate the resistance. The other priorities for the Midas teams were to block the Corinth Canal and to destroy the bridge at Karyon near Lamia, central Thessaly, thus disrupting the only rail link between Athens and Thessaloniki. Tzigans dispatched Spiros Kotsis to survey the bridge, but after close examination, the latter reported that the bridge was too narrow and too well defended and that its destruction would cause minimal delays since repairs could be effected quickly. He suggested that the Gorgopotamos viaduct presented a much better target. It was 215 meters in length and supported by 6 piers, 4 of stone and 2 of steel. Tzigans agreed with Kotsis and recommended to SO headquarters in Cairo the destruction of the viaduct, requesting supplies of appropriate explosives. In the meantime he organized, with the help of Dimitris Saros, a team of former Greek officers to attack the garrison at the bridge while the explosives were being set. 47 This, unfortunately, was as far as Tzigans got in organizing the sabotage of the bridge or an attempt to coordinate the resistance movement. The explosives did not arrive and Tzigans was later betrayed by a woman and killed in a shootout with the Italian security service in Athens. The SO soon dispatched a British team to Greece, the Harling mission, which undertook the destruction of the Gerolymatos viaduct and took over the effort to direct the development of guerrilla warfare. 48. From this point on, the plans for both the direction of the underground in Athens and the organization of resistance, as envisaged by the Greek government in exile and the SO, diverged. Gerolymatos had wanted to establish an organization in Athens that would coordinate all major sabotage activity in Greece and organize the deployment of guerrilla bands. The key objective of the Tzigans mission, from Gerolymatos' perspective, was to establish an organization made up of Greek officers loyal to the Greek government in exile and moderate in political outlook. A significant act of sabotage such as the destruction of a major communications link would have given Gerolymatos' proposed organization tremendous political and moral authority in occupied Greece as well as in Cairo. Instead, the credit for this accomplishment went to the two organizations, EADS and ELIS, whose policies were contrary not only to the Greek government in exile but also to the British Foreign Office. Indeed, the arrival of the Harling mission represents a critical turning point in the evolution of the resistance movement and the road to civil war. The SO, by destroying the Gerolymatos viaduct, demonstrated to the satisfaction of the British government and the military chiefs the possibilities of large-scale partisan operations in Greece. The SO, however, accomplished the first major act of sabotage in occupied Europe with the support of the fledgling communist-led and Republican guerrilla bands. For the communists and radical Republicans, the Gerolymatos operation was a remarkable opportunity to demonstrate to the Greek people that the left-wing resistance was working in tandem with the British in order to liberate Greece. The communists, from the onset of the occupation, did not hesitate to embrace the idea of mass resistance and the implementation of guerrilla warfare. Beyond the desire to fight the occupation forces for its own sake, the new communist leadership sought the creation of a resistance movement as a means to control and ultimately dominate the social, economic, and political future of Greece. Unlike the extreme right wing and a large percentage of the traditional ruling elite, most communists believed in an Allied victory because the alternative, the success of the Axis, meant perpetual imprisonment or extermination. Despite such sentiments, in the early months of the occupation the KKE was still in disarray. 49 The Metaxas regime had incarcerated 2,000 communists, including most of the KKE senior leaders, in special prisons and confined others to internal exile on several remote islands. 50 In May 1941, 190 communists escaped from the small islands of Folegandros and Koumelos, along with 3 members of the original Central Committee of the KKE, Petros Roussos, Chryssa Hadzavasiliou, and Karagitsi Simo, and arrived in Athens on 20 May 1941. 51 Another 10 reached Crete just before the German assault against the island, accompanied by 2 other members of the Central Committee, Sturgios Anastasiadis and Miltiadis Porphyrogenes. 52 By the fall, 300 out of the 2,000 imprisoned communists had managed to escape, and could thus take part in the reorganization of the KKE. 53. After the Axis forces occupied Greece and assumed control over all the prisons, some important KKE members claimed Bulgarian nationality and, with assistance from the Bulgarian embassy, managed to secure their release. 54 The Bulgarians believed that freeing communists, especially those of Slavo-Macedonian origin, would enable them to use these individuals as propagandists for the Bulgarization of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. 55 The communists, however, knew how precarious their newly found freedom was, and once released they quickly disappeared into the underground. When the Greek security services realized what was taking place, they protested to the occupation authorities that they were freeing dangerous communists, but by the time the Germans reversed their decision it was too late. Once free, These Central Committee members were able to revive the KKE by the end of the summer. An important factor in the reorganization of the party was that the Central Committee and Politburo now included men and women who, by virtue of their incarceration, had remained uncontaminated by the machinations of Maniadakis, the head of the Metaxas security apparatus. Furthermore, they had no connection with the pre-war police-infested Central Committee's. 56. According to then ASIS Hadzis, who took part in the reorganization of the Communist Party, the KKE leadership ignored the existence of armed bands that were forming in the mountains. Hadzis explains that although the Central Committee was aware that the resistance would have to take on a military character, ultimately becoming the decisive factor, the KKE lacked experience in guerrilla war. It still had to progress from general strikes and small struggles to armed resistance. 57 First and foremost, the KKE had to create a strong political base and achieve legitimacy as a national organization by co-opting as many political organizations as possible into the proposed National Front. Attempts to enlist the cooperation of the Republican and Populist factions, however, met with failure. 58 Ultimately, the KKE had to rely on the smaller parties on the fringes of the Greek political world in order to create the semblance of a national coalition. The Communists, in conjunction with the marginal Greek socialist and agrarian parties, established the National Liberation Front, EAM, on September 27, 1941, and invited other interested groups to join the new organization and fight the enemy. 59 The traditional political parties declined to join EAM, for different reasons. 60 The populists refused because the KKE controlled EAM, the liberals declined for the same reason, but also argued that organized resistance was premature and would lead to reprisals. Instead, the liberals proposed the creation of a common front with the aim of preventing the return of the monarchy and the dictatorship after liberation. 61 Despite the boycott by the traditional parties, EAM developed rapidly and attracted an impressive following. Joining EAM did not require any particular sacrifice, one only had to accept the organization as the Common Resistance Front. Under these terms, EAM acquired thousands and ultimately hundreds of thousands of adherents who, by the simple act of becoming members, could believe themselves to be fighting against the occupation authorities. In February 1942, the KKE leadership sent agents into the mountains to instigate armed resistance, and on April 10, the Central Committee of EAM, together with the KKE, officially approved the formation of the guerrilla bands. 62 As a result, a month later, May 22, 1942, Aris Volokhiadis established the first unit of what became known as the National Popular Liberation Army, ELIS. 63 Although Volokhiadis started with 15 men and his actions were originally limited to central Greece, by 1943, ELIS had grown into a major guerrilla force. Every effort was made to associate the guerrilla force with the revolutionary bands and heroes that had fought the Ottomans during the Greek War of Independence. Even the acronym ELIS, when pronounced, sounds like Hellas, or Greece, which gave that organization a powerful propaganda tool. Throughout the occupation, EAM and ELIS confined their propaganda to simple patriotic slogans that aimed to equate their organizations with national pride and Greek history. Almost concurrent with the creation of EAM, on September 9, 1941, a group of Venais list officers inaugurated a Republican resistance organization that they named EDES, National Democratic Greek League. They could not secure the participation of the established political parties either. 64 Indeed, their own liberal party refused any kind of cooperation or support. 65 The founding members and most recruits came from the ranks of the discharged officers of the 1930s. In contrast to EAM, EDES had specific political and social aims that included the provision that the organization would prevent, by any means, the return of the monarchy, and also outlined a detailed program of economic and political reforms. Among these reforms were the purging of royalists from the civil service, the armed forces, and the professional organizations, as well as creating programs to alleviate hunger and establish social justice. Komenos Pyramoglu, who became the General Secretary of EDES, related that the Democratic League intended to fill the gap on the Greek political spectrum between the Greek communists and the traditional political parties. In the end, it failed to accomplish this aim because the organization did not gain the support of the pre-war Republican movement. On the contrary, the Republican leadership attempted to destroy the organization, some because they assumed an Axis victory, others because they feared reprisals against the population. Because of this, EADS was unable to establish even modest political bases in the cities or, for that matter, in most parts of Greece, with the exception of Epirus. 66. The nominal head of EADS was General Nikolaos Plastiras, a former Republican officer who had helped to topple the government in 1922 and a principal conspirator of the abortive 1935 coup. Plastiras, however, found political asylum in France, where he remained until the end of the occupation. The actual driving force and initiative for the creation of EADS came from Napoleon Zervas and a handful of Republican officers. Zervas, unlike Plastiras, lacked credibility in Republican circles and needed Plastiras' name to legitimize EADS. Zervas had a reputation as a gambler and womanizer, while his role in the numerous coups from 1916 until his expulsion from the Greek army in 1935 labeled him a professional conspirator rather than a committed Republican. It is still not clear why Plastiras allowed his name to become associated with EADS and with the disreputable Zervas. 67. According to one theory, Plastiras' reputation remained sterling as long as he abstained from active politics. He was, after all, the defender of the Republican cause. The moment he became associated with EADS, which was immediately labeled a political organization, Plastiras ceased to be a nonpartisan statesman and was viewed by many as a political opponent. A large number of his supporters refused to join and either actively worked against EADS or created their own resistance groups. 68. These organizations with their alphabet soup acronyms, EKKA, AAA, YVE, however, were doomed from the start and only served to fragment the Republican forces. Over the next 2 years, ELAS disbanded, absorbed, or destroyed all of these organizations, and the remnants found their way to EADS and in some instances joined the Greek security battalions raised by Yanis Rallis, the last puppet prime minister in the spring of 1943. After the establishment of EAM and EADS, and later of ELAS, the SO, through its radio contact with Prometheus II, Prometheus I had to abandon Greece, a victim of Atkinson's betrayal, was kept up to date on various resistance organizations and groups that were forming in 1942. On March 3, 1942, So Cairo instructed Prometheus II to provide protection for agents who would shortly be arriving in Greece by parachute as well as to find safe places for the weapons and explosives that would be parachuted separately. In addition, Cairo ordered Prometheus II to begin the process of recruiting individuals and their families and start preparations for partisan warfare. 69. In April, the SO's agent, Odysseus, arrived in Athens from the Middle East with considerable funds and equipment to assist the budding resistance groups to undertake espionage, sabotage, subversion, and guerrilla warfare operations. Alexander Levites, a Greek officer and head of an escape network for MI9 and the SO, arranged a meeting for Odysseus with several senior Greek officers who represented various Republican groups in Athens, as well as with a representative from EAM. The meeting achieved little except to expose the cleavages within the Republican Venizelist movement and their divergent views about organizing resistance. Aelkos Cephreiadis, an associate of Prometheus II, appealed to those present to encourage Republican officers to lead the guerrilla bands and do so within EAM. 70. Despite his appeal, the officers disagreed with Cephreiadis and insisted that they would terminate all contact with the Cairo SO if they had to cooperate with EAM. 71. Levites attempted in vain to make them understand that because the KKE controlled EAM, it was in everyone's interest that Republican officers should direct the future armed forces of the left-wing organization. He argued that by refusing, they would not hinder EAM from establishing guerrilla bands, but if Republican officers led these units, it would minimize the influence of the Communist Party. 72. A few days later, Levites set up another meeting for Odysseus, this time including Zervas, Komenos Pyramiglu and Charalombos Koutsoianopoulos, the head of the Prometheus II network. They agreed to instigate guerrilla activity in the mountains and even outlined areas of responsibility for each organization. Zervas undertook to concentrate his actions in Epirus and western Greece, Saros received jurisdiction over central Greece, and Stephanos Seraphis agreed to concentrate on Thessaly. 73. Finally, they directed Odysseus to report these arrangements to the Sceau and to request that the 2,000 gold sovereigns he had brought from Cairo be divided among those who had agreed to set up guerrilla bands. 10 days later Levites met again with Odysseus, but the latter informed him that the Sceau had instructed him to divide the funds between EAM and EADS. There was to be no support for any other organization. 74 Because of this decision, the attempt by Odysseus, Yiannopoulos, and Levites to establish a large republican resistance organization in Athens as well as to field several guerrilla bands in the mountains collapsed. Shortly thereafter, Mi9 ordered Levites not to involve himself with guerrilla activities and instead to concentrate on the evacuation of British soldiers to the Middle East. Odysseus gravitated closer to the KKE, and Yiannopoulos had to rely on EADS. 75. It was not coincidental that during this period Volokhiatis received formal permission from the KKE to establish the first Elos band in central Greece. Although the Sceau had instructed Odysseus to turn over his supply of gold sovereigns to EADS and EAM, Zervas was unhappy with his share and felt cheated, since he assumed that the British now favored only EAM. Odysseus, fearing that Zervas might exact revenge, sought refuge with the KKE. According to post-war accounts, his reports to Cairo began to downplay Zervas' role in the resistance and to advocate more support for EAM. 76 He remained with the KKE for 4 months and supplied them with money as well as a wireless set, thus enabling them to establish direct contact with Cairo and acquire arms and supplies for Elos. 77. Subsequently, the Sceau in Cairo decided that Zervas was no longer trustworthy and ordered Prometheus to end all contact. Yiannopoulos, however, decided that after all the effort and preparations to organize EADS forces, it would have been counterproductive to cut off Zervas and leave the field to Elis. Instead, he threatened to denounce Zervas as a traitor and swindler on the BBC Greek service, unless he proceeded to organize guerrilla bands. Zervas reluctantly left Athens on July 23, 1942 for the mountains of northwestern Greece to take on his role as the leader of EADS. 78. In the summer of 1942, both Elis and EADS, although numerically small and with a few antiquated arms, initiated sporadic attacks against the Italians. The Cairo Sceau was fully aware of the chaotic political situation in Greece and its effect on the resistance. Through Prometheus II, they were in contact with EADS and EAM Elis as well as with other groups that were forming in the winter of 1942, and thanks to the transmitter left behind by Odysseus they also had a direct link with the KKE. Before the battles of El Alamein and Stalingrad, Set Europe ablaze was the catchword in Whitehall and the raison d'etre of the Sceau. Any organization, whatever its political outlook, was a welcome addition to Britain's arsenal of secret armies that would rise against the Axis in Europe at the appropriate moment. Until the Gorgopotamos operation, however, the partisan bands were paper tigers. The Sceau had mounted several small acts of sabotage, but these were few and of limited strategic value that paled in comparison to the crippling losses inflicted against the British by the Germans in North Africa and by the Japanese in Asia. The Sceau was an organization in search of a mission and one that could dramatically illustrate the potential contribution of guerrilla operations to the war effort. All that changed in September 1942 when General Alexander, the commander-in-chief of the Middle Eastern Theater of Operations, asked if the Sceau could disrupt the supply lines of the German army that ran from Central Europe through Greece to North Africa. The Sceau could hardly refuse. On the contrary, this request presented an opportunity for the organization to validate its credentials as a fighting service. On the basis of these factors, Sceau Cairo decided to send a British team the Harling mission to undertake the first major sabotage action in Greece and to do it in conjunction with the Republican guerrilla band of Zervas. The objective of the Harling mission was to destroy one of the main bridges in southern Thessaly and disrupt the Thessaloniki, Athens rail line. The operation was to coincide with a major British offensive at El Alamein, in Egypt, and stop the supplies reaching the German Afrika Korps through Piraeus. The SO persuaded Colonel Edmund Myers, an officer with little experience in clandestine operations but the only available engineer in the Middle East theater of operations, to lead the mission and destroy the viaduct. Following the sabotage, a submarine would evacuate the team, with the exception of Christopher Woodhouse and Themis Marinos, who were to remain behind and serve as liaisons between SO Cairo and Eads. What exactly Woodhouse was to accomplish in Greece, in addition to this liaison work, is not clear. According to his own account, he was planning to transfer to the Special Air Service, SAS, and instead when he went to Cairo to negotiate his release from the SO, someone asked him whether he wished to be dropped by parachute into occupied Greece. 79 There were several delays and abortive attempts, but on September 30, 1942, 3 groups of 4 men each boarded their aircraft. 2 of the groups parachuted over Greece, but the third airplane could not identify the pre-arranged signal from the ground and had to turn back. After Woodhouse landed in Greece, it took him over 5 weeks to locate Zervas, and along the way, he heard about Ellis, which had given refuge to the 3rd SO team that arrived in Greece on October 30. On November 10, Woodhouse finally reached Zervas headquarters and shortly afterward they set out to join Myers to accomplish the destruction of the Gerolymatos viaduct. 80 On the return journey, they came across Volokiadis Ellis Band, which also agreed to join the operation even though, according to Woodhouse, EAM did not permit Ellis to engage in any full-scale confrontations with the enemy. 81. 8 days later, and after almost 2 months of delays, the Harling team, with the assistance of Eads and Ellis, destroyed the bridge on the evening of November 25, 1942. Unfortunately, the last phase of the Battle of El Alamein had begun a month earlier on the evening of 23 to 24 October. By November 7, the Afrika Korps was in full retreat, and on November 9, the Allies successfully invaded French North Africa. In just over 10 days, the 8th Army pushed the Germans almost 600 miles west, and on November 23, General Bernard Montgomery, the victor of El Alamein, halted the advance of the 8th Army in order to regroup his forces. The Gerolymatos operation, consequently, had little impact on the war in North Africa. Weeks before the Harling team destroyed the viaduct, Erwin Rommel's supplies had been arriving in Africa from Italy via Sicily, not Greece, since the Afrika Korps had retreated so far west. 82. The destruction of Gerolymatos viaduct, however, provided excellent propaganda material for the Allies, who used the success of this operation to demonstrate that the resistance was fighting the Axis in occupied Europe. It also elevated the status of the SO in Cairo and with it the future possibilities of guerrilla warfare in Greece. 83 To this end, SO Cairo decided not to evacuate the Harling mission and with the stroke of a pen transformed it into the British Military Mission, BMM, in the Greek mountains. Over the next 8 months, the BMM expanded rapidly, SO teams mushroomed throughout the mountain regions of Greece, enabling the SO to lay claim to the much-promised guerrilla war envisioned by its planners. Woodhouse writes that his new orders from SO Cairo were to establish himself in Athens as a permanent liaison with the BMM and the resistance groups, which the SO assumed would come under the control of the 6 colonels. To Woodhouse this belonged to a world of fantasy, but he agreed to undertake an exploratory visit to Athens, although he was convinced that to remain in the city permanently would have been suicidal. 84 At the very least, it would have challenged the most adept expert in disguises to camouflage the red-headed, 6-foot, 5-inch tall Woodhouse to pass as a Greek in Athens. For any SO agent, let alone one with distinctly Anglo-Saxon features, Athens was a city rife with double agents, collaborators, and traitors who either had infiltrated or had knowledge of the major underground groups and individuals associated with them. Despite the obstacles, Woodhouse stayed in Athens for several days and afterward reported that the 6 colonels were preparing to transform the guerrillas into an army after the collapse of Italy. He dismissed their usefulness as far as the resistance was concerned, but stated that they would prove valuable after the occupation. In the same report, Woodhouse recorded that the guerrilla forces would be more easily directed from the field. The EAM remote control is sure but slow. Luckily Ares, Gerolymatos, their outstanding commander, pays only lip service to their system and acts as he decides. 85 In addition to making a strong case for the future prospects of guerrilla warfare, Woodhouse implied that it was much easier to control the partisan bands from the mountains than by any central authority in Athens. Myers, the head of the British military mission in the Greek mountains, in his first series of reports on the Greek guerrillas, played up the importance of Elis and indicated that although EAM was communist-controlled, most of its members were not aware of this. As he put it, the Thessaly guerrillas' Elis bands are the largest and best organized of all. Athens attaches importance to them owing to their position astride the main north-south road. He went on to describe EAM as a genuine body organized to free Greece. It has many royalist members including a general. After the war, they desire a plebiscite to decide the government and to be controlled by the Allies, followed by a general election. The EAM would then dissolve. 86. Woodhouse, in contrast, highlighted the communist links of EAM and stressed, the EAM literature has a pro-Russian tinge and abuses the king, Sideros, and Kanellopoulos. I believe the communists control EAM unknown to most members. 87 Myers further advocated the creation of a single command headquarters in the mountains for all the resistance groups. Neither Myers nor Woodhouse could have known that Lord Glenconner, the head of the Cairo SO, had proposed something similar and that the Foreign Office was in the process of agreeing that the direction of the Greek resistance, as long as it was strictly military in nature, should pass to the SO representatives in Greece. Myers also suggested that the British ensure a plebiscite after liberation to determine the fate of the Greek monarchy. 88 This proved to be too much for the Foreign Office, which severely chastised Myers and the SO for meddling in politics. 89 It was one thing for the SO to direct the military activities of the Greek resistance, but entirely different when it attempted to implement a political agenda. After this contretemps, Foreign Office officials in London and Cairo initiated a campaign to curtail the activities of the SO in Greece. The Foreign Office now claimed that the SO supported groups hostile to the Greek monarchy and those whose objectives were contrary to British policy. They did not succeed and had to be content with the instructions given to members of the BMM to state, while they don't mix in politics, they know that His Majesty's government supports the King and his government. 90 On March 9, 1943, on the advice of Woodhouse, Zervas proclaimed his loyalty to the Greek king. 91 Which helped ease tensions between the Foreign Office and the SO, but it was only a temporary truce. 92 Zervas' about-face on the issue of the monarchy, however, altered the political dynamic of the Republican movement and set in motion the process that in less than a year would drive the resistance organizations into full-scale civil war. In the period following the destruction of the Gorgopatamos viaduct, both EADS and Elis had begun to expand their forces and to increase their operations against the Axis. Although during this time several new organizations took the field, from 1943 to 1944 Elis and EADS dominated the guerrilla war in the mountains. The smaller bands usually confined their activities to the regions from which they recruited their personnel, but soon came under considerable pressure from Elis to join that organization or disband. By the end of February, according to Myers' estimates, Elis membership reached approximately 2,000 men and women, while EADS reached 2,420. The combined force of all the other bands did not exceed 550.93. Myers reported confidently that the smaller Elis ultimately had to accept the direction of a common headquarters guided by the BMM. 94. Despite these optimistic assessments of the numerical superiority of the EADS forces, Elis continued to expand at a greater rate. In March 1943, Elis began to absorb by force or persuasion the smaller groups near its territory. By the summer, it had succeeded in establishing control over central and northern Greece as well as parts of the Peloponnese. By the end of the summer of 1943, Elis had increased its forces to almost 12,000, with an additional force of 24,000 reserves. EADS, in contrast, did not fare as well, During the same period, January, May 1943, it increased to only 4,000.951. So report, however, argued that qualitatively, EADS possessed better trained partisans and a greater proportion of former professional officers. 96. The relationship of these numbers to the relative strength of ELUS and EADS was deceptive. Unlike EADS, ELUS could rely on the popular support from EAM that had been organized a year earlier in most cities and towns. In addition to a steady stream of recruits and supplies, EAM was able to provide for ELUS a network of support services based in villages and hamlets in the Greek mountains not under the control of EADS. 97. In the summer of 1943, ELUS also started to recruit considerable numbers of Greek officers, many of whom were attracted to that organization by its recent successes and by other senior officers associated with ELUS. 98. Originally, the guerrilla bands had been unsuccessful in attracting professional officers. Most senior officers were averse to the idea of resistance because they were in awe of the German military machine or discouraged by the Greek government in exile. Many of the cashiered Republican officers, however, saw the resistance as an opportunity for reinstatement in a post-liberation Greek army. At first, they provided large numbers of recruits for EADS, but as the resistance expanded in 1943, they were also drawn to Republican organizations such as EKKA, National and Social Liberation. These new organizations diverted potential recruits from Zervas, and when ELUS or the Germans dispersed them, very few of their members went over to EADS. 99. In addition, when Zervas made his peace with the monarchy, it drove many EADS Republican supporters away from resistance activity or into the arms of ELUS. This sharpened the difference between the two major guerrilla bands, as EADS became more and more associated with the monarchy. 100. In the meantime, the BMM started to become more involved with political matters and was less able to steer the growth or direction of the Greek resistance movement. By the late spring of 1943, there were indications that relations among the guerrilla groups were heading toward a crisis. The BMM, although mandated to guide the guerrilla movement, was quickly losing control. Myers now began to send reports to Cairo indicating that EAM-ELUS was planning to dominate the resistance, but the SO was reluctant to break with EAM-ELUS and there was still some suspicion in Cairo of Zervas. 101. The BMM nonetheless did manage to establish almost complete influence over EADS. According to D.J. Wallace, who had arrived in Greece at the end of June 1943 to act as Myers' political advisor, Zervas is a British creation in the sense that we are responsible for his continued existence today and for all the consequences that may follow therefrom. 102. In July 1943, after lengthy and difficult negotiations, Myers convinced the EAM-ELUS leadership to accept coordination with the BMM and the other guerrilla bands. EAM-ELUS agreed, but on the condition that a joint headquarters should be set up in its territory and the role of the BMM relegated to that of liaison. In addition, Myers had to convince the SO that ELUS should be recognized as a sovereign allied force and that although it intended to accept general directions from the Middle East Commander-in-Chief, it should retain its freedom of action. In exchange, Myers was able to extract two major concessions from ELUS. The first permitted the BMM to raise new guerrilla bands in areas under the control of ELUS, and the second allowed Myers to coordinate a series of guerrilla operations that were part of a major Allied deception plan. 103. The SO considered the National Bands Agreement, the name of this arrangement, as a major achievement in the development of the guerrilla war and even brought Myers the appreciation of the Foreign Office. 104. For the British, the advantage of a temporary pause in the clashes between ELUS and the other groups offset the recognition of ELUS as an allied force, which gave that organization status and legitimacy. 105. In this context, the events that unfolded between August 1943 and January 1944 represent a critical stage of the Greek resistance and directly contributed to the outbreak of civil war in October 1943. As the war swung in favor of the Allies, the leadership of EAM-ELUS was anticipating the liberation of Greece and the possibility that the Red Army would free all the Balkans. On July 18, 1943, the Greek communist newspaper, Rizaspasis, announced the Soviet victory at the Battle of Kursk and 2 days later proclaimed that the Russians would soon reach the Balkans. A short while later the Allies invaded Sicily. Consequently, there was every indication that the liberation of Greece would take place in the very near future. These notions gathered additional credibility with the execution of Operation Animals, designed to deceive the Germans into believing that the Allies were about to invade Greece, whereas in reality it was to assist their landing in Sicily. 106 Part of the British strategy was to instigate considerable guerrilla activity in the respective regions of the Greek resistance groups, giving the impression of an imminent Allied invasion. 107. Operation Animals led to the immediate transfer of 3 German armored divisions to Greece and contributed to a speedy Allied victory in Sicily and later, the invasion of southern Italy. 108 In September, Mussolini was deposed and Italy surrendered unconditionally. For the Greek resistance these events not only created the perception of an Allied landing in Greece, for EAMLS and the Republicans, they also raised the prospect of the return of the Greek government in exile and King George II. The failure of the British and the Greek government to come to terms with EAMLS in August exacerbated further the climate of mutual suspicion. In August 1943, Myers had arranged for the transportation of a delegation from the main resistance organizations to Cairo. 109 The aim of the mission, at least as understood by Myers, was to improve coordination and organization among the guerrilla bands, the Greek general staff, and the Greek government in exile. 110. Upon their arrival in Cairo, the delegation focused exclusively on political issues. 111 They demanded that the king remain outside Greece after liberation until the Greek people decided the fate of the monarchy by plebiscite and that the Greek government in exile had to include 3 representatives from the resistance organizations. 112 After consulting with both Churchill and Roosevelt, George II rejected all the demands of the resistance, and the Foreign Office instructed their officials in Cairo to terminate all discussions with the delegation concerning the Greek monarchy and the government in exile. According to the report on SO activities in Greece, in mid-September, the delegation returned to Greece disgruntled at their treatment and in a most disappointed frame of mind. 113 The left-wing and Republican leaders were now convinced that the British were bent on imposing the Greek king and the pre-war political structure. For the KKE-led EAM, the only means of preventing this outcome while also achieving control of the post-war environment in Greece was to dominate the resistance. Civil war was now a necessity in order for ELAs to destroy all other resistance organizations and rival guerrilla bands. The only change that they managed to effect in Cairo was the acquisition of 2 American officers, which transformed the British military mission into the Allied military mission, AM. The 2 Americans were Captain Winston Ergott and Lieutenant Bob Ford. In November they were joined by Major Gerald K. Wines, who assumed command of the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, part of the AM. Between August 1943 and November 1944, the OSS deployed over 400 men in various clandestine operations in Greece and provided the State Department with an independent source of information on the Greek situation. By the end of the occupation, the OSS maintained 8 missions, 5 with EAMLS and 1 with EADS, while the other 2 operated independently in several parts of Greece. For the most part, OSS personnel in Greece tended to support whichever organization they were attached to, but they had orders to use British communications under the control of a senior SO officer. The Secret Intelligence Group, the OSS intelligence units, however, maintained independent communications. In September 1943, relations among the SO, MI6, and the OSS were formalized by a series of agreements that gave each organization certain geographic spheres of responsibility. Under the terms of these understandings, the SO was given exclusive control over the Balkans and the Middle East. 114. In Cairo, the failure by the British and the Greek government in exile to address the demands of the resistance delegation brought to the forefront the contradictory policies of the SO and the Foreign Office toward Greece, which thus far had been cloaked in ambiguity. Equally relevant was that the Cairo crisis forced the British to choose between recognizing the resistance groups politically or continuing their unconditional support of the Greek monarch. In the final analysis, the choice had already been made by Churchill's conviction that after the defeat of the Axis, Europe had to return to the pre-war political status quo. The presence of the delegation simply forced the British in Cairo to come to terms with that policy as far as the Greeks were concerned. Fighting between Elis and the other guerrilla forces broke out in Greece on October 9, 1943, and within 1 week had spread to parts of eastern Epirus under the control of Eads. By the end of November, Zervas had withdrawn his forces from the eastern side of the Arachthos River to defensive positions ranging from Ioannina to Arta. On December 21, Eads' units attacked the Elis forces in the region of Amphilochia and Pramanda, approximately 25 miles from Arta, and pushed them back across the Arachthos. In January, Zervas began an offensive that forced Elis to withdraw across the Achelous. On January 23, the EAM Central Committee authorized Elis to discuss a truce, which lasted only until the 26th, when units of Elis, commanded by Aris Volokiatis, launched a major counterattack that forced Eads back across the Achelous. By February 1, Zervas' situation was becoming desperate as Elis forces were concentrating in the area of Flambarion, approximately 20 miles from Ioannina, which was Eads' base of operations. German intervention saved Zervas at the last moment. Fearing that the destruction of Eads would mean that eastern Epirus, along with the essential Ioannina, Arta road, would come under the control of Elis, the Germans attacked the northern flank of Elis along the eastern bank of the Arachthos on February 2, 1944.115. Although the Germans failed to destroy the Elis forces in this region, they forced the guerrillas out of Epirus and saved Zervas. The Germans expected Zervas to take the offensive, but having suffered considerable casualties, he kept his forces west of the Arachthos. As long as he remained in this region, he no longer needed to fear Elis, since the presence of strong Wehrmacht units guaranteed his safety. 116 Because of these maneuvers, the still young civil war now stalemated, and both rival guerrilla organizations accepted the mediation of the AM to end hostilities. 117 In addition, the civil war demonstrated that the Germans were slowly losing control of the mountain regions of Greece and did not have the resources or military forces to destroy the guerrilla bands. Instead they tried a strategy, somewhat like divide and rule, to keep both guerrilla forces in a state of play so that they would be busy killing each other and not German soldiers. The Civil War also renewed the conflict between the Foreign Office and the SO, only this time it was Middle East Command that was responsible for the latter. As mentioned earlier, the military was convinced that the Greek resistance was necessary in order to tie down as many German divisions as possible in the Balkans to support the Allied effort elsewhere in Europe. They disagreed with the Foreign Office policy of supporting George II, whom they viewed as an obstacle in continuing the expansion of the Greek guerrilla forces, particularly those of EAMLS. 118 General Maitland Wilson, the commander of the Middle Eastern Theater of Operations, as well as the chiefs of staff, still believed that it was possible to wean Elis from the communist influence of EAM and reintroduced an earlier SO proposal to bring plastiras from France to the Greek mountains to create a regency council headed by Archbishop Damaskinos. 119. The Foreign Office, although skeptical of the military value of Elis, was prepared to accept the council, providing that the military break with EAM Elis. The latter provision was the price Leaper, the British ambassador, demanded for accepting the Plastiras Damaskinos Compromise. 120 The War Cabinet dealt with the matter on November 22 and authorized Churchill and Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden to handle the issue in cooperation with the Middle East Command. They further recommended that all supplies to Elis cease, and that the Greek army incorporate Eads as well as Elis. To ensure this settlement, the king had to agree to accept a regency council and not return to Greece until the Greek people decided on the future of the monarchy by plebiscite. 121 Churchill and Eden advised George II to accept this proposal, but, after consulting with Roosevelt, he declined. 122 The most that George II was prepared to do was to declare that he would reconsider the timing of his return to Greece at liberation, in consultation with his government. Once again, the failure to resolve the constitutional issue remained the major stumbling block to either reaching an accommodation with the left or countering the influence of EAMLS with those who opposed the monarchy. Although Ellis achieved considerable tactical success against Zerva's forces, it failed to destroy Eads. Ellis was also beginning to lose popularity because of the hardships endured by the mountain villages. Gerolymatos, in particular, exacted terrible vengeance upon any villager suspected of aiding the enemies of Ellis, not just the Germans. Often, he even forced members of the AM to watch helplessly as he tortured a simple peasant for some minor offense. In the village of Mavrolatari, Ellis arrested 14 men simply because they belonged to a rival band. The punishments, designed to set an example for all the local inhabitants, usually took place in the village square and set the pattern of death and degradation that continued until 1949. On this occasion, Gerolymatos' henchmen grabbed the first prisoner and stripped him of his clothes. Then in front of the villagers, they tied the man to a table, spread eagle. The victim quickly realized what was in store and vainly pleaded for mercy. In a few minutes, his shrill cries reverberated in the village square as the executioner, splattered with blood, slowly proceeded to hack away at the man's body, pausing enough for each blow to take effect and prolong the process for as long as possible. The savagery went on until a British officer present pulled out his revolver and terminated the man's agony. Gerolymatos, shaking with anger, had to be restrained from killing the officer. 123. Regardless of their fear of the left, the British had come to terms with the Greek Civil War and Ellis. The decision of the Allies to implement Operation Overlord, taken at the Tehran Conference, meant continued support for Tito and the Greek resistance in order to keep the Balkan pot boiling for the Germans. 124. Because of this situation, the Foreign Office was not prepared to break with EAMLS, but attempted to limit its strength and diminish its influence. To this end, it proposed to restrain the more ruthless members of Ellis and to build an anti-KKE coalition around Damaskinos and the exiled government, which was to be revived and strengthened by including fresh political moderates from Greece. 125. Furthermore, the Foreign Office, despite Churchill's objections, was prepared to accept EAMLS representation in a new Greek coalition government. 126. In January 1944, consequently, the Foreign Office proposed to initiate talks with EAMLS for the purpose of ending the civil war, and although Gerolymatos agreed, he insisted that any negotiations be limited to military matters. In turn, Gerolymatos appealed to Archbishop Damaskinos to attempt reconciliation between the leaders of the traditional political parties and the Greek government in exile. In addition, if EAMLS accepted an armistice, Damaskinos was to select a committee to negotiate the formation of a coalition government that would include representatives from the left. Gerolymatos authorized Woodhouse to represent the Greek premier in the talks with EAMLS, and after 14 meetings, the civil war ended with the conclusion of the Plaka Agreement on 29 February 1944. 127. The signatories agreed to continue the armistice and maintain the territorial status quo in their respective regions, while accepting the principle to cooperate in the future. A secret clause was also included that the guerrilla organizations would participate in Operation Noah's Ark, designed to harass the German retreat from Greece. 128. The Plaka Agreement was only a limited success because it essentially established a military truce but did not address any of the outstanding political issues. The absence of a political compromise now acted as a catalyst for EAMLS to begin the process of forming its own government. Although most Greek politicians had rebuffed EAM's efforts to participate in the creation of a Greek government in the mountains, several liberals and Republicans decided to work with EAM in order to moderate the KKE's influence and work toward achieving self-determination for post-war Greece. On March 10, 1944, EAM formally established the Political Committee of National Liberation, PEA. The committee included not only members of EAM, but also Alexander Svalos, one of Greece's preeminent constitutional experts, Angelos Angelopoulos, another academic, Emmanuel Mandakas, the only senior Greek officer to lead a coup against the Metaxas regime, in 1938, and Euripides Bakirgis, who abandoned EKKA and joined PEEA.129. The formation of PEEA triggered a political crisis for the British and the Greek government in exile because it presented a real if not legal rival. 130 Many of the officers and men of the Greek armed forces in the Middle East viewed PEEA as the legitimate representative of the Greek people and resented the refusal of Pseudoros and the king to come to terms with PEEA's request for the establishment of a new Greek government. 131 On March 26, the day after the celebration of Greece's Independence Day, PEEA made another appeal for a government of national unity, and this time it sparked a mutiny in the Greek armed forces in the Middle East. Pseudoros refused to deal with the demands of the mutineers to recognize PEEA as well as broaden the government. The British, particularly Churchill, who blamed the mutiny on extremists and communists, supported the decision of the Greek premier. Meanwhile, liberals and Venizilist politicians, who were in and out of the revolving door of the Greek government in exile, tried to convince Pseudoros to resign in favor of Sophocles Venizelos, the son of the great prime minister, who, they argued, was in a better position to deal with the rebellious Greek forces. Pseudoros at first resisted, but on April 13 he gave up his post and Venizelos took his place as premier. 132 The latter was equally unsuccessful in quelling the mutiny, and after 13 days he also resigned. The British then took matters into their own hands and forced the appointment of Admiral Petros Voulgaris as commander-in-chief of the Greek navy to put down the rebels. After a short skirmish, Voulgaris, with the help of British military forces, restored order by the end of April. 133. The end of the First Civil War in February 1944 and the mutiny of the Greek armed forces in the Middle East left the Greek government in exile in tatters and with little credibility in occupied Greece. EAMLS, on the other hand, emerged as a much stronger organization, increasing the prospect of conflict with the British. In early 1944, the Allies decided that they would not launch an invasion of Greece and that liberation would follow in the wake of a German retreat, thus leaving most of the country under the control of EAMLS. In the interim period, between the spring of 1944 and the German evacuation in October, the British had to plan for two possibilities. The first was to bring about the liberation of Greece with the cooperation of EAMLS, at least long enough for the Greek government in exile to reassert its authority over the country. The second was to cooperate with the anti-communist elements linked to the puppet government and use them to maintain control of Greece until the British could bring sufficient forces to secure the country. Both possibilities required at least a partial reform of the Greek government in exile, which had to include representatives from the resistance as well as deal with the question of the monarchy. Although these factors had come into play and had been summarily rejected when the resistance delegation had visited Cairo in August 1943, the new realities created by the Civil War and the fact that no Allied army would liberate Greece required an accommodation with the left, at least on British terms. Part of the means of addressing this problem required, at the very minimum, the semblance of a Greek coalition government and a premier who represented the liberal establishment and had some credibility in occupied Greece. The man who had these qualities was George Papandreou. A follower of Venizelos, he had held 3 cabinet portfolios and had a reputation of supporting progressive legislation. In March 1942, he had signed the petition calling upon George II to remain outside Greece until a plebiscite determined the fate of the monarchy. During the occupation, Papandreou kept in touch with members of the resistance, but declined to join EAMLS and later sent a series of dispatches to Cairo denouncing the left-wing organization, as well as warning the Greek government in exile and the British of the growing influence of the KKE. These communications had greatly impressed the Foreign Office, particularly Papandreou's analysis of the international political order, which he divided into Pan-Slavist communism, which threatened to swallow Greece and Europe, and Anglo-Saxon liberalism, the only force able to oppose it. 134 Accordingly, the British and George II decided to bring Papandreou out of Greece, and, with Churchill's approval, he became acting premier on April 26, 1944. Papandreou had many qualities and was sufficiently liberal, and like most Greek politicians was a liberal with a conservative bent, but he was no Charles de Gaulle. Unlike de Gaulle, a military man with the absolute loyalty of the Free French Army, who had imposed himself on the British and later the Americans, to the consternation of the latter, Papandreou was plucked out of obscurity in Greece by the British and foisted on the king, the government in exile, and the armed forces in the Middle East. To the left, at best he appeared to hold office through British favour, and at worst he was seen as a puppet of a foreign power, effectively no different than the quisling occupation prime ministers. Papandreou was a British solution dictated to accommodate their interests and those of George II. As head of the government in exile, he did not enjoy the wholehearted support of the king, he was not the leader of a political party, and he did not command the confidence of the armed forces or even the non-left-wing resistance. He was a man destined to be a cipher for a variety of interests, foreign and domestic, and remain helpless as the country drifted to a second round of civil war 2 months after liberation. Greece needed a de Gaulle, but not one appointed by the British, a military man who stood above petty politics and who guaranteed bringing back stability but not the old order. Unfortunately for the Greeks, such a man did not exist. Papandreou's first task was to chair an all-party conference in Lebanon on May 17, 1944, the purpose of which was to form a government of national unity that would also include representatives of the resistance organizations. 135 Papandreou skillfully isolated the EAMLS delegates by accusing them of causing the civil war as well as the April Mutiny. 136 Next, he sidestepped the constitutional problem by using a letter from George II, November 8, which declared that the king would reconsider his return to Greece in consultation with his government, as the guiding principle of the role of the monarchy in the immediate post-liberation period. 137 The conference ended 3 days later on May 20 with the conclusion of the Lebanon Charter, whose 8 points were accepted by all the participants including the EAMLS and PEEA delegates. 138 Papandreou reported the results of the conference to the king and submitted his resignation. The king, in turn, accepted the Lebanon Charter and asked Papandreou to form a new government based on the principles agreed to at the conference. 139. Papandreou's objective was to form a government of national unity that would include representation from the resistance organizations. This participation would force EAMLS to act in concert with the new government and abandon PEEA. EAMLS, however, upon receiving the terms of the Lebanon Charter, refused to endorse it or to join a government of national unity. 140 For the next several months, Papandreou and the British waged an overt and covert campaign to force EAMLS into a coalition government. Papandreou, for his part, interpreted the king's letter of November 8, 1943 to mean that the Greek government in exile understood that George II would not return to Greece until a plebiscite decided the future of the monarchy, thus removing the most serious objection that was keeping EAMLS from joining the government. 141 The British, in contrast, had been attempting even before the Lebanon Agreement to contain the growing power of EAMLS, and searched for new coalitions to form an anti-left front. Ironically, the Germans at this time were pursuing a similar policy. After the outbreak of civil war in October 1943, it had become obvious to the British that the Vennaislists and Liberals were no match for the KKE. The Republican forces, which the SO had so carefully cultivated as the lesser of two evils, had lost their cohesion as a political organization. They still represented a considerable force, however, and a potential ally for the Germans, who in the fall of 1943 began to approach counterinsurgency from a political perspective, focusing on anti-communism. From the beginning of the occupation, the Germans concentrated on occupying and protecting key strategic positions straddling their lines of communication, effectively abandoning the countryside to the guerrillas except for limited and infrequent operations. 142 Until 1943, the Italians had responsibility for securing most of Greece as well as conducting anti-guerrilla operations, and the Germans only took action in cases of specific sabotage in their zones of occupation. 143. In the spring of 1943, Yanis Rallis, a professional politician, agreed to head the Third Occupation Government, with the proviso that his regime could establish a Greek security force. The German authorities agreed in principle, and on April 7, 1943, the Rallies government decreed the mobilization of 4 F-Zone battalions. 144 at first, and in order to calm the fears of their Italian ally, the Germans armed the newly created battalions with rifles and machine guns only. 145 This policy changed with the surrender of Italy, and by October 1943 the first fully armed battalions came into service in Athens, followed by 2 more by the end of December. Despite a persistent and aggressive recruitment campaign, the Rallies forces attracted just a handful of volunteers. The success of EAMLS in the early stages of the Civil War later drove many conservative officers to the security battalions. During the course of the Civil War, some members of guerrilla bands dispersed by ELS also sought refuge or revenge by enlisting in the battalions. 146 As a large proportion of these men were Republicans, they were attracted to the units, which were advertised as anti-communist as well as anti-monarchist forces. Moreover, after Zerva's reconciliation with the monarchy, Eads had ceased to represent the Republican cause. For the Germans, the battalions provided new forces to replace the Italian units stationed in Greece. Early in 1944, the Rallies government seized the opportunity offered by the willingness of the German authorities to expand the battalions and began an intensive campaign to attract new volunteers. In order to maintain a steady flow of recruits, the Rallies regime dismissed hundreds of men from local police forces without any pay or rations. To make recruitment palatable, the puppet regime spread rumors that the British and American governments secretly supported Rallies. In addition, on March 19, 1944, the puppet government enacted legislation that permitted all officers dismissed from the armed forces after 1927 to re-enlist at their former rank provided they serve in the battalions. 147 This move, coupled with the propaganda that the battalions were to be used to combat communism, offered to many cashiered Republican officers the possibility of reinstatement in a post-war Greek army. 148 Ironically, officers loyal to the king faced a similar dilemma. In the spring of 1943, the monarchist faction of the officer corps had attempted to create an organization to represent and maintain the unity of the royalist officers. General Alexander Papagos, the commander-in-chief of the Greek army during the Albanian War, along with 5 other generals, established the military hierarchy. Very quickly, the new organization extended its influence among the professional officers in Athens and through them to those who resided in the military districts of the Greek army divisions before the war. 149 The aims of the military hierarchy were to support the organizations fighting the occupation forces by providing leadership and maintaining the established social and political order by gaining control of Athens after a German withdrawal. 150 Despite the prestige of Papagos, the generals were unable to solicit any interest from the British or from any of the guerrilla bands, and soon the German authorities arrested the 6 generals and sent them to a concentration camp. Although the Germans incarcerated the leadership of the military hierarchy, the organization survived and remained dormant until liberation. Then, many of its adherents resurfaced and were able to take advantage of the anti-left policies of the British and the Greek governments and to once again assume control of the armed forces and the security services. The ambivalent attitude of the British toward these as well as the collaborationist forces carrying the label anti-communist contributed to the growth of the battalions. Even prior to the outbreak of the Civil War, officers of the British intelligence services had come into indirect contact with the representatives of the Rallies government and with individuals associated with the battalions. In September 1943, Frank McCaskey, the Telegraph correspondent in Athens before the occupation and an officer in the SIS afterward, had attempted, with the assistance of Angelos Evert, the head of the Athens police force, and Archbishop Damaskinos, to form an anti-communist front as a counter to EAMLS. 151 This coalition was to include several conservative Republicans, but also certain members of the Athens Eads who were already working for the Germans or had been instrumental in organizing the security battalions. 152 EAMLS was aware of efforts by British agents, whether authorized or not, to build a counter-organization to the left-wing resistance, which confirmed their suspicions of the British. 153. The British and Greek government in exile initially avoided any outright denunciation of the security battalions, instead confining their comments to mild reprimands through the BBC broadcasts to Greece. 154 For example, one directive of June 2, 1944 stipulated that all those who joined the battalions were assisting the Germans but that they should not be denounced as traitors. 20 days later, a second directive suspended all direct attacks against the rally's forces until July 1944. 155 The Greek government in exile finally denounced these units publicly in September 1944. 156 By the summer of 1944, the Greek political spectrum had shifted significantly, as the struggle between the left and right overshadowed the old royalist-republican schism. Within this spectrum, the battalions assumed the position of intermediaries between the post-war political revolution represented by EAMLS and the re-establishment of the old order identified with EADS and backed by the British. Inasmuch as the first round of the Civil War spawned the security battalions, it also marginalized EADS and with it the Republican cause, not only within the resistance movement but also as a potential player in post-war Greece. In contrast, between the fall of 1943 and the summer of 1944, EAMLS clearly emerged as a major political and military force that controlled most of the Greek countryside and had an established infrastructure within the major cities and towns. The collapse of Italy provided EAMLS with an added bonus. One Italian division that managed to avoid internment by the Germans in Greece surrendered to the but in LS-held territory. Despite British efforts to keep the Italian force intact, logistical problems forced them to disperse the Italians, but in the process, the Italians had to abandon their weapons. 157 Most of these ended up in the hands of LS, giving that organization a considerable number of artillery and heavy machine guns and hence increasing its firepower and decreasing its dependence on British supplies. Thus, with the exception of Zerva's numerically inferior EADS bands and the limited number of guerrillas controlled by right-wing groups, the only other force capable of containing LS was the security battalions. These circumstances forced Papandreou to consider incorporating the security battalions into the post-war Greek army. 158 Although this plan fell through, during the summer of 1944 the absence of any strong and outright denunciation of these forces served as indirect pressure for EAMLS to join the Greek government. 159 After many mutual denunciations between EAMLS and the Greek government in exile, on July 29 EAMLS informed Cairo that it was prepared to join the government providing that Papandreou stepped down as premier. Both Churchill and Eden, however, denounced EAMLS' call for Papandreou's resignation. On August 18, George Scientos, the acting secretary of the KKE and a member of the Central Committee of EAM, dropped all previous demands and accepted the admission of 5 EAMLS representatives to the Greek government. 160 Some scholars have attributed this dramatic volte-face to the influence of a Soviet mission that had arrived in Greece on 26 July. 161 In the meantime, the British decided to send a small force to Greece to facilitate the transition from occupation to liberation, but primarily to prevent EAMLS from seizing power. 162 In early September, the Greek government in exile moved to Caserta, Italy, and on September 26, in conjunction with the British and representatives of the resistance, it concluded the Caserta Agreement to deal with the immediate problems of security after liberation. The main concern of the British and the Papandreou government, however, was the demobilization of the guerrilla bands and the transfer of the Government of National Unity, the name of the government in exile after May 1944, to Greece. The agreement was signed by Wilson, as the Supreme Allied Commander, Mediterranean Theatre, Papandreou, on behalf of the Greek government, Harold Macmillan, representing the British government, and Zervas and Serafis for EADS and LS, respectively. Remarkably, EAMLS accepted these conditions, which after liberation effectively gave the British and the Greek government in exile control of key areas, thus enabling them to offset some of the strategic advantage held by LS. On September 18, 1944, almost a week before the Caserta Agreement, Macmillan, the resident Minister of State, confided in his diary that Greece was in grave danger of EAM seizing power whenever the Germans are leaving. 163. Nonetheless, despite the concessions given by EAM Ellis, the British presumed that the Communists would use the resistance to gain control of Greece. For the next several months, this underlying principle guided British policy toward the Greek resistance and invariably contributed to the outbreak of the December uprising in 1944. On October 12, 1944, the Germans pulled their forces out of Athens and began their withdrawal from Greece. 6 days later, the Greek government, along with a small British force, arrived in the capital. 164. Despite the Herculean tasks facing the Greek government, the most pressing issue was the establishment of a new national army to replace the guerrilla bands and to participate in the defeat of Nazi Germany. With the exception of the Greek Navy and small air force, the Greek government had under its control only the 3rd Mountain Brigade and the Sacred Company, the latter made up of officers. These forces were all that remained of the Greek units in the Middle East after the mutinies and the subsequent purges. Their composition, following the dismissal and court-martial of liberals and republicans who had participated in the mutinies, was conservative and included many republicans such as Vend Iris, now transformed into a committed royalist. This made the government-controlled army unacceptable to EAM Ellis, which feared that any new army led by such officers would simply restore the pre-war political establishment. For the time being, the 3rd Brigade was in Italy, and its future disposition, at least officially, remained in question. In the fall of 1944, consequently, the Greek government was dependent on the small British force made up of logistical personnel, the goodwill of EAM Ellis, and the security battalions. It seems clear from the events that unfolded between November and December that the Papandreou government had decided, in cooperation with the British, to quietly reinstate the officers who had served in the battalions. At the same time, it had become British policy to dissolve EAM and dismantle Ellis units while using collaborators to support the Greek government. One SO report of September 8, 1944 recommended that a combination of secret and overt means be used to persuade the moderate majority to desert EAM Ellis at an opportune moment and join the supporters of the legal government. Details must vary slightly according to local conditions, but the two essential principles are that secrecy must be maintained and that His Majesty's government must not appear to be connected with this scheme. The same report also outlined British policy toward other groups, including collaborators. By contrast with EAM, the fragmentation of right-wing groups, Quisling and non-political formations has less importance. Leaders and rank and file could easily be made to support the legal government of Greece when the time comes. 165. After liberation, the British had incarcerated the majority of the security battalions in the Gouty barracks outside Athens and in other locations in Attica. In the middle of November, the British started releasing security battalion officers from Avarov prison, and soon some of them were freely walking the streets of Athens wearing new uniforms. The British and the Greek General Staff assisted others in leaving Greece for Egypt, and placed those released in early November into regular army units. 166 On November 23, the Ministry of Defense published a list of 250 officers designated to command the new National Guard units. Of these, 8 had served with the security battalions. 167 EAM Ellis and the press were so outraged that the government had to revise the list and drop those associated with the battalions, as well as having to replace the Undersecretary of Defense with an Ellis officer, General Ptolemaeus Arigiannis. 168. The British Army continued to provide protection and assist in the gradual rehabilitation of the former Quisling units into the Greek army and the police forces. They were guided in this policy, even before liberation, by the almost absolute conviction that EAM Ellis, and through them the KKE, was determined to seize power. 169 On August 9, 1944, Foreign Secretary Eden outlined Britain's strategic interest in post-war Greece to the War Cabinet and stressed that it was imperative to avoid a communist coup in that country. Eden warned, were the Greek communist forces, who were strongly armed, to seize power, a massacre might follow. This would be very injurious to our prestige, and might even add Greece to the post-war Balkan Slav bloc which now showed signs of forming under Russian influence, and from which we were anxious to keep Greece detached. 170 The daily marches and protests by EAMLS bolstered these fears, which ultimately created the conditions for a confrontation between the British and Ellis. Chapter 4. Bloody December. The second round of the Civil War. Democracy is no harlot to be picked up in the street by a man with a Tommy gun. Winston Churchill. Usually December is a mercurial month in Greece. The weather ranges from the soft warmth of the winter sunlight in the middle of the day to brisk evenings and damp, cold mornings. Sunday, December 3, 1944, marked a tragic day for Athens, a city on the verge of chaos. It had rained the previous day, and most Athenians were driven indoors by the chill and dampness. At dawn, the rays of the sun pierced the darkness and the light blended with the morning dew, making the city sparkle and gleam. People slowly began their daily ritual of scrounging for scarce supplies and bits of wood so they could keep warm during the frosty nights. December was made even colder by severe shortages of food and heating fuel that had taken bloom out of liberation 2 months earlier. During those early heady days, the gloom of occupation was shattered by parades of soldiers and resistance fighters along with the frivolity of round-the-clock celebrations, but by December, Athens had once again descended into darkness. The sudden exhilaration of freedom was replaced by recriminations and charges of collaboration or treason. Accusation, in fact, became the national discourse. Fear stalked every corner of Athens, grinding down what little trust that remained and diminishing any hope for the future. On the morning of December 3, 1944, several processions of Greek communists, socialists, republicans, and anti-monarchists were advancing to Constitution Square, the center of Athens and the heart of Greek political life. All were members of the Wartime National Liberation Front, EAM, a coalition of communist, socialist, and agrarian parties that had developed into a mass resistance organization during the occupation. The ranks of demonstrators were filled with a disproportionate number of young women, teenagers, old men, and even children. Some came as unwilling participants, because the day before, bands of young men had gone through most of the streets of the city and, armed with paper megaphones, issued orders to all citizens to come and show their support for EAM by participating in the demonstration. Fig. 3. Athenians celebrate the liberation from Nazi occupation on October 12, 1944. The celebration was short-lived. 2 months later, the resistance was fighting the British in the December uprising. Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs, photo exhibition of the Diplomatic and Historical Archive Department. During the first 6 weeks of liberation, Athenians had grown accustomed to the daily cacophony of slogans and rants, grievances paraded by the left. This time, however, it was different. Anyone who stayed away, the young men with the megaphones warned, would be considered an enemy of the people and dealt with accordingly. 1 Most residents had little reason to doubt the urgency of the exhortations or the veracity of the threats, and the next day they made their way to the center of Athens. Threats aside, EAM enjoyed a mass following that had greater faith in the wartime resistance organization than in the provisional government. Many had walked from the outskirts of Athens, others from the suburbs and nearby villages, while a lucky few were brought to the city by a hastily established EAM transportation system, which was composed of a motley collection of dilapidated trucks and automobiles. The demonstrators were descending on Athens to protest the decision of the Greek government to demobilize the resistance bands that had fought the Axis and to replace them with a new army. During the 3.5 years of brutal occupation, the Allies had hailed the resistance fighters as the torchbearers of freedom in Nazi-dominated Europe. Yet by December 1944, the resistance had become the unwanted guest of the exigencies of war and now was a threat to the Greek government and an embarrassment to its British patrons. The realities of peace could not fulfill the promises, or at least insinuations, during the occupation, and the demonstrators believed that their grievances had to be addressed before Greece could truly be liberated. They suspected that a new Greek army would simply force the return of the unpopular King George II and enable the provisional Greek government to reinstate the pre-war political status quo, with its legacy of authoritarianism and repression. In the view of the large number of Greeks who subscribed to the left, the resistance bands had to remain in order to ensure an equitable balance of power. The communist leadership, however, had other ambitions, as well as fears. Despite the fact that the membership of EAM was close to 750,000, the KKE did not have faith that this mass support would remain steadfast. Certainly, they could not rely on broad endorsement of a communist platform in a future election, thus the KKE continued to operate behind front organizations such as EAM. Preserving the military options provided by ELUS was the best chance the communists had of exerting influence in post-war Greece and nursing any hope of achieving control over the country. The decision of the provisional government to order the demobilization of the guerrilla forces meant that the KKE would lose the only effective leverage with which to impose its agenda on events. The fate of the resistance bands and the issue of a new army, however, were symptoms of much deeper divisions that imposed themselves on the political process in post-liberation Greece. Fundamentally, two visions of the country's future had come to the forefront: a radical Greece ruled by the will of the people, the so-called popular democracy, promised by the rhetoric of EAM-ELUS, and the return of the pre-war political establishment. Both political concepts had antecedents whose roots reached back to the Greek War of Independence, but by December 1944 they were on a collision course. Supporters of each side suspected the other of hidden agendas and duplicity. The right believed that behind the promise of a liberal, socialist, and democratic Greece loomed the KKE and the prospect of a Soviet-style state, while the left was convinced that references to stability and order implied the specter of monarchy and authoritarianism. Despite the suspicions of the left, the resurrection of a political system dominated by military and reactionary cliques was not necessarily a fait accompli, at least in the immediate post-liberation period. The power and influence of the traditional elites and political factions became dissipated by war and occupation, as well as challenged by the phenomenon of a mass-based resistance. Unfortunately, the hasty and precipitous actions of the left practically guaranteed the return of the stifling rule of the pre-war traditional elites, who would impose a new authoritarianism with a vengeance. On that morning in December, those thousands of demonstrators were marching to regain the political initiative that the war and occupation had created for the left and that they believed was about to be hijacked by the government of national unity. Police cordons blocked off all streets leading to the center of Athens, but approximately 100 demonstrators broke through from Sigro Street and advanced toward the police station located on the edge of Constitution Square near the Grande Bretagne Hotel. As the columns of demonstrators snaked through the streets, converging on the center of the city, they were incited by the men with the megaphones, and every so often the crowd stopped and chanted, "Down with Papandreou! Down with intervention! Try the collaborators! Down with George Glucksberg George II! Death to traitors!" The police had set up barricades to block off the streets leading to the square, but these were overwhelmed by the sheer weight of people. In particular, angry young women, caught up in the excitement of the moment, screamed unrelentingly at the police, and some even left the columns and ran out into the street to shake their fists at the muzzles of the rifles. Point 2. At approximately 10 a.m., a large group of demonstrators made its way to the apartment building of George Papandreou. A torrent of threats accompanied the chants of "Down with Papandreou!" Trapped inside his apartment, Papandreou watched anxiously as his police guards struggled to hold back the protesters. Suddenly, someone threw 2 grenades, killing one passerby and severely wounding another. 3 The sight of blood further enraged the demonstrators, and they attempted to force their way into the lobby of the apartment building. Fortunately, Papandreou's guards, with the aid of automatic weapons, succeeded in dispersing the angry crowd. 4. According to Panagiotis Kanellopoulos, then Minister of Marine in the government, the day's events had almost unhinged Papandreou. Earlier in the morning, when Kanellopoulos first went to see the premier to discuss the pending demonstration, he was told that Papandreou was sleeping and could not be disturbed. A little later, Gerolymatos tried once again to see the premier and reached his fifth-floor apartment just a few minutes after the police had beaten back the demonstrators. Once inside, he saw 5 or 6 ministers huddled in a corner. Despite the circumstances, they remained unfazed, but the premier had withdrawn alone into his bedroom. Half an hour later, Papandreou finally emerged from his isolation, recalls Gerolymatos, but he appeared confused, nervous and incapable of making decisions. 5. The crisis that followed liberation had taken its toll on the Greek premier and his family. Papandreou's stepdaughter, Miranda, was a communist who took part in the EAM parades and demonstrations, and the premier's son, Andreas, was serving in the United States Navy. Staring from his window, Papandreou may have mused that one face in that crowd could just as easily have been his own stepdaughter screaming for his blood. Later on, during the 33 days of the December crisis, Miranda went completely over to the other side and gave stage performances for Ellis. She further tried to raise the morale of the insurgents by drawing sketches that lampooned her parents. In the meantime, while the premier was trying to grapple with a country on the brink of civil war, as well as the future of his own family, Sunday's events were acquiring their own relentless momentum. By approximately 10:45 a.m., one column of demonstrators was spilling into Constitution Square. They quickly formed ranks of 8 to 10 abreast, while every fourth person carried either a British, Greek, American, or Soviet flag. Others waved banners on which slogans were emblazoned in red print. 6W Byford Jones, who witnessed the event, writes. The ages of those who were taking part ranged from 10 to 12 years of age to 60 and more. A few of the children were without shoes, most of the people without overcoats, but there were many who were well dressed. As before, there were a predominant number of girls between 18 and 30 years of age. There was nothing sullen or menacing about the procession. Some of the men shouted fanatically towards the police station and the hotel, but there was a good deal of humorous banter, and many jokes were exchanged between demonstrators and those who watched from the curbs. 7. Between the demonstrators and the police station were approximately 20 terrified policemen, who had taken position between the palace and the corner of the Grande Bretagne Hotel that faced the square. Armed with little more than Italian carbines loaded with blank ammunition, the police had no illusions as to their fate if the crowd got out of control. The policemen had every reason to fear for their lives, as they had served under the jurisdiction of the occupation authorities. The majority of Athenians had, rightly or wrongly, labeled them collaborators. Although many Greek police officials had covertly assisted the resistance and the Allies, not enough time had passed since liberation to permit a clear distinction between absolute traitor and patriot. Indeed, some had had to wear the mask of the former in order to assist the latter. Making matters worse, the Greek government failed to purge the security establishments and civil service of collaborators, whose continued presence now tainted every state official. The government had argued that time was required to conduct a meticulous and judicious purge, but such reasoning was lost on the crowds advancing toward the center of the city in the morning of December 3, 1944. To the half-starved population of Greece, symbols truly mattered, and the gray uniforms of the police invoked the fear and agony of the occupation. The handful of policemen positioned a few yards beyond their station were aware of this reality, and for the previous several hours they had witnessed dozens of wounded fellow officers being carried off on stretchers into the station following clashes with groups of demonstrators. As the crowd got closer and closer, the policemen's fears turned to panic, and some began to replace their blank rounds with live ammunition. When the crowd advanced to less than 100 yards from the police cordon, suddenly a man in military uniform ran out of the station and shouted, "Shoot the bastards!" He then dropped to one knee and began firing his gun. 8 A few seconds later the panic-stricken policemen followed suit. They did not fire in unison like a disciplined unit, but discharged their weapons sporadically. Some of the officers hesitated for a few seconds, others had remained transfixed by the spectacle before them, but one after another they began to return fire. The first ranks of the crowd fell forward, the fortunate ones found protection behind trees or nearby walls, but most simply lay flat on the ground. The shooting continued for approximately half an hour, and when it was over, 22 of the demonstrators remained still, 12 of them dead. 9 A couple of brave souls gingerly darted out onto the square to drag back the bodies of their comrades, while others attempted to cover the wounded with their own bodies. Once the firing ceased, fear of the police and anguish over the casualties were instantly replaced by rage. The metamorphosis from a disciplined crowd into a frenzied mob took place almost instantly. Hatred replaced terror and, according to Bifer Jones, the demonstrators went mad. Thousands of people roared their threats and defiance at the police. It was the ugliest scene I had ever witnessed. The demonstrators stood screaming and shouting, tearing open their shirts and crying, "Shoot me, you cowards, you Papandreou hirelings." 10. By noon, a second wave of demonstrators broke through the police cordons and was soon joined by thousands more, until the square was jammed with almost 60,000 people. 11 The police retreated to their station and locked themselves inside. Over the next 30 minutes, the remaining police barricades disintegrated as most of the officers discreetly left the scene and sought refuge in nearby private homes or managed to reach the safety of the police headquarters. A few police stragglers near the square, however, were not as fortunate. They were seized by dozens of hands, punched, kicked, and spat upon. Their protestations of innocence were drowned out by a torrent of verbal abuse. The lucky ones were dragged off to the nearest lamppost and lynched. Some, however, could not be pried away from the clutches of the mob, which, intoxicated by raw animal savagery, tore the men literally from limb to limb. 12. The crowd in the square continued to shout slogans and to wave banners, remarkably also carrying Greek, American, British, and Russian flags. Regardless of the chaos and commotion, every effort was made to display EAM's affection for the United States and its president. The masses repeatedly shouted "Roosevelt, Roosevelt," and carried numerous large flags of the Stars and Stripes. An American officer passing by was immediately pounced on by a group of boys, who raised him on their shoulders and carried him over 40 blocks until the man managed to kick himself free. 13. In the midst of this angry mass of humanity, an old woman dressed in widow's black stood outside the police station and, like the Furies from the ancient past, hurled threats and curses at the men inside the building. For some time she stubbornly stood leaning on her stick, her presence the incarnation of hatred, fear, and helplessness that had become a metaphor for Greece. After several hours, the crowd quietly dispersed and a squadron of British paratroopers, advancing single file, easily pushed the remaining demonstrators across the square. Despite the bitter fighting that would later take place, most first-hand accounts agree that initially there was no perceptible hostility toward the British. For the time being, and as far as most of the demonstrators were concerned, the killings were blamed on the police and the Papandreou government. After the last groups of participants and spectators abandoned Constitution Square, a strange silence engulfed the place, interrupted briefly by a crisp wind that playfully chased the odd bits of paper and brownish leaves across the pavement. Soon after, the skies darkened and a heavy downpour lashed the bare streets of Athens, driving indoors the handful of lingering protesters and onlookers. The police continued to remain within the confines of their station, while the man who initiated the shooting in the square disappeared. His identity remains a mystery and has become another strand in the folklore that eventually framed the story of the December uprising. The questions still linger: was he an agent provocateur of the right, or even the left? Over the years, no one has ever come forward to take credit or provide evidence of this man's identity. Whoever he was, he almost single-handedly lit the fuse, triggering a sequence of events that catapulted Athens into the brutality of the December uprising. 14. The next day, Monday, December 4, a sea of demonstrators converged on the city center to protest the killings, and again held the streets of Athens hostage. In the morning, thousands of EAM supporters joined a long funeral procession led by several trucks carrying 24 makeshift coffins of Sunday's victims. Reactions to the funeral delineated the left and right-wing cleavages of Athenian society that now radiated to all of Greece. Although some Athenians mourned the death of the victims, others seized on the occasion to denounce the tactics of EAM. EAM's detractors baldly stated that the display of 24 coffins was exaggerated and intentionally provocative. They also claimed that several of the coffins were filled with stones and that not all the corpses were the victims of Sunday's clash. At the cemetery, leading members of the KKE and EAM eulogized the dead and condemned the Greek government for the murders. 15 The demonstrators then headed back to the center of the city. 3 young women at the head of the procession carried a long banner proclaiming, "When the people are in danger from tyranny, they choose either chains or arms." Those following chanted slogans inscribed on placards and carried them along with Allied flags and blood-stained pieces of cloth as a testimony of Sunday's casualties. Once again, a disproportionate number of young women led the columns, rendered almost hysterical with rage, spitting curses and threats. 16. The path for Monday's procession was carefully chosen to challenge the authority of the Papandreou government and, failing that, to provoke a reaction. The possibility of casualties was of little consideration to EAM or to the government. Fresh killings would simply generate new martyrs for either side. Around noon, the demonstrators headed to Omonia Square, but before they could advance any further, they came under fire from the police and members of the right-wing EDS and X, pronounced Chi, organizations who had been positioned on the rooftops and in outlying rooms of several hotels that faced the main streets. The X organization included fervent anti-communists as well, many who simply sought revenge for atrocities committed by the left against members of their families. This time, the demonstrators, flanked by armed escorters, began firing back. 17 In a few minutes, pandemonium broke out as most of the demonstrators started to run away from the shooting and scrambled for protection in the nearest doorways, store entrances, or any other possible shelter from the gunfire. The main confrontation took place around the Metropolis Hotel, and by the afternoon, when British troops managed to restore order, 40 more people had lost their lives and 70 were seriously wounded. 18. These new shootings and killings almost coincided with the gunfire of the reserve LS units opening the preliminary round of the Battle of Athens. Remarkably, despite the threats and claims by the left for a mass uprising against the Papandreou regime, the initial crisis was a slow burn rather than a sudden eruption, or even part of a carefully calculated strategy. The first choice of targets was the police, which the left identified with the provisional government and the last vestiges of the occupation. Over the next several hours, the reserve LS units mounted dozens of small sieges against the police stations in Athens and the port city of Piraeus. By 3 p.m., LS had captured 21 out of the 24 police stations in metropolitan Athens, and unraveled the tenuous compromises that had held the peace since liberation. These attacks followed a familiar pattern in which dozens of small, heart-wrenching dramas were played out. After a police station was captured, those not killed during the fighting were accused of collaboration and other crimes against the people. The policemen would plead innocence, but their entreaties fell on deaf ears. These exchanges seldom lasted for more than a few minutes, and afterward the unfortunate officers were shot outright or dragged to the nearest lamppost, tree, or telephone pole and hanged. In some instances British troops, still encountering little or no opposition from LS, managed to rescue the condemned. In others, the presence of British soldiers served to encourage the extreme elements to descend into even greater human depravity. In Piraeus, a British unit attempted to interpose itself between a police station and LS, but faced overwhelming opposition. After a tense verbal exchange, the guerrillas dragged out several of their prisoners and in front of the British soldiers proceeded to gouge out the eyes of these hapless prisoners. The British soldiers gawked, transfixed by the horror unfolding before them and disgusted by their impotency to interfere. The screams of the policemen reverberated along the empty streets, and were quickly reduced to low guttural moans, but the ordeal was far from over. For a few minutes, the LS executioners just grinned while savoring the spectacle of torment and the vulnerability of the British. Then, they took out butcher's cleavers and began to hack off the forearms of the blind policemen and continued slashing until the bodies resembled heaps of human pulp. The agony, for victims and spectators, ended when the policemen were put out of their misery by bullets to their brains. 19 The tormentors exploited such sadistic brutality on several levels by exercising of their total superiority over their victims, and by forcing the British to observe the atrocity they made them de facto participants. Yet, collectively or individually, other members of Ellis were also capable of remarkable demonstrations of human dignity and courage. During the early days of the fighting and before General Ronald Scobie, the British commander of all forces in Greece, gave the order to commit fully his forces into battle, a British squadron, supported by one tank, moved against the EAM Ellis headquarters in Athens located on Constitution Square, across from the Grande Bretagne Hotel. After the unit captured the building and took a few prisoners, a lone Ellis guerrilla approached them and, ripping off his shirt, stood bare-chested in front of the tank, challenging the British tank to pass through him. In that brief moment, the conflict was no longer anonymous, and for the British tank crew the enemy had a face, commitment, and determination. The intimacy of the moment proved too much, and the embarrassed crew turned the tank around and abandoned the street to the Ellis soldier. 20 Civil war, with few exceptions, quickly degenerates into brutal slaughter because the violence and killing are localized and intimate. Athens in 1944 was a small city in which life revolved around equally small neighborhoods, where everyone knew just about everyone else. The killing or torture of one individual seldom remained isolated, but instead rippled across many lives. Under these conditions, the emotional involvement of the participants is supercharged and, as exemplified by the man standing in front of the tank in Athens, absolute. Fanaticism and revulsion dominated Athenian society during the December uprising and continued throughout the next stage of the Civil War from 1946 to 1949. In this jungle of extreme emotions, atrocities were commonplace and not exclusive to one side or the other. Another immediate target, during the early days of the battle, was the extreme right-wing X organization. Ellis units, in the early afternoon of December 4, advanced on the X headquarters near the Temple of Theseus, close to the Acropolis, and laid siege to several buildings. X included approximately 1,000 members and was led by Colonel Grievous, a fierce anti-communist and committed royalist. The organization came into existence primarily in Athens during the last year of the occupation to counter the overwhelming influence of EAM and Ellis. The left had almost immediately denounced all members of X as reactionaries and collaborators, lumping them with the notorious German-led security battalions. In a short time, a fierce firefight ensued and neither side expected nor was inclined to give quarter. The battle raged all day, and after several failed attempts to capture the X headquarters, Ellis began to bombard the buildings with mortars. Some structures caught on fire, and by late afternoon flames from the burning buildings darted upward, licking the low-hanging clouds. In the evening, the glow from the fires rested like a red crown over a dark and dreary Athens. In another part of the city, a smaller base of X came under fire from Ellis, and innocent bystanders and local residents became trapped in the ensuing fight. On the afternoon of December 4, Alexander Zaosis opened the door of his apartment at 85 Solinos Street near the University of Athens. Before he could step outside, a crescendo of gunfire and the thud of grenades forced the young Athenian back inside. The shooting went on for hours, as 35 young members of X were trapped at 108 Solinos Street by a superior Ellis force. The Ellis fighters attempted to penetrate the building from the roof but failed to break through. For the next 24 hours, the two sides exchanged sniper fire, using the nearby building as cover. The local residents were caught in between and had no choice but to wait out the battle. The situation seemed to take a turn for the worse for Zaosis and his family. One group of ex-snipers had positioned themselves on the roof of his apartment building, and by late night he heard angry voices outside calling on the ex-members to surrender. Otherwise, the voices said, Ellis would use mortars. Fortunately for Zaosis, the bombardment did not take place, but his ordeal was not over. Over the next several hours, the night was punctured by the short bursts of automatic weapons, the loud pop of rifle fire, and the frantic shouts of neighbors yelling, "We are unarmed," as X or Ellis gunmen kicked down doors or came crashing through windows in a deadly game of hide and seek. The next day the British troops, accompanied by armored cars, arrived on the scene and were able to rescue the ex-survivors, including Zeosis and his family, but not those who had been taken prisoner and were now held as trophies by Ellis. They were able to hear their colleagues being led to safety on British Army trucks, but they had no doubt about what was to be their fate. When the last truck left clanking along the empty streets of Athens, each one of the prisoners was made to kneel down. Some crossed themselves, others simply stared blankly, and then a man stood over each one and in sequence dispatched them with a single bullet to the back of the head. 21. Over the next several days, the fighting in Athens was sporadic and ranged from intensive firefights between armed combatants to scenes of gut-wrenching individual trauma. Rigas Rigopoulos was a remarkable young man in his early 20s who witnessed one of several spectacles of violence and death. During the occupation, he and a group of close friends had established one of the most effective espionage cells in Athens and Piraeus. For 2 years, he led the double life of a spy and lived under the constant terror of arrest, torture, and execution at the hands of the Axis. By the summer of 1943, the Gestapo was closing in and Rigopoulos barely managed to escape to the Middle East. By December 1944, Rigopoulos was back home, but before he could once again take up his life, Sunday's crisis hijacked the promises of liberation. On the 4th day of the uprising, he was walking along narrow Omeros Street that led to the much broader Paine Pastimio Boulevard when he heard the characteristic gurgling sound of a mortar shell. "Incoming missiles," he yelled and took refuge beside an iron fence. A few seconds later 2 mortar shells exploded in the middle of Paine Pastimio Boulevard in front of the Bank of Greece. Almost 6 decades later, sitting in the comfortable living room of his Kolonaki apartment, Rigopoulos, with some difficulty, summoned the painful recollections of the first days of the crisis. He remembers that approximately 10 people were hit. 2 British soldiers lay side by side, face down on the tram lines. Their brains were scattered all around. I tried to lift up a woman dressed in black. She did not appear to be wounded, but she was moaning slowly. She turned her head and died in my arms. From her open purse, a pension book fell out with pictures of her and her 2 small children. Rigopoulos closed the woman's eyes and, turning away, saw that a young girl, dragging herself across the asphalt with her hands, was crying loudly and calling me by name. It was an acquaintance of mine from Mytilene Island. "I can't stand up," she was screaming. "I can't breathe, I am going to die." Her back was full of blood. 2 other men helped me, and we carried her to the municipal hospital. She had a fragment in her spinal cord, but did not die immediately. She lived for quite some time, paralyzed and in horrible pain. 22. Despite the passage of so many years, Rigopoulos cannot easily excuse the actions of Ellis. The Germans and Italians had never hit Athens. They respected the city and its historic monuments that shed light on humanity. This was not the case with Ellis. During the course of the uprising, machine gun fire chirped from the windows and street corners. Snipers fired from behind shutters. Shells embroidered most of the facades of the houses. Every so often you heard explosions as Ellis was blowing up houses, collapsing them to block the streets. 23. On December 5, General Scobie, the British commander, received orders from Churchill to commit British forces and prevent the left from taking control of Athens. Scobie issued orders to Ellis to withdraw all its units from Athens within 72 hours and cease attacking the police stations. The KKE and EAM ignored this demand, but beyond that, they were not certain on how to proceed. It may be that George Scientos, the acting head of the KKE and an influential member of EAM's Central Committee, was expecting that the government would collapse and Papandreou resign, opening the door to negotiations and the establishment of a new administration that would include a large number of EAM and KKE ministers. More important, the Ellis forces would then not be demobilized until a new army was established, which would be free from the influence of the right. Papandreou did submit his resignation, but Churchill would not hear of it. He ordered Rex Leeper, the British ambassador to Greece, to force Papandreou to stand to his duty, and assure him he will be supported by all our forces if he does so. 24 According to Nigel Clive, at the time working for the CIS in Athens, Churchill used even stronger language and demanded that Leeper keep Papandreou as Prime Minister even if it meant tying him to a chair and placing him under arrest until he changed his mind. 25. Leeper, however, was able to persuade Papandreou to change his mind without resorting to any drastic measures. This unexpected turn of events left the KKE and its partners in EAM in a quandary. The hardliners were adamant about continuing the battle, even if this meant fighting the British. The socialist members of EAM were not convinced and argued for compromise. After hours of uncertainty and heated arguments, both sides agreed to continue the war against the government but not engage British forces. How they believed they could achieve this is not clear. Vasilis Bartsiotas, the head of the Communist Party in Athens, claimed after the civil war that Elis could have taken on the British as well as the Greek government forces. Again, we had all the people of Athens with us and we would have fought in the capital for the lives of our children and for our homes. Bartsiotas argues, this was the most ideal moment, to strike immediately against the forces of the reaction and the British and seize power. We had then for the third time after 12 and October 15, 1944 the forces to seize power. 26. Then Asis Hadzis, a prominent member of the KKE, was less sanguine about the prospects of a quick victory, however. He writes that the KKE faced two serious problems with respect to an armed confrontation. First, there were the reactions of EAM's followers to Sunday's bloodshed event. Although the majority of EAM supporters had been reassured by the widespread outrage against the police and the Papandreou regime, the majority still considered the British as allies and friends. After the shooting was over on Sunday, thousands of demonstrators continued to wave Allied flags and shout, "Long live Churchill, long live Roosevelt, and long live Stalin." This open enthusiasm for the leaders of the major allies, according to Hadzis, indicated that Athenians held the police alone responsible for the killings. Hadzis also states, the other disappointing factor was the paralysis that took hold of the masses once British troops arrived on the scene and saved the murderers, which prevented any further action against the provocateurs and the police who were shooting at the demonstrators from the hotels in Omonia Plataea. 27. Hadzis believed that the Elis reserve units in Athens were not ready and that it would have taken some time to prepare them for war against the mighty British Empire. Hadzis also realized, he later wrote, on December 4 the popular movement and its political and military leadership were not ready for a general armed revolt. It was imperative to allow for some time to pass and to acquire tangible evidence, in order to convince the masses, that it was necessary to fight the Allies when the Allies violate their national independence. 28 The bravado of communists such as Bartsiotas and the tempered analysis provided by Hadzis are conveniently reflected in their memoirs, which were written years later, to explain or absolve them of their part in the ultimate failure of the uprising. Nevertheless, Hadzis' account, in particular, offers some insight into the reluctance of the KKE leadership to rely on the support of the Greek population for a civil war. More than anything else, this lack of confidence in EAM's followers to participate in an uprising that also included fighting the British delayed the KKE's ability to launch an all-out offensive in the first weeks of December. For a short while, this peculiar situation placed the British troops in an awkward position of being simultaneously bystanders and participants. They were seldom fired upon, at least in the first days of the crisis, but had to confront Elis units daily. In some instances they tried to disarm them, in others it was a matter of persuading them to hand over prisoners or to abandon captured buildings. Frequently British officers were obliged to take part in long-winded discussions with representatives of Elis or with the neighborhood EAM and KKE bosses. Most of these men, especially junior officers or those recently arrived in Athens, often found themselves in a bizarre and surreal environment. Richard O'Brien had studied law at Cambridge and in 1940 joined the army. For 3 years he fought in North Africa and Italy, and in early December he and his company were transferred to Athens. After the hard fighting in Italy, O'Brien was not quite certain why his unit might be forced to fight Elis, an organization that ostensibly had been an ally only a few days earlier. In his unpublished, partially completed memoirs, O'Brien captures some of the frustration, confusion, and strain that these soldiers underwent during their stay in Athens and Greece. A few days before Elis escalated the battle to include the British, O'Brien was ordered, despite his protests, to disarm an Elis unit in the Piraeus area. He arrived at the Elis headquarters, located in a small house near the sea, with only an interpreter. According to his account, "We began by negotiating. Nothing is more of a strain when it is not certain whether the other side is going to shoot you or talk to you. My interpreter and I were ushered into a small room and given seats around a table. The door was kept closed throughout, but during the meeting, it was regularly opened by a guard outside, who would pass in dirty pieces of paper, and mutter furtively to persons inside the room. This comic, if rather sinister, sideshow provided light relief throughout our somewhat tense and protracted discussion. The argument was not important. It followed the obvious lines and went round in circles. I said we did not wish to fight, the Greek people were our allies, not our enemies, for were we not both fighting the Germans? They admitted this, but said that they must keep their arms to defend themselves against their own fascists. They maintained that Britain had no right to interfere in Greek affairs. To begin with, I more than held my own. In the room were 3 or 4 elderly amiable civilians, who were ready to agree with me, and had not wished to fight us. There was one soldier, a smartly dressed officer in a blue turnout, who obviously took no interest in politics but only enjoyed parading around in his uniform. He was ready to do what anyone told him. My defeat was caused by a civilian who came in later, a smallish mean-looking man with a sallow complexion and spectacles. He was a true communist, narrow, fanatical, embittered, and he swayed over to his side many who before were in two minds. He made no attempt to argue but monopolized all attention by a stream of impassionate harangues, during which he banged on the table, glared feverishly about him, and uttered the usual fatuous clichés: death to the fascists, freedom to the people, liberty for the masses. He was so effective in turning everyone against me that I began to feel like a secret agent in a Hitchcock film who suddenly realizes he is about to be found out. I lay back in my chair trying to appear cool but wondering if I was going to get out of the place alive. In the end, we concluded amiably enough, but they refused to hand over their arms, and so my efforts had failed. 29. To many Athenians, the outbreak of hostilities was almost a relief from the atmosphere of gloom and tension that had gripped the capital for the previous weeks. A great deal had taken place in Greece during the past 3 years, and feelings across the political spectrum had run very high. The Greeks had suffered occupation, famine, reprisals, and even a small genocide. These cataclysms had brutalized and desensitized Greek society. People became harder, almost pitiless, and too easily tolerant of killings and torture. The infighting between EAMLs on the one side and the right-wing resistance groups and paramilitaries on the other, assisted by the anti-communist Quisling formations, had spawned bitter hatred and even a degree of sadism. The early rhetoric of the resistance claiming liberation, popular rule, and appeals to patriotism had, over the course of the occupation, been dipped in blood, and the outrages committed by the left and right could not easily be forgotten or forgiven. These sentiments promised that the December uprising would raise the threshold of cruelty in the upcoming battle. The events that led to the second round of the Civil War not only epitomized the mistrust and fear that permeated relations between the left-wing resistance and the Greek government in exile, but fundamentally reflected the collapse of civil society. The occupation had robbed Greece of the institutions that ameliorated political differences in place of vigilantism, leaving the raw power of the gun as the arbitrator to masquerade for legitimate authority. In this environment, particularly in the countryside, what passed for justice seeped out of the politics of the occupation. Security was hostage to political affiliation, on the indulgence of one or another of the guerrilla bands, and at the mercy of the occupation forces. Neutrality was tantamount to collaboration. The anarchy of violence ruled the shambles of Greek society. There was little time in the 6 weeks following liberation to rebuild the political and economic infrastructure of the country and, more important, to start healing the trauma of hate and division inflicted by the occupation. Amid the ruins of post-war Greece, people expected relief from hunger and a modicum of justice, especially punishment for the collaborators. When the provisional government failed to address these critical priorities, there were few avenues to challenge the decisions of the ramshackle state or to seek redress for past wrongs. The followers of the left-wing resistance and the KKE found recourse for their grievances in the street, and when that was denied to them, they resorted to violence as an alternative. The government, for its part, daunted by almost insurmountable problems, could only rely on British troops to uphold its writ as a legitimate authority. In so doing, Papandreou contributed to the transformation of the British troops from liberators into an occupation army. Churchill's directive to General Scobie, "Do not however hesitate to act as if you were in a conquered city where a local rebellion is in progress," underscored not only the preponderance of Britain's sway over Greek affairs, but also the helplessness and ultimately the irrelevance of the government. 30. A contributing factor to the estrangement between the post-liberation government and the rest of society was that the political regime that now represented the state had not shared the experience of occupation. Concurrently, for 3.5 years the puppet regimes, foisted by the Axis, had gutted the credibility of government. Although individual members of the government had lived in Greece during those dark days and later made their way to the Middle East, the government as an institution and the monarchy operated in exile and remained alienated from the Greek world. In addition, during the occupation, contact between the Greek government in exile and the resistance was sporadic at best and overshadowed by the British. The SO maintained almost exclusive control over contact with the resistance groups, further marginalizing the official representatives of the Greek state. For the most part, the resistance supplanted the role of the state. This was especially the case with the KKE-dominated EAM, which created a civil and military infrastructure wherever possible and assumed the traditional trappings of governmental institutions. In the mountain communities of central and northern Greece, away from the immediate reach of the Axis, the KKE, through EAM, had established a parastate that remained entrenched after liberation. As a result, in December 1944, Greece was shared by two societies, the small mountain villages that enjoyed a measure of freedom from the Axis, and the left-wing resistance underground groups in the larger cities. In contrast, large segments of urban dwellers, as well as parts of the Peloponnese, remained loyal to the notion of traditional authority and hostile to the KKE and its front organizations. These two faces of Greece effectively confronted each other over the next 33 days in December and early January and continued to remain segregated long after the end of the fighting. Despite these cleavages and mistrust, the question remains: was the bloodletting of December inevitable? The spark that set off the chain of events that led to Sunday's demonstration and killings was the failure or inability of the Papandreou government to balance the problems of security and the strategic interests of the British against the suspicions of the left. The critical issue was control of the Greek army and police forces. The side that commanded the military and security apparatus would also dominate the state. The KKE and EAM had proposed that all the armed forces in Greece be demobilized and a new army be created by conscripting eligible men from the general population. In practical terms, this meant that the Elas guerrillas, as well as any other resistance bands, would hand in their arms and return home. At the same time, the Greek government would order the 3rd Mountain Brigade and the Sacred Company to disband. The Papandreou government, with the exception of the EAM and KKE ministers, was reluctant to lose the only two loyal military formations at its disposal. The British, for their part, were not prepared to surrender to the KKE and EAM any military or political advantage. Churchill and the British Foreign Office were suspicious of all resistance organizations in Greece and viewed these as radical and revolutionary groups that would undermine the traditional establishment of the country as well as threaten British interests in the region. For Churchill, only the return of the Greek monarchy would guarantee stability and restore legitimacy. Although this claim is not substantiated by any official documentation, some historians and other post-war accounts of these events state that Papandreou at one point agreed to disband the 3rd Mountain Brigade and Sacred Company, but that he was prevented from doing so by the British. 31 There is no doubt that Churchill was opposed to this and had written to the Foreign Office that the disbandment of the Greek brigade would be a disaster of the first order. 32 The Foreign Office, in turn, had transmitted Churchill's view to Leeper, the British ambassador in Athens, who passed it on to the Greek premier. According to several accounts, Papandreou was inclined to accept the demobilization of all volunteer units but was able to convince neither the British nor the right-wing elements in or out of the government. 33 On November 28, the 3 EAM ministers, Zevgos, Svalos, and Xirimokos, in the government of national unity, at the suggestion of Papandreou, proposed another compromise in which the new army would consist of one brigade of Elis and another of equal strength to be recruited from the 3rd Brigade, the Sacred Company, Aeneas, and all other Greek forces would be disbanded by December 10. The cabinet accepted the compromise, but 24 hours later, on November 29, Zevgos, one of the KKE ministers, returned to Papandreou's office, accused him of bad faith, and withdrew the offer, demanding once again that all forces be disbanded, including the 3rd Brigade and Sacred Company. What caused this about-face is not clear. The explanation provided by the KKE and EAM is that they withdrew their consent because Papandreou was planning to trick them, by excluding the 3rd Mountain Brigade and Sacred Company from the total strength of the proposed new brigades. Papandreou rejected the KKE's demands outright. 34 Another explanation for the December uprising is that it was a show of strength organized by George Scientos, the acting general secretary of the KKE. Scientos gambled that the small number of British forces in Greece, as well as the Greek Mountain Brigade and the Sacred Company, would not have been sufficient to prevent Elis from easily gaining control of Athens, which effectively meant securing all of Greece. If that was the case, it is not clear why the KKE leadership decided to handicap its effort by committing only the reserve elements of Elis in Athens, while the most experienced and best equipped units were kept away from the capital during the first critical weeks of the fighting. All accounts agree that the December uprising was triggered by the clash between the demonstrators and the police on that fateful Sunday, but reasons for the recourse to a full-scale war, rather than just acts of retaliation by the left, are more complicated. The situation is all the more remarkable because the Communists had accepted a compromise that had enabled the British to send forces into Greece after the German withdrawal, as well as the decision of the KKE and EAM to participate in a government of national unity led by George Papandreou. On September 26, 1944, in Caserta, Italy, the Greek government of national unity, along with all the resistance organizations, had concluded an agreement to facilitate the transition from occupation to liberation. This agreement included the provision that all guerrilla bands and allied forces in Greece would be placed under General Scobie's command for the duration of the war or until a new Greek army was established. With the stroke of a pen, the KKE and the other left-wing organizations had surrendered their military advantage in Greece and handed over control of the country to their opponents. In the summer of 1944, the KKE-dominated Elis numbered over 50,000 well-armed men and women and could have easily opposed the landing of British troops in Greece. Under these circumstances, the British would have been obliged either to fight Elis after the Germans withdrew, creating a public relations nightmare for Churchill as well as for the Allies, or to accept the inevitable and leave the KKE in control of the country. 35 Both options presented serious difficulties, but ultimately the KKE, thanks to Soviet intervention, went along with the Caserta Agreement. The Soviet contribution to the difficult negotiations between the British and the Greek government of national unity with the KKE and the left-wing resistance took place in the Middle East and culminated, according to some sources, with the sudden arrival of a Russian military mission, headed by Colonel Grigory Popov, to occupied Greece on the night of 25 July 1944.36 for several months. Following the winter of 1944, the Soviets and the British were working toward developing some type of compromise over their mutual interests in the Balkans, pending the German pullout from the region. The only drawback to a potential Soviet-British understanding was whether the United States would accept the division of the region into spheres of influence. During the negotiations, the Soviet embassy in Cairo was gingerly trying to send a message to the KKE that the Russians preferred an amicable resolution of the Greek situation. In July 1944, Nikolai Novikov, the Soviet ambassador in Cairo, recommended to Svilos, the head of PEA, Political Committee of National Liberation, that EAM should join the Greek government of national unity. The Soviet attaché conveyed the same message to the KKE representative in Cairo, Petros Roussos, who was told to make sure that the ambassador's view was transmitted to the left-wing resistance in Greece. Peter Stavrakis concludes that once the Soviets received direct confirmation of American willingness to accept a British-Soviet agreement over the Balkans, it became essential for Stalin to make sure that the KKE did not disrupt the delicate horse trading between the Allies. Stavrakis suggests, a plausible hypothesis is that Stalin felt compliance would be guaranteed only by the dispatch of a military mission to the partisan strongholds in the mountains of Greece, to present the KKE with direct instructions to adopt a more conciliatory policy. 37. At the very least, the Popov mission to the KKE and Elis underscored the Russian ambivalence toward the Greek communists, while its presence in Greece alarmed and surprised the British. Previously, in a gesture of Allied solidarity, the British had invited the Soviets to join the Allied military mission against the Greek resistance, but the Russians declined. Despite earlier indications that the Soviets were prepared to reach an accommodation over the Greek issue, the arrival of the Popov mission came unexpectedly, catching the British unprepared. The Soviets had flown from Yugoslavia to an Anglo-American base in Bari, Italy, and then asked permission from the British authorities to make a test flight over the Adriatic. Instead, once in the air, the Russian plane proceeded to Greece and landed on a makeshift airfield in Nereda, western Thessaly, near the location of the Elis GHQ and headquarters of the KKE. The Greek communists were jubilant, but after the initial celebrations and talks with Popov they quickly became downcast. There are several accounts of the Soviet mission, one provided by Nicholas Hammond, the British liaison officer with Elis, and the other by the Greek communists who were present in Nereda and Petralia or participated in the subsequent meetings. According to Hammond, the Soviets were cordial, but refused to be drawn into a discussion over the purpose of their mission or on any political subject, and the same restrictions applied to Hammond and West, his American counterpart. Both parties were limited to exchanging pleasantries. On the second day of their arrival, Hammond organized a lunch in honor of the Russian visitors and afterward Popov reciprocated with an invitation to tea. The tea, recollects Hammond, consisted of a saucer of tomato slices, a bottle of whiskey from Italy, a flask of vodka, another brandy from Russia, and the reserve, a demijohn of ouzo. Popov explained to me that it was the Russian practice to drink their tea bottoms up, at one gulp. We sat down and he poured out a small tumbler of whiskey for me first, as I had been longest in the Greek mountains. Then he toasted, "Long live Churchill." We duly gulped it down. As I emerged from the shock, I heard "Long live Roosevelt," reached out to find my tumbler of vodka, and gulped that down. From very far off I heard the cry, "Long live Stalin," groped blindly for my tumbler, and downed it like the others. I awoke in the grey light of dawn in a strange room. I went next door and there in the room of the tea party lay the three Russians flat on the floor, fully dressed with their boots on. In another room I discovered West who was lying fully clad on a bed with his boots off and his socks on. I had some difficulty in rousing him. He opened his eye, remarked, "Say boy," we said nothing, and he went to sleep again. 38. It is evident that the attempt by the Russians, and undoubtedly Hammond and West, to use alcohol to pry information resulted in a draw. What transpired, however, between the Soviets and the KKE remains controversial and no first-hand account so far has been produced. If Popov's mission was to assess the fighting capability of Elis and the extent of the KKE's sway over Greece, it is apparent from the few comments he did make to the British officers that he did not develop a high opinion of the capability of the left-wing resistance. C. M. Woodhouse, the head of the British military mission in Greece, writes that Elis, who had expected the Soviet mission to bring manna from heaven, found Colonel Popov unable to supply his own party with vodka, let alone Elis with gold, arms, and ammunition. On the other hand, the Soviet mission, which expected to find an army of at least the same kind, if not in magnitude, as Tito's partisans, found a rabble thinly veiled by an elaborate centralized command. 39. The unwillingness or inability of the Soviets to replace the British as the arsenal of the left-wing resistance was a severe blow to the Greek communists. The KKE, through its newspaper, Rizospastis, had been exalting the success of the Red Army against the Germans and anticipating that it was only a matter of time until the Russians would liberate the Balkans and Greece. No doubt, for many of the KKE leadership, the arrival of the Soviet mission was a prelude to a Soviet advance in Greece, but Popov's cool reaction to their enthusiasm dashed any hopes of Soviet liberation. Most of the KKE accounts, it should be noted, vary over the sequence of events and play down the influence of the Soviets. There are differences over the dates of the Popov mission and whether this visit influenced the KKE's decision to join the government of national unity and later accept the Caserta agreement. Yiannis Ioannidis, a key member of the Politburo and second in command of the KKE, in a long interview, states that when he broached the subject of Elis fighting the British with the political representative of the Soviet mission, Colonel Tchernychev, the Russian made a face, making it clear that the Soviets would not endorse such a move. 40 Petros Roussos summarized the discussions with Popov more directly, what we extracted from exchanging opinions with the Soviets and from the subsequent course of events was that, the Greek issue, because of Churchill's position, was a thorn in the alliance against Hitler and that, according to all indications, from a strategic point of perspective we would have a serious problem confronting the imperialism of the British, and American, allies. 41. Indeed, all of the published accounts of the Greek communists who wrote about the Popov mission agree that the Russian delegation discouraged any notions of the KKE using Elis to take over the country. Vassos Georgiou, the editor of Rizospastis, and a principal assistant to George Scientos, provided a more recent testimony of these events and, in a roundabout way, conveys the elation and eventual disappointment generated by the arrival of the Soviets. We waited for them, the Soviets, with great anticipation, and we welcomed them very warmly in the early afternoon, as the real liberators. We were all strong pro-Soviets because we understood the decisive contribution of the Soviet Union in the struggle to destroy Hitlerism, and we linked our liberation to the advancement of the Red Army in the Balkans. However, the leadership of the resistance, even though it took care to hide this, the nature of the Soviet mission did not calculate well. Because it became apparent very quickly that the Soviet mission was not sent to PEA with which it would naturally have relations but accredited to the general headquarters of Elis, and that it was not independent mission but represented an echelon of the greater Soviet military mission of the Red Army to Tito's Popular Liberation Army. 42. Georgiou, as is the case with some of the KKE published accounts, simply cannot bring himself to say that the Soviets made it known that the KKE had to cooperate with the British and the Greek government in exile. Instead, he writes that the Soviets were there in a narrow military capacity and, as such, the mission was only accredited to Elis and not PEA or any other political organization. The fact that the Popov mission did not propose a political role indicated how non-committal the Soviet government was toward the Greek resistance, whereas in the case of Yugoslavia the Soviets backed Tito completely. What is certain, however, is that immediately following the arrival of the Soviets, the KKE and EAM suddenly decided to join the government of national unity and place Elis under British command. Until Soviet documents are released, the exact purpose of the Popov mission remains a partial mystery, and an analysis of its impact must be based, to some extent, on speculation. 43 Either Stalin had decided to abandon any hope of including Greece within the Soviet system and sent Popov to discourage the KKE from any adventures that may have led to a clash with the British, or, conversely, the Russian officer's report persuaded the Soviet dictator that the Greek communists were not in a position to take over and keep control of Greece after the Germans departed. Unknown to both the KKE and the British liaison officers in Greece were the negotiations between Stalin and Churchill over the division of the Balkans into Soviet and British spheres of influence. These discussions between Churchill and Stalin culminated with the so-called percentages agreement between Britain and the Soviet Union, concluded in Moscow on October 9, 1944. The minutes of the meeting between the two leaders indicate that after dealing with the problem of Poland, Churchill turned to Stalin. There were two countries in which the British had particular interest. One was Greece. He was not worrying about Romania. That was very much a Russian affair, and the terms, which the Soviet government had proposed, were reasonable and showed much statecraft in the interests of general peace in the future. But in Greece it was different. Britain must be the leading Mediterranean power, and he hoped Marshal Stalin would let him have the first say about Greece in the same way as Marshal Stalin about Romania. Of course, the British government would keep in touch with the Soviet government. 44. According to the minutes, Stalin acknowledged Churchill's position with regard to Greece and said that it was a serious matter for Britain, when the Mediterranean route was not in her hands. He agreed with the Prime Minister that Britain should have the first say in Greece. 45 Following this amicable exchange, Churchill writes, "The moment was apt for business, so I said, let us settle about our affairs in the Balkans. Your armies are in Romania and Bulgaria. We have interests, missions, and agents there. Don't let us get at cross purposes in small ways. So far as Britain and Russia are concerned, how would it do for you to have 90% predominance in Romania, for us to have 90% say in Greece, and go 50-50 about Yugoslavia?" 46. While this was being translated, Churchill produced what he called a naughty document showing a list of Balkan countries and the proportion of interest in them of the great powers. 47 Churchill then pushed this paper across the table to Stalin, who had by then heard the translation. After a brief pause, recalls Churchill, he took his blue pencil and made a large tick upon it, and passed it back to us. After this there was a long silence. The penciled paper lay in the center of the table. At length I said, might it not be thought rather cynical if it seemed we had disposed of these issues, so fateful to millions of people, in such an offhand manner? Let us burn the paper. No, you keep it, said Stalin. 48 The hopes, ambitions, sacrifices, and pain inflicted by the Greek communists on their compatriots were consigned to a scrap of paper in which the British Prime Minister had sealed the fate of the Balkans until almost the end of the 20th century. The fortunes of the Greek communists and the left-wing resistance with respect to the immediate post-war period, insofar as Stalin was concerned, took second place to the security and grand strategy of the Soviet Union. Beyond that, anything was possible after the Allied victory over Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. In early September 1949, Stalin confided to Gerolymatos that he could not advance the Red Army into Greece in 1944 because he did not wish to clash with the British. Besides, the Soviet Union did not have a navy for such an undertaking. It is not known, and unlikely, as to whether Stalin also told Gerolymatos about the percentages agreement. 49. Fig. 4. Winston Churchill was instrumental in keeping Greece within the British sphere of influence immediately after World War II with the conclusion of the percentages agreement with Joseph Stalin. Library of Congress. Churchill had informed Roosevelt that the arrangements with Stalin did not amount to a permanent division of the Balkans into spheres of influence but were intended as a temporary war measure to facilitate the Russian and British presence in the region. Churchill had no illusions that he and Stalin had now determined the future for the region. At their historic meeting in Moscow, both men were anxious to avoid the appearance of dividing the spoils of war. Churchill suggested to Stalin that it was better to express these things in diplomatic terms and not to use the phrase dividing into spheres, because the Americans might be shocked. Nevertheless, as long as he and Marshal Stalin understood each other, he could explain matters to the president. 50. This caution did not diminish Churchill's imperial moment, especially as Britain by 1944 was quickly becoming a junior partner in the Grand Alliance, nor Stalin's pragmatism in reaching an accommodation with an empire that was soon to be eclipsed by the United States. The KKE learned about the percentages agreement in 1952, which raises the intriguing question that had they known earlier, would they have acted differently in December 1944? As devout communists and Stalinists, the KKE leadership had to conform its policies to those of the Soviet Union and accept them without knowing all the facts. The needs of the Soviet motherland superseded the immediate ambitions of the Greek communists, and the KKE had little choice but to toe the line blindly, even when the leadership could not even be certain what that line was. Under the leadership of Nikos Zacharyadis, the policies of the KKE were practically dictated by the Soviet Union via the Third Communist International. Zacharyadis had been Moscow's choice to head the KKE in the 1930s, and he managed to oversee the Bolshevization of the party during this critical period. After he became General Secretary of the Central Committee in 1934, he succeeded in terminating the internal divisions that had plagued the KKE almost from its inception. As a result, the senior leadership of the Communist Party identified exclusively with Moscow, and any deviation resulted in purges. The occupation, however, altered the dynamic of the KKE and shifted the direction of the party to other men. Zacharyadis remained in prison and was subsequently transferred to Dachau concentration camp, and thus took no part in the events that followed. George Syantos, one of the senior cadres who had evaded capture, took over the direction of the KKE, and thanks to his leadership, the Communists established the mass-based EAM, which quickly dominated the resistance. A tobacco worker by profession, Syantos, unlike Zacharyadis, was a mainland Greek from a small village in Thessaly, in central Greece. To those who met him, he appeared less a fanatic communist leading a revolution than a kindly village elder. A self-made man with little formal education beyond grade 4, he started working at the age of 13 as a tobacco worker in Karditsa, and at 15 joined the Tobacco Workers' Union. Within a short time, he became an active member and took part in strikes, demonstrations, and riots. From 1911 to 1920, Syantos served in the Greek army and rose to the rank of sergeant. In the early 1920s, he joined the KKE, and during this ideologically turbulent period he was a key player in the factionalism and infighting that plagued the party. He survived the purges, but he was demoted in the party hierarchy and lost the post of general secretary. In 1934, he was downgraded to a substitute member of the Politburo, but a year later he was reinstated as a full member. After 1936, he was one of the few KKE leaders to escape arrest and thus, by default, became part of the handful of senior KKE leaders in a position to rebuild the party during the early period of the occupation. Friends and enemies alike described him as a mild-mannered and soft-spoken individual. He was a dedicated workaholic, with simple tastes and few pleasures, who took comfort in chain-smoking an endless supply of cigarettes over strong cups of coffee. 51 cm Woodhouse, who spent 3 years in Greece trying to counter the influence of the KKE in the resistance, describes him, ruthless and ambitious though he was, Syantos had a simple bonhomie and good humor. He was a tobacco worker, like many other communists, but he seemed to have no bitterness about his hard life. 52. To the party faithful he was known as Ogeros, the old man. According to Vassos Georgiou, who served for a time as Syantos' aide at KKE headquarters in the remote mountains, Syantos was monkeyish in his habits and endowed with almost limitless patience. In contrast to some of the other, more sophisticated KKE leaders, most of whom had grown up in cities and large towns, he had a better understanding of the Greek villager and an appreciation of the power of nationalist sentiment in Greece. Syantos understood that in order for the party to exploit the opportunities created by the war, it was necessary to drop the narrow and dogmatic communist rhetoric and replace it with moderate and nationalist slogans that appealed to mainstream society. The establishment of EAM as a patriotic and pan-Hellenic organization gave the KKE legitimacy and placed it on par with the mainstream political parties. Despite EAM's invitation for all to join a common front to fight the Axis, the traditional parties viewed EAM as a front for the KKE and had declined to participate. They failed, however, to offer an alternative. This omission enabled the KKE, through EAM, to establish a predominant and powerful influence over the armed resistance and to hijack the intellectual discourse during the occupation over the future political reorganization of Greece. The KKE, under the direction of Scientos, saw the possibilities offered by the establishment of guerrilla forces, specifically, that they could be used to impose a political settlement in the aftermath of liberation. In October 1943, Elis not only was fighting the Axis, but also was attempting to absorb all other partisan units in the field so that at the moment of liberation, the Allies, the British in particular, would be confronted by a unified resistance movement. Later in the same year, Ioannidis had commissioned a military plan designed to take over Athens once the German army withdrew. Ioannidis afterward claimed that Elis could have secured Athens and would have been in an advantageous position to oppose the arrival of the British. He had proposed this strategy to Scientos and the other KKE leaders, but at the time they were not interested. 53 Ioannidis' hindsight is obviously self-serving and a means of distancing himself from Scientos and from the KKE policies that ultimately led to failure and defeat. In the postmortems conducted by the KKE after the December uprising, responsibility for the Caserta Agreement, participation in the government of national unity, the decision not to oppose the arrival of British troops, and the December uprising itself were all consigned to Scientos and his closest associates. Sharing the grave with Scientos is the ghost idea that the KKE did not consider the possibility of taking over the country just after liberation. According to Ole Smith, it is one of the KKE's cherished fairy tales that at the time of the country's liberation from the Germans there were no plans for a military takeover and that the party did not face squarely the question of political power. 54. After Scientos' mysterious death in 1947, his opponents went so far as to accuse him not only of incompetence, but also of being an agent of the security services, which they argued explained why he went along with the Caserta Agreement and intentionally lost the Battle of Athens. In October 1950, at the Third Party Conference, he was denounced by Zachariadis as a traitor and an agent of the class enemy. In the same year, Zachariadis wrote that the strategy of the KKE was the strategy of Scientos, that is the strategy of capitulation to the English, the strategy which did not serve or speed up the victory of the People's Revolution in Greece, the strategy which delayed and finally shattered the revolution, the strategy which promoted the plans of the British, the restoration of the bourgeois feudal power, the return to the regime of foreign dependence. 55. Vasilis Bartsiotas, at the same conference, added his own condemnation of Scientos, as well as invoking the theme of grave errors, betrayal, and treason. On October 12, 1944 we could easily have seized power with the forces of the 1st Army Corps of Elis alone, that is the 20,000 Elisites of Athens and Piraeus. We did not seize power because we did not have a correct line, because we all vacillated, including me. Thus, although we had decided on armed insurrection, beginning in September 1944, instead of going ahead, instead of organizing the struggle for power, instead of seizing power, we capitulated and kept order. 56. These allegations, clearly, are far from the truth and are part and parcel of the ritual demonization of those purged from the KKE. Of course, there was more than one strategy contemplated by different members of the KKE leadership for achieving power. The KKE, despite its reputation for organization and ideological cohesiveness, could not remain monolithic and survive as an organization during the occupation. The successful decentralization of the party also resulted in a certain degree of fragmentation at the top, which created several centers of decision-making. Scientos and Ioannidis informally shared the leadership of the KKE, but neither had the influence or the authority to impose his will on all aspects of policy. The two men represented different elements and strains within the party, and by virtue of this duality attracted separate followings. Ioannidis is often described as the hardliner and, along with Aris Velichaides, advocated a revolutionary approach in dealing with the period following liberation. Scientos was equally committed to revolutionary means, but, as mentioned above, he was more sensitive to Greek nationalism and the peculiarities of the Greek peasant and worker. Most Greeks were small farmers, and those in the industrial sector were too few and too disorganized to be effectively mobilized. Peasants who had land or wanted land were not well disposed to the KKE's plans for collectivization. In general, writes Woodhouse, the devotion of the Greek people to their family and their church made them poor material for ideological recruitment. 57 EAM had not only been a successful political organization, but a convenient mask for the KKE, which many Greeks continued to identify with the Soviet Union, atheism, and slavism. A naked grab for power at the moment of liberation that resulted in a fight with the British would have made it difficult for the KKE to take over the country, particularly Athens. Whether the Soviet intervention prevented the scheme will remain a contested issue among historians, but the military and political realities confronting the KKE and the British in the late summer and fall of 1944 perhaps played a decisive role in Scientos' plans. It does not seem likely that during the critical period, July, September 1944, Scientos was willing to hand over the country to the Greek government in exile just to accommodate the Soviets, nor was he prepared to fight the British on the beaches, at least not without external support. Once the Soviets declined to get involved in the politics of liberation and made that known to the KKE, an alternative strategy was necessary. What the precise aims of that strategy were accompanied Scientos to his grave. Unfortunately, the man who directed the KKE and the left-wing resistance during the December uprising left no record of why he chose a showdown with the government and the British and, having done so, why he decided to confine it to Athens. Even after his strategy began to unravel and Elis was hard-pressed to achieve control over all of Athens, Scientos refused to back away from his plan until it was too late. 58. A decisive factor that, for better or for worse, contributed to the chain of events that led to the fighting was that the KKEAM still had to function under the challenging conditions created by the occupation, making travel and communications extremely difficult and dangerous. The Politburo and the Central Committee met occasionally to consider new policies, but it was not always possible to adapt quickly to new situations. For example, in April 1944, the KKE sent delegates to a conference organized in Lebanon in order to replace the Greek government in exile with a government of national unity that would include representatives from all the resistance organizations. After torturous negotiations, the KKEAM representatives accepted the new government, based on Soviet advice, but when they returned to Greece the KKE leadership denounced their actions. Yet, a few months later, because of the Popov mission, the KKE agreed to join the government of national unity under the same conditions as in May. In the post-liberation period, the Communists, as was the case with all other parties, had to overcome similar problems that resulted from the wretched condition of the country, which made it difficult to maintain party discipline over the KKE, EAM, and Elis as well as all the other left-wing resistance organizations. This situation continued to play into Scientos' hands, because it left him and Ioannidis, along with a small group of trusted associates, in control of the party's tactics and strategy. Therefore, a great deal of what took place in December 1944 is partly the byproduct of the fears, ambitions, and prejudices of this old-time communist. In an ironic twist of fate during the late summer of 1944, both the British and Scientos were working to avoid a clash and to limit the number of Allied forces that would enter Greece. The British needed troops for the Italian front, and Scientos wanted to take advantage of the enemy's numerical weakness in a future attempt to take over the country. By early December, Scientos was in a position to exploit this exact scenario. The British had only approximately 20,000 troops, most of which were administrative and technical support units, concentrated in Athens, Thessaloniki, and in few other urban centers, which left the rest of the country under the control of Elis. The KKE and EAM were enjoying tremendous popularity, while the Papandreou government was losing credibility, culminating in the botched handling of Sunday's demonstration. It is clear that Syantos had decided that he would direct the forthcoming battle against only the forces of the provisional government and avoid striking at the British. There is every indication that Syantos believed that if Elis were to seize control of Athens quickly, the British would have little choice except to recognize a new government dominated by the KKE. Consequently, to maintain this delicate balance and avoid provoking the British, the battle had to be confined to the capital and waged against government targets. The choice of tactics was also motivated by ideological as well as practical considerations. Syantos was a committed Marxist who subscribed to the notion that the party could count on the proletariat alone. All his adult life he was steeped in the mantra of the workers' revolution and orthodox communist revolutionary tactics. Like most Greek communists, he did not have much faith in the Greek peasant, and since a large percentage of Elis was recruited from the countryside, he may have had doubts about the commitment of the rank and file to a civil war. Syantos was also a pragmatist who understood that an all-out war was not necessary if the capital was quickly secured. Besides, lacking sufficient transport, the main Elis units would have taken much longer to move on Athens, which would also have provoked the British. Even at the beginning of the armed resistance against the Axis, Syantos was fond of saying, "He who ruled Athens ruled Greece," a maxim understood by the leaders of every coup before and after the December uprising. Syantos also added that the Athenian workers would be organized into military formations so that at the moment of liberation they could seize the city. 59 Soviet intervention, however, had stayed that strategy. The KKE had to change its plans and develop a political approach to power, at least for the time being. A critical element in the KKE's ability to shape events, and vital to its future as a power broker in the Greek political scene, was Elis. The guerrilla army enabled the KKE to control most of the countryside, and almost all the towns and villages, while the reserve units in Athens, neither as well trained nor as well equipped as the regular Elis force, gave the communists a direct means to challenge the government and its British allies. As long as the KKE could fall back on Elis, it could continue to negotiate from a position of strength. During the crucial weeks before the uprising, the monarchy, which represented the most incendiary issue, was, at least for the immediate future, held in abeyance. George II had agreed to stay out of Greece until the future of the monarchy was decided by plebiscite. The other demands by the left, such as the punishment of the security battalions and of all collaborators, were more or less compatible with the government's policies. The KKE and EAM had respected the Caserta agreement and kept Elis formations outside of Athens. The KKE went so far as to call on its members to join the new National Guard. In a cable to party organizations on November 22, Syantos instructed that all KKE members of the 1936 class must be the first to join the temporary National Guard. Communists and emites must organize themselves securely with the National Guard 60. At the same time, Syantos told the potential volunteers that before enlisting they had to visit the nearest party headquarters and receive orders on the course of action to be adopted once they were in the National Guard. 61 Clearly, Syantos had settled on a policy of infiltration rather than military confrontation on the road to achieving power. Similarly, KKE ministers in the provisional government were attempting to place loyal communists in key positions. Miltiades Porphyrogenes used his portfolio as Minister of Labor to consolidate KKE's base in the trade unions by setting up a provisional committee of the General Confederation of Greek Workers as a vote generator for the elections that were to take place on December 1. Since the provisional committee was staffed entirely by members of EAM, which, in turn, was controlled by the KKE, the communists would be able to instigate a general strike at a time of their choosing. 62. Fig. 5. Building damaged with bullet holes in the December uprising, 1944. Wiki Commons. There is no agreement among historians or even the participants of these events as to when or what precisely forced the situation in Athens past the point of no return, but when Papandreou refused to resign over the bloodshed of December 3, the KKE lost any immediate advantage it would have gained from the establishment of a new government. Regardless of the failure to bring about a change in regime at that time, the KKE leadership, particularly Scientos, chose force as a means of achieving the same end: the collapse of the government while keeping the British from taking sides in a Greek civil war. Scientos, therefore, had to keep control of events and decided to resurrect the Elis Central Committee, rather than operate through EAM or the KKE, in order to limit the battle against Greek government targets and to not attack the British. At the same time, he took appropriate measures to ensure that the Elis Committee would bow to his will by ensuring that the only other two members present, except himself, were Michaelis Hadjimichaelis and Mandakas. He was determined that no one would question his authority or any decisions he made, and explained to Ioannidis that Hadjimichaelis had no opinions and that Mandakas did what he was told. 63. Consequently, the general headquarters of Elis, along with most of the experienced officers and battle-hardened troops, remained in Lamia in central Greece. When the battle commenced in Athens, the Elis headquarters was ordered to launch an attack against the forces of Xerxes in Epirus. This was the only Elis action outside of Athens, thus diverting three well-equipped divisions that could have tipped the scales in Athens. Other Elis units were sent to destroy the guerrilla bands of Antonxeus, the leader of an independent right-wing group operating in the Drama district in northern Greece. After fighting had broken out in Athens, Stephanos Seraphis, the military commander of Elis, asked permission from Scientos to attack all British units throughout Greece, which would have been a relatively easy task, but his request was rejected outright. A little later, Seraphis pressed Scientos to allow him at least to disarm the British garrisons outside of Athens, but instead the Elis Central Committee instructed him to notify the British garrisons that all movement on their part was forbidden. Before any action was taken on the part of Elis, however, the British were able to withdraw their smaller garrisons into Athens and Thessaloniki. Scientos' strategy was to confine the fighting to the capital and deploy the reserve Elis units in Athens. Although he was subsequently severely criticized by the KKE for not committing the main body of Elis forces, had he done so it would have undoubtedly brought immediate British intervention. Scientos, of course, did not know that Churchill had ordered General Scobie to intervene in Athens, and that no matter how carefully the KKE leader planned to conduct the battle, it is unlikely that the outcome would have been any different. In other words, Scientos planned not so much for an all-out military assault, but rather a series of rapid small engagements sufficient to eliminate all vestiges of the government but not enough to provoke the British. Elis was already in control of most of Greece, and once the capital was in the hands of the KKE, the British would be confronted with a new political reality that would oblige them to accept a government dominated by the KKE. If not, then the onus would have been on the British to fight a new communist-dominated regime, but one that represented the Greek state, and appear as the aggressor. Despite the thinnest veneer of sovereignty, Greece in December 1944 was a British protectorate. Yet, for the sake of the Grand Alliance and to pay lip service to the principles of the newly founded United Nations, Churchill's government had to at least pretend to act the part of an interested bystander. Under such circumstances, it would have been very difficult for the British to fight against a Greek regime, even one under communist control. All the more reason for the British to defend the capital as allies of even a rump Greek government. The issue came down to the force of arms imposing legitimacy. The occupation had swept away the old political establishment, brought new leaders to the forefront, and gutted the pre-war institutions. King George II and his government had spent the occupation years in London and Egypt and had been sidelined to irrelevance. As far as most people in Greece were concerned, the monarchy and the government in exile were creatures of the British and part of the discredited Metaxas dictatorship. They had few followers in Greece and even fewer in the resistance movement. Indeed, the Greek body politic had been in a revolutionary state since Yanis Metaxas had, with the connivance of the king, usurped power in August 1936. The constitutional status of the Metaxas regime and the monarchy was not resolved when Greece fell under the control of the Axis. In fact, the constitutional situation was further complicated by the quisling regimes, especially that of Rallies, whose security battalions were never denounced by the king or the government in exile. In the wake of the December uprising, occupation collaborators found rehabilitation, and resistance fighters, other than those on the right, were labeled traitors. The December crisis and the defeat of the left invalidated the legitimacy afforded to EAM-LS by the Allies and the Greek government in exile. During the war, EAM and LS had been recognized and supported as Allied forces by the British, the Americans, and the Soviets. This recognition not only provided the left-wing resistance with moral and material support, but also created a legal framework for EAM to function as a valid political entity. Under the constitutional morass of the time, EAM could claim as much lawful relevance as the Greek government in exile. In the fall of 1944, the British cobbled together a Greek government of national unity, which included ministers from EAM and the KKE as well as from all the other major resistance organizations. This arrangement provided political as well as military recognition to EAM, giving it parity with the traditional ruling establishment. In October, this broad coalition arrived in liberated Greece as a provisional government and attempted to run the country until circumstances permitted a general election. When the EAM and KKE ministers resigned on December 1, the authority of the Papandreou government was invalidated and should have been replaced by a new provisional regime. How this was to be accomplished, whether by violent or peaceful means as far as the left was concerned, was a matter for the Greek people. The left had helped form the first post-war government and, by the same token, could now demand to have it replaced. Once such a new government was in place, how could the British intervene and escape the ire of world opinion in addition to that of their allies? Fundamentally, this was the rationale of the left and Sciento's strategy. For a few hours on December 4, Papandreou's resignation confirmed the reasoning of the KKE and EAM, but the Greek premier, after considerable pressure from the British, changed his mind. Technically, if not morally, the government could remain in power as long as King George II was prepared to acquiesce. As head of state, the king, in the absence of a general election, could lawfully extend the mandate of the provisional government despite the resignation of the EAM and KKE ministers. Suddenly, the issue of the discredited monarchy emerged, and until a plebiscite decided to the contrary, George II remained as the constitutional arbiter of the Greek state. This legal sleight of hand, however, was lost on EAM and its multitude of followers and made little impression on world opinion. Matters were made worse for the British as well as the Papandreou government by the fact that just about all the foreign correspondents in Athens were living at the Grande Bretagne Hotel located at the corner of Constitution Square and across from the Central Police Station. When the crisis broke out on Sunday, the correspondents were afforded a spectacular view of the ensuing pandemonium. The first account of the crisis was reported in the Times of London on December 4. It was dramatic, inaccurate, and gave the impression that the demonstrators included mostly children who were mercilessly gunned down by the police. According to the Times special correspondent in Athens, seeds of civil war were well and truly sown by the Athens police this morning when they fired on a demonstration of children and youths. About 10 o'clock crowds began to gather. One section of the demonstrators, mostly girls and boys, with a sprinkling of adults, started to leave the square, presumably en route for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where the Prime Minister has his office. Just as the procession was halfway across University Street, the police opened fire with rifles and Tommy guns. The crowd immediately fell flat to escape the bullets, but the police continued firing. When they stopped, the demonstrators got to their feet and started to pick up the wounded and dead, and the police then fired again. 64. Despite the inaccuracies, the early newspaper articles set the tone for most of the reporting for the duration of the uprising. The American and British press, in particular, gave considerable credence to the grievances of the left and remained critical of Churchill and Papandreou's handling of the crisis. On December 6 the Times apportioned part of the blame for Sunday's killings to the left by stating, "The action of the EAM and communist ministers imperceptibly withdrawing from the government on an issue which seemed to have been already amicably settled must be held partly responsible for the present crisis." The influential conservative paper still placed most of the responsibility on the Greek Prime Minister. It was a misfortune that Papandreou should have failed to use the opportunity of his broadcast on Sunday night to disassociate himself from the senseless and unnecessary display of force by the Athens police. In the same article, the Times also cautioned against British intervention in Greece and underlined the right of the resistance to participate in governing the country. In Greece, as in all other liberated countries, the Allied military authorities have a direct and overriding interest in the preservation of order while military operations are in progress. This interest, however, must not be allowed to imply any participation in the politics of Greece. The article went on to say that the resistance organizations had won the confidence of and loyalty of the people in a measure not easily emulated by patriots who have not shared the experience of enemy rule. The next day, December 7, 1944, the negative press reports continued, and even before British troops were fully committed in the battle the Times editorial commented, "The disagreeable truth revealed by the news of the past 3 days from Athens is that British armed forces, originally invoked in the desire to avoid bloodshed, have become involved in a Greek civil war." The same editorial warned the British government against getting involved in Greek affairs as well as echoing the sentiments of the Greek left. If Papandreou is now maintained in power by the ban of a foreign government on any alternative, his moral authority in Greece can hardly survive, and British lives sacrificed, fighting against Greeks on behalf of a Greek government, which exists only in virtue of military force. Neither Greece nor Britain can afford such an issue of this tragic struggle. Grievous errors, some recent, some of longer date, have been committed. For the Greek parties the imperative task is to re-establish a government fairly representative of both wings under a head acceptable to both, and thus bring about a situation in which desperately needed measures of relief and reconstruction can be undertaken. For the British government the paramount duty, and the only one consonant with British tradition and British interest, is to seek to bring about such a reunion, and at all costs to avoid taking sides in a Greek conflict. For the British Army the only conceivable role, in the face of every difficulty and every provocation, is one of strict neutrality and favour to